I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 18th, 2021, day after St. Patrick's Day. The time is 12:13 in the afternoon. We're conducting this hearing virtually. It is at the moment live on the chairman's website, www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. Again, Chairman Mendelson, one word, .com/live. It will be available probably in a day or two on the council's website, www.dccouncil.us, as well as I believe on cable TV, channel 13. This is the final performance oversight hearing that the Committee of the Whole is having this year. We and all of the committees of the council have performance oversight hearings during the months of February and March, first half of March, as we get ready for receiving the mayor's proposal for the fiscal year 22 budget. That budget will be submitted to us on April 22nd, and the hearing schedule for the different council committees has been or is about to be published in the DC Register, and it should also be available on the council's website. As I said, this is the final of, I believe it's 6 or 7 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole has had. And today's hearing will focus on the following agencies: the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, the Office of Zoning, the Office of Planning, and the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. We will hear testimony in that order, meaning with regard to each of those agencies. I will be calling witnesses, public witnesses, and then I'll be calling the agency directors, going through each agency one by one. In order to testify, individuals had to go to the council's website, the Committee of the Whole website, and register to testify. So we will begin with the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. The first 2 witnesses are Sandra Eberhard, who's President and CEO of Women's Presidents Educational Organization, and Lisa Williams, who's founder and principal of Cap 8 Doors and Hardware. Ms. Eberhard, do you want to begin? And then Ms. Williams.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to meet with you and discuss how our partnership with the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority has supported our business endeavors here in the District of Columbia. My name is Sandra Eberhard. I am President and CEO of the Women Presidents Educational Organization, WPEO, which is one of 14 regional partners of the Women Business Enterprise National Council, or WBEN. As the president and CEO, my role is to ensure women-owned businesses have access to public and private sectors contracting opportunities. We are very proud of our long-term partnership with the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. At the WPEO, we have a focus to fuel the local economy through the support to women business enterprises growth and hiring. Our mission to increase access to business opportunities for women business enterprises and advocate in the private and public sectors, to provide high quality programs that develop skills and knowledge for our women business enterprises, foster partnerships between women business enterprises, corporations, and government entities. We provide recognized certification services. Currently, we certify and support over 900 WBEs in various industries that generate $9.1 billion in annual revenue and employ more than 50,000 workers in our local territory of the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. MWAA is an internal partner of our organization supporting certified business owners with education, development, and opportunities. MWAA delivers and participates in consistent network activity to help create the content, community, and connections all entrepreneurs need to be successful. The large-scale training provided to educate the WBEs on the airport processes, business opportunities is well executed. These programs connect the business owners with the tools, resources, and information they need to prepare for and submit their company capability statements to meet contract requirements. MWAA is also visible to the WBEs by attending local and national programming intended to connect businesses with contracting opportunities. MWAA is vocal in their support of WBEs and speak on panels when asked to deliver helpful information and build relationships. MWAA shares its resources to support the ecosystems network by hosting opportunities for supplier diversity professionals to learn from one another and share best practices. And finally, MWAA shares the opportunities that arise in their organization so that we can source and connect our business owners to the very real contracting possibilities for growth and sustainability. We look forward to continuing our strong relationship with MWAA, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you, Ms. Everhart. Ms. Williams. You're muted. If you could unmute and start over.
I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to meet with you and discuss how our partnership with the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority has supported our business endeavors here in the District of Columbia. My name is Lisa Williams. I am the founder and principal of Cafe Doors and Hardware. We're a full service door and specialty distributor based out of obviously the District of Columbia. And we serve the Mid-Atlantic region since 2011. Prior to founding Cafe Doors, I co-founded and served as a broker for a full service real estate brokerage company. It was Senate Realty Corporation, which I grew into one of the largest minority owned real estate brokerage firms in the district. I'm a member of the DC Builders Industry Association, as well as a board member of the Door and Hardware Institute. At Cafe Doors and Hardware, we are committed to growing a really diverse district-based company. That's a real commitment of ours that really contributes to the fabric and progression of our community by providing quality goods and services to our customers. Organizationally, we focus on larger architectural projects, and we have a dedicated group of professionals committed to maximizing the level of service we provide to our clients. My company has enjoyed a terrific relationship and partnership with MWAA. We are a contractor on the Project Journey effort at Reagan Airport after being certified with MWAA as a local disadvantaged business enterprise. In 2019, I had the pleasure to serve on the authority's Small Business University graduation panel. In short, MWAA has really assisted my company by providing us with 2 major contracts through Turner Construction Company at National Airport, and we are extremely grateful for these opportunities for growth. I'm excited, our company is excited about the future and the amazing work that MWAA is doing in our region, and we look forward to continuing our strong relationship with MWAA. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
You're located in the city.
Yes, I am.
Just out of curiosity, what ward?
We're actually in Ward 4. We're actually located right off of Riggs and South Dakota, like right next to the, I'm trying to think of the name of the metro, not Tacoma Metro, but the, I lost my train of thought, but we're basically in the Chillum area.
Yeah. And you do doors. So for the airport, you're doing doors?
Yeah. So we're supplying all the doors, frames, and the hardware for the doors at the airport. Correct.
Okay. And because I've not heard of your business, do you just do large contracts? Like I assume the airport authority is a large contract, or do you do like historic houses?
No historic houses. The average size of our jobs is usually around 300 openings. So we typically have a tendency to do a lot of, like I say, we're doing Martin Federal Building, which is 1,000, I think maybe 1,500 openings. We're doing a lot of schools in the district. So we have school jobs that we worked on in the past. In the district, we've done probably 15, 20 schools in the district. We do a lot of work at Georgetown University, a lot of work at Howard University, but a lot of larger architectural jobs. similar to the ones that we're doing at National Airport.
Okay. Very nice to meet you. And
Nice to meet you.
Ms. Eberhard, where's your organization? You're like an umbrella or a trade, I want to say like a trade association. You have membership. Am I understanding correctly?
We are a 501c3, so we're not a membership organization. We are not-for-profit. We're located right at on Connecticut Avenue in the Bender Building, 1120 Connecticut Avenue. But we support women business owners all throughout Maryland, DC, and Virginia.
And that includes working with MWAA for them to support women.
That is correct. So that we can connect their opportunities to our business women. Yes.
Great. And you say your relationship with MWAA is long-standing. How far back does it go?
I didn't look to see exactly when it started, but it's at least 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Well, when Mr. Potter comes up, he's going to come up in a minute. I'm going to ask him what he's doing for DC business and for women and minority businesses. So,
well, thank you.
Thank you, each of you. Let me turn now to Jack Potter and Earl Adams. So Earl Adams is the chairman of the board of directors, and John E. Potter is the president and CEO. Airports Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. As you said, my name is Earl Adams Jr., and I'm a Maryland appointee and currently in my second term as the chairman of the Airports Authority Board of Directors. I'm also the managing partner of the Washington, D.C. office of Saul, Ewing, Arnstein, and Lair. I'm here today with my board colleagues who are District of Columbia appointees, Ms. Judith Batty, Mr. Warner Sessions, Mr. Jocelyn Williams, and Mr. Thorne Posen. And we're also here, as you said, with Mr. Potter and members of our senior team. As you're aware, the Airports Authority operates our nation's gateway airports, Reagan National and Dulles International Airports, under a long-term lease with the federal government, which owns them. The authority also operates the Dulles Toll Road and oversees the ongoing construction of the Metrorail Silver Line project. 2020 was an unprecedented year, and like many companies and organizations around our region and the globe, it was no different for the Airports Authority. That said, my colleagues and I are proud of the accomplishments of our team at the authority. From our management to our frontline workers, all of them rose to the challenges, and I can definitively say that our airports have continued to be safe and reliable for the traveling public. I'm also proud, Mr. Chairman, that while ensuring a safe environment for our customers, the Airport Authority has continued to be a good corporate citizen for the metropolitan area. Good corporate citizenship is a part of the ethos that guides decisions, both for the board and our management team. We're always looking for ways to enhance and enlarge our important partnerships with the communities that we serve. And of course, the District of Columbia is an important piece of that. You've already heard from two of our business partners, Ms. Sandra Eberhardt and Ms. Lisa Williams, who told you about their great experiences working with the authority. Mr. Chairman, these partnerships are especially important to the success of our Supplier Diversity Office and other authority departments involved in the contracting and hiring process. The bottom line is that our success is inextricably linked to the success of the District of Columbia's business and growth and prosperity. With this as a brief introduction, it's now my pleasure to introduce our President and CEO, Mr. Jack Potter, who will tell you more about our activities at the airport. And after he is done, if you have any questions for either myself or for my colleagues, we're happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Potter, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm joined, as you heard already, from our chairman, Earl Adams, and I want to thank Joss Thorne, Judith Batty, and Warner Session for joining today. I also want to thank our business partners who you heard from earlier. Mr. Chairman, the COVID pandemic made 2020 an especially difficult year for the aviation industry. The Airports Authority ended 2020 with a 70% reduction in passengers compared to 2019. And business continues to be off in 2021. We are hopeful the vaccine will lead to an economic recovery and the resumption of air travel. But the recovery for aviation is expected to be slow, and we don't anticipate passenger volumes returning to pre-pandemic levels until at least 2024. And recovery is especially slow for this region because continuing travel and business restrictions, curtailment of government-related travel, cancellation of conventions and other events, the closure of museums and other tourist attractions, and news coverage of recent social and political unrest have really put a damper on people coming to this area. Despite these conditions, we are working to restore public confidence in flying. Our efforts include numerous measures across the airport community, such as requiring face coverings in the airports, increasing sanitization protocols, installing hundreds of hand sanitizer stations, promoting social distancing, adding plexiglass barriers to customer interaction areas, getting our employees vaccinated, and offering COVID testing in our airports. During the pandemic, we also took action to mitigate the impacts on airport concessionaires by eliminating minimum annual guaranteed payments through this April and reducing the rents that some other concessionaires pay. Many of these are DC-based businesses, but we have taken advantage of the business downturn to accelerate construction on Project Journey, our billion-dollar investment to improve the passenger experience at Reagan National. Project Journey provides a new 14-gate concourse to replace bus service to outdoor boarding areas from the infamous Gate 35X. And it's going to add new security checkpoints, allowing passengers to move more freely through the airport. We expect to begin using the new concourse on April 20th, and it's much earlier than had planned, with new checkpoints to allow to follow later this year. We're also making progress on construction of the Metro Silver Line, which will connect the district to Dulles International Airport and points and well beyond. We are working to address some systems issues, which are common in public work projects of this magnitude, and expect to have the project ready to turn over to Metro by Labor Day. When Metro accepts the project, they will conduct training and testing, and they will set a future date for passenger service. Mr. Chairman, this project will have great benefits for the district, giving DC residents a new option for travel to jobs and other activities, in particular to get to Dulles Airport, and giving Northern Virginia residents better access to the district. Mr. Chairman, we also remain focused on increasing business and employment opportunities for DC residents and companies through initiatives such as our local disadvantaged business enterprise program and the work with our Department of Supplier Diversity. As part of this effort, we continue to enhance partnerships and outreach with DC business organization, educational institutions, and the DC government. We hold frequent outreach events in the district and sponsor a small business university program in which 41 district-based companies have learned better ways to manage, market, and expand their businesses. In 2020, the authority had 11 contracts, each valued at $1 million or more, with district businesses for a combined value of $56.4 million, and 54 contracts valued under $1 million, totaling $7.6 million. Mr. Chairman, we also continue to focus on the issue of aircraft noise, which is under the jurisdiction of the FAA administration, not the airports. Our Reagan National Community Advisory Group includes representatives of 5 DC wards, which you appoint, Mr. Chairman, to meet with the FAA and the airlines on this very complex issue. One way to keep noise from becoming an even bigger issue is to preserve the Reagan National Perimeter Rule, which restricts long-haul flights that use larger and often noisier planes. We appreciate the efforts of our congressional delegation, particularly the leadership of Congresswoman Norton in this effort. Mr. Chairman, the Airports Authority values our partnership with the District of Columbia as we work together to serve our region's transportation needs and support the regional economy. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. And I appreciate your appearing. So I do have a few questions, and I'll turn to my colleagues, Councilmember Pinto from Ward 2 and Councilmember Lewis George from Ward 4. My first question is going to be to Mr. Adams. I've not met you before. You are the chair of the board this year, but I've asked this question of our representatives in the past. How well is the board working together?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I can tell you, I am in my 8th year on the board, and I can tell you that we are working together now, and I think better than we ever have. I think what you're speaking to is of the interactions with the U.S. DOT and the Inspector General from many years ago. I think that coming out of that experience, the board, committed itself to finding a way of working collaboratively with amongst ourselves as well as with management. And right now, with the number of projects that we have going on, while also dealing with the impacts of the pandemic, as I said, I think that we're working very well together, and I'm actually very proud to be leading the board at this point.
Thank you, and I appreciate your being here. Mr. Potter, you testified that something was down 70%. I can't remember what that was.
The number of passengers.
Number of passengers, and that you've been flexible with regard to concessionaires paying rent. What about the airlines? Are they fully paying, or have they been getting some relief?
Mr. Chairman, they are fully paying. Obviously, there was relief that came in the form of grants from the federal government. We received some $229 million as part of a $10 million grant package from the federal government. It was followed up with another $40 million. We operate in a cost recovery mode. So anything that we spend that is not paid for by revenues from concessions and or other sources of money like federal grants is borne by the airlines, and they are fully paid up with all that they owed us.
Okay, so does that suggest then that you've been able to operate in the black this past year?
Yes.
Now, you gave some statistics, and I appreciated you're giving those with regard to DC businesses.
Yes.
What I have in front of me is how that compares with past years. Is DC businesses, either as contractors or concessionaires, is that up or down?
Well, contracts in general are down because we're spending less. So as part of our effort to get into the black, we've frozen jobs. So we reduced our employment, and we have reduced the number of contracts that we're awarding. Any discretionary contracts that we have, we've delayed. So we are down from past years, but we're down in general from past years.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't my question. I apologize for not being artful in my phrasing. Of the number of contracts, of the number of concessions, the DC share, is that up or down? Or so I realize that you would be having fewer contracts, but
right, it's down slightly, sir.
Okay, that was not a good answer, but I appreciate the honesty. Let me turn to the DC representatives for a moment. I'm not sure who would be best able to answer. At Warner Session, I think you've focused on this issue in the past. Do you think that the authority, do you want to see something different done? Maybe I should say, do we want to see something different done to promote more DC businesses and more DC residents being hired? You're muted.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that we need to do, quite frankly, more of the same. You may recall we initiated something called, I'm losing the actual name of it, but it's essentially the program that allows DC vendors to operate at National Airport. And that was a new initiative that we launched with the Department of Small Local Business Development. Of course, that stalled, everything got stalled with the pandemic. So my point is that we launched a creative program that had never been done before to introduce some of our smaller vendors to the airport economy. So I think the way that we increase those numbers is continue to do the aggressive outreach, which is more of the same when we have been aggressive in our outreach, and to continue to be creative in how we approach exposing district-based businesses to what we do at the airport. And I'm confident that once we come out of the pandemic, that we can resume that, that kind of robust approach.
Any of the other DC reps want to add anything on this point?
Mr. Chairman, it's called Made in DC. I lost, but that's the name of the program. It's called Made in DC. And again, that's the program that is managed by the Department of Small Local Business Development. And these are small vendors who, make everything from candlesticks to food items. And again, I would just emphasize that prior to the pandemic, the time that they were at the airport, sales were tremendous. So it was a good effort that we'd like to resume.
I would only add, Mr. Chairman, that this, as you noted, this was an effort that Warner picked up on, and before he was chairman, but certainly while he was chairman, prior to Mr. Adams succeeding him as chairman, made and in the early times of my participation on the board, made I think some significant strides in outreach to the district, in particular to the DSLBD, and streamlining the process of getting district companies to be able to be certified by the MWAA. Previously, it was a somewhat more challenging process, and that process is now much smoother. And it really is an emphasis on that the board has taken, and because of that, I think, and through that, and with Mr. Potter and his team's approach, a significant emphasis on outreach to small and local businesses in general, in Virginia and Maryland, but also a real emphasis and effort to reach out to the district, and that relationship with the district government, I think, is much more significant now than it had been, and Mr. Adams has continued that sets of relationships, and that outreach is much more significant than it had been in the past.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Ms. Patty?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would add is that if the percentage of DC contractors is down, it definitely is because of the pandemic. And that is something that all four of us do watch, is the percentage of DC contractors who are being awarded contracts at MWAA. And it's been robust in the past, and I'm sure that it'll be robust again once the pandemic eases.
It looks like Mr. Williams, Josh wants to be recognized. Good
morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
I agree with what my colleagues have said, but we have been having a problem that I do not know. I raised, but I don't know what the answer is. And that is, I am not really sure how much of what businesses, minority, local, and disadvantaged businesses, how much of what businesses they get trickles down to DC residents. I do not know when a contractor gets a contract from the airport, how do we track how many DC residents are actually hired by that business, and how much of the money that they get actually ends up in the pockets of DC residents? And it's a question that I have certainly been interested in and been raising, but I just do not know how we get to that answer. How many DC residents are actually benefiting from contracts which DC businesses are getting?
Yeah. Well, I'm out of time, so this is not a question, but let me just say that maybe the Airports Authority could be asking the contractors to keep track of residency. I'm going to turn to colleagues. Councilmember Louis George.
I don't have any questions for this panel, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Mr. Potter, I want to just ask you about the noise issue. I know that you said you were working closely with the FAA and, may not have all of the answers on the progress on noise, but kind of from your vantage point, where do we currently stand in making progress on reducing some of the airplane noise that is affecting our residents continually?
Well, we have the committee. We work very closely with the FAA. They are looking at a number of different navigational procedures to mitigate noise. That work will continue. I do think that one of the biggest challenges for all of us is going to be the fact that in the past year, there hasn't been the level of noise that we experienced in 2019. So a lot of what we're talking about was pre-COVID, noise levels. And we know, and we hope, we very much hope that passenger traffic will return, and with it will come some noise. So I think we can all expect that concerns about noise will grow in the next year, not because of anything other than the COVID period of time that we're experiencing now with very low traffic. But we continue to work with the FAA, continue to look at procedural options that they have to try and mitigate the number, the level of traffic that is above residential housing, maximizing what can be done above the river, but also they're looking at a couple options to spread out the path that planes take as they, enter and depart the airspace. So again, when it comes to who controls, who takes off and lands by hour of the day and the path that they follow, it's the FAA. We have no control, but we're trying to facilitate community input into their decision-making process. And we're going to continue to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. And, when you say regulatory changes, and I assume that a large part of that is new path routes, can you provide any insight on some of those new path routes that you're advocating for, or that there have been conversations around with the FAA?
There's nothing specific. It's just that in general, the path routes are maximize flights over the river, push the turn of planes further out from the city, because in some cases that, when a plane turns to the east or west, that, can impact local communities. And then it's the actual pathway of flights and where do they merge and how tightly do they fly, over our airspace. So it's a pretty complex set of things that I, quite frankly, am not qualified to talk about, but it's a myriad of things that they're looking at and trying to find, the best options that are out there to, again, mitigate noise. We're also kind of happy that 737 MAX has now been, cleared to fly, replacing older equipment with more modern equipment that produces less noise. Obviously, is advantageous to us. We got rid of the MD-80s early on in this process. We're looking forward to that. And as I mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that we maintain the perimeter rule, because if there are flights going beyond the perimeter, they tend to have larger aircraft. They tend to have more luggage on them, which is more weight, which produces more noise. So, and we're very happy with the fact that there is unanimity in this metropolitan area around that issue. And we're very happy to have the leadership on the Hill of Congresswoman Norton. We're a big fan, and she's been carrying a lot of weight for us there. So again, so there's a myriad of things that we're doing. Obviously, we want to be the best neighbor that we possibly can.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And do you all have any involvement with the helicopters?
No, we do not, but there has been some new legislation that has been passed that requires the Pentagon to take the lead on analyzing helicopter noise in the metropolitan area, and we're participating with them in that regard. The only helicopters we have on our airport property are Coast Guard helicopters. So we're going to work on that committee. We have a representative on that committee, but that is an effort that's being led by the Pentagon.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear that you'll be participating in that effort. I will just relay to you then that we continue to hear so many complaints from residents around helicopter noise, helicopters flying incredibly low in residential areas, which is understandably not just distracting, but concerning to many residents. And so hoping that that can be resolved and the height can be lifted in your consultation with the Pentagon.
And given the fact that so many of those helicopters are military aircraft, I think Congress did a good job in choosing the Pentagon to lead that effort.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I had one final question. With the pandemic, has Dulles been hit any harder than National or vice versa?
It's been vice versa, Mr. Chairman, up until now. It looks like, first of all, if you look on a percentage basis, Dulles right now, it had been operating at the beginning of the year above 30% of 2019 traffic. Reagan had been operating at about 20, but just in the past couple of weeks, we've seen Southwest add flights to Reagan. So Reagan in the last couple of days has just begun to have more O&D passengers than Dulles. And we're expecting that Americans are going to begin bringing some flights back to Reagan in April and May. So, if you look at this year, Dulles has been growing quicker, recovering quicker, I should say, not growing, recovering quicker than Reagan. But just in the last week, we see that starting to reverse itself. The good news for us from a Dulles standpoint, we do see United Airlines pushing more transfer passengers into Dulles. And so we hope that continues because that will prompt them to add additional flights. And again, once the restrictions are lifted, and obviously they're for health reasons, once they're lifted, I believe that we can make a very speedy recovery. And obviously, the tourism industry, which is a very big industry in the district, the hotels, the restaurants, I think we're all looking forward to the day that tourism comes back to the metropolitan area.
Yes. I'll leave it on that note. Thank you, Mr. Potter, and I want to thank by name our board members, Judith Batty, Thorne Posen, Warner Session, and Josh Williams. And Earl Adams, nice to meet you and thank you as well. So you all are excused, and we're going to turn now to the next agency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to turn to the Office of Zoning. And we have 27 witnesses before we get to the Sarah Barden, who is the director of the Office of Zoning. So we're going to call the public witnesses up. I'm going to do the first 15. Spencer Balog, who is with Casey Trees, Mark Eckenweiler, who's with a commissioner with ANC 6C, Coy McKinney, who's with Southwest Action, Pamela McKinney, Parissa Naruzi, who's with Empower DC, Nick Deladon, who's with DuPont East Civic Action Association, Laura Richards, who's representing the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Chris Otten, who's with DC for Reasonable Development, Bonnie Roberts-Burke, who's with the DC Association of Realtors, John Shaw, Andrea Rosen, who's with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, Katie Lang, who's with Brooklyn Manor Coalition, Minnie Elliott, who's also with Brooklyn Manor, Javian Dawson, and Ian Kuhn. And while those folks are coming in, folks will have 3 minutes each. And I'm going to, because we have so many witnesses today, I'm going to be paying attention to the clock. If you're in gallery view, the clock should be in the top row. Spencer Balog.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman
Morning.
Mendelson, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. Good morning. My name is Spencer Baylog, Conservation Planner at Casey Trees. And once again, thank you for this opportunity. Casey Trees is a DC-based nonprofit with the mission to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. We achieve this mission by planting trees, educating the public about tree preservation and care, and advocating for the protection of trees and green space. Development in the district is inevitable, and Casey Trees strongly believes that development and environmental protection can go hand in hand. There's a limited amount of undeveloped space in the district, and because of this, we need to be deliberate in our decision-making so as to ensure thoughtful, sustainable growth. Therefore, we recommend the following. First, we recommend memorializing the importance of green space in the zoning code. We recommend creating a new code that includes a park and open space zone, reflecting the fact that green space is not just an amenity, but a necessity for life in our current and future city. Second, we recommend requiring developments going through the PUD process to work more collaboratively with the surrounding community. In the updates to the comprehensive plan, OP encourages developers to meet with and receive project feedback from community members as soon as possible in the development process. While well-intended, this language will invariably lead to underrepresentation from the individuals impacted most. Requiring engagement will ensure that significant development projects meet tree and green space standards expected by the surrounding community. And lastly, we recommend preserving trees to the green area ratio. The intent of the green area ratio, or GAR, is to ensure that a certain percent of permeable land is retained to allow for the growth of trees and vegetation for both stormwater mitigation and cooling. Though it does attempt to incentivize retention of existing trees, the breadth of landscaping options in the GAR has allowed developers to remove existing trees and replace them with other landscape elements that provide lesser environmental benefit. We look forward to working with DOEE and the Zoning Commission to review the GAR and possibly amend to more specifically encourage retention of existing trees. Providing a higher value in the GAR calculations may rectify this, but in any case, a review of the current standards to better incentivize tree retention would be a positive step forward. Thanks again for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Baylor. Commissioner Eckenweiler.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Mark Eckenweiler, Vice Chair, here on behalf of ANC 6C to provide our official comments on the Office of Zoning and more specifically on the Board of Zoning Adjustment. As I testified on behalf of 6C earlier this year, the board's recent decision-making has been untimely and at times fundamentally incompatible with the regulations. Two cases exemplify those problems. First, in May 2017, ANC 6C filed a timely appeal that was BZA 19550, alleging several zoning defects in a construction permit. After multiple hearings, the board voted on December 19th, 2018 to deny that appeal. Today, 27 months later, let me repeat that, 27 months later, the board still has produced no written order explaining that vote. In that time, this project has been fully completed, but because there's no written BZA order, the aggrieved next door neighbor is barred, absolutely barred from taking an appeal to the courts. If an individual ANC commissioner wanted to pursue a petition, likewise barred. You can't do it until you have a written order to appeal. And so we're waiting here for over 2 years, still no decision. Now, Office of Zoning and the board are fully aware of this. They haven't just forgotten about it, because last August, I contacted the BZA secretary to inquire about the status of this opinion and was assured that this will be the next one that's drafted, although no timeline was provided. In fact, there have been opinions issued since then. As I stated in testimony earlier this year, we think this excessive delay is occasioned in part by the impossibility of writing an order justifying that vote consistent with the zoning regulations. And I won't bore you with the details. I've attached for your benefit a copy of our proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in that case. And in a more recent case, there was BZA 20163, an applicant who had made multiple fraudulent representations to DCRA and got caught, then came to BZA, and proceeded to lie to BZA in multiple ways. I recited those in various ways on pages 2 and 3 of our testimony. We called out each and every one of those misrepresentations. And not only did the board nevertheless grant the application, in its recent written decision, the board simply ignored. They didn't even address these objections that we had lodged, including the fact that these sun studies showed the sun in an absolutely impossible position in the sky on various dates. And I've attached as Exhibit B our motion for reconsideration that summarizes the problems there. So to conclude, there's a serious lack of rigor in BZA's decision-making, and we would urge, as we did in our earlier testimony this year, to have the council seriously consider bolstering the appointment qualifications. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clay McKinney.
Great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony regarding oversight of the Office of Zoning. My name is Coy McKinney. I'm a high school urban agriculture teacher and part of a team of neighbor volunteers who coordinate a community garden in Southwest and also organize with other volunteer neighbors to make our neighborhood more equitable and environmentally sustainable through Southwest Action. I've testified in front of the Zoning Commission on numerous occasions over the past couple of years, and overall, I've been disappointed in the decisions the Zoning Commission has made. There are, however, some aspects that I have observed that I believe are worthy of praise and would like to encourage the Zoning Commission to pursue further. But first, the bad news. The Zoning Commission's approval of projects with pitiful amounts of affordable housing has been very disappointing. Despite the comprehensive plan stating that affordable housing should be a civic priority, and my own neighborhood small area plan stating that residents wanted the area to remain an exemplary model of equity and inclusion, the Zoning Commission has approved projects that offer heartbreakingly low levels of affordable units during an affordable housing crisis. The Commission has been reluctant to make developers include more affordable units, even when it is demanded by ANCs and the community. In particular, I've been completely unimpressed with Commissioner Peter May's reluctance to engage on the issue. While Chairman Hood and Vice Chair Miller have discussed the issue of affordable housing during hearings, Commissioner May appears not only completely uninterested, but unwilling to take even the slightest bit of action to address this critical racial justice issue. His performance on the commission is certainly not the bold and courageous leadership we need our policymakers to be making in times of crisis. As a result of the Zoning Commission's decisions, my neighborhood of Southwest has been bombarded with market rate units, resulting in the median income of residents increasing 110%, the median cost of homes increasing 55%, and a significant decrease in the area's Black population. Despite my overall disappointment in the commission and the support I have for the experiences of Empower DC, the Grassroots Planning Coalition, and the Brooklyn Manor Coalition, and all the other groups on the front line fighting for justice, I have witnessed some events that deserve praise. Chairman Hood has been supportive of my advocacy and has created a place for me at the table to contribute my thoughts and ideas on affordable housing to policymakers and developers. These opportunities have been very educational. I'm hopeful that it will lead to effective policy changes. For this encouragement and opportunity, I'm thankful. I also want to praise Vice Chair Robert Miller, who has brought up the issue of affordable housing in all the cases I have observed, and has pushed applicants to consider the comprehensive plan and Southwest Neighborhood Plan in their projects. I also want to highlight Commissioner Turnbull, who consistently points out the location of IZ units in buildings. Although the practice of treating IZ units different from market rate units goes against the comprehensive plan, in at least one development brought by JBG Smith, JBG tried to put the solitary IZ unit in the project in the worst possible location. Commissioner Turnbull called it disgusting, which I wholeheartedly agree. In conclusion, I want to urge the Zoning Commission to use their position of power to stand up for housing and racial justice, to push for more voices like mine to be a part of the process, and for them to help the wrongs of the past by taking bold action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Pamela McKinney.
Thank you, Chairman and Council members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Pamela McKinney, and I'm a Ward 6 Southwest DC resident and a member of Southwest DC Action, a group of community members who organize and advocate for more equitable, anti-racist, and environmentally sustainable neighborhood. I'm speaking with you to share my experiences with the Zoning Commission. I have also submitted spoken and written testimonies to the Commission on multiple occasions over the past 3 years. What I have learned from my participation in zoning hearings is that the Zoning Commission operates in an unlevel playing field. Developers and land use attorneys dominate the discussion, and impacted communities who do not have the same experience and resources to engage in the proceedings are shut out. I work full-time in a school and have a baby at home. How am I supposed to be able to fully participate in these discussions? I can only imagine how much more challenging it is for communities with lesser means than myself to fully engage. I experienced this twisted setup firsthand when Commissioner Hood requested that the developers for zoning K0238I, also known as 4th and M Southwest, meet with my husband to discuss our group's concerns with the proposed project. The developer was then the only one invited to provide an update on those meetings. At those 2 meetings, the developer never took a single note. I did. When my husband asked to have his take on the meeting included in the record, it was denied. It doesn't make sense. While it's through the zoning commission that community benefits agreements are typically codified, there's no repository of agreements, which further limits the ability of the public to ensure enforcement or even know fully how funds are spent. The community is not even included in the CBA discussions. Just last week, I discovered that our ANC commissioner sits on a 5-member board of a foundation set to receive $100,000 from a CBA. This wasn't disclosed to the zoning commission until citizens like myself entered it into the record. This deeply concerns me. Who's watching the hen house? The composition of the commission lacks diversity. There are no women on the commission, nor any residents from Ward 7 or 8, community development experts, or people who have been most impacted by their rulings. This is unconscionable, especially given the deep inequality and racial outcomes that exist in our city. Another problem I see is the issue of standing. It is racially inequitable. Only landowners within 200 feet are given notice of zoning actions, and those who have standing are limited in how they can even contest a project, as I saw with the 4th and M Southwest project. Renters, on the other hand, are completely excluded from participating in this process, including public housing residents. This is a racist policy, as those most likely to rent and live in public housing are Black residents. 200 feet does not reflect the true radius of a project's impact. I do want to thank Commissioner Turnbull as well for always asking developers where their IZ units are. It's only because of this question that I've learned these units are always in the worst location in the building. For example, the one initial IZ unit for 5M Southwest overlooked the garage. We all know that was intentional. Thank you for letting me share my experience and concerns about how the zoning commission currently operates.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Parissa Naruzzi.
Good afternoon. I'm Parisa Naruzzi, Director of Empower DC. We're a community organizing group that's been around since 2003, working with some of DC's lowest income communities across the city with equitable development and stopping displacement among our core concerns. I want to echo a lot of what was said already in the last couple of testimonies, but I just wanted to put on record some of the court's own words in recent rulings on different zoning PUD appeals that were successful. So my big question today is, how is the Zoning Commission changing its decision making based on the fact that the courts have now ruled that certain aspects of decisions that the commission was previously not being inclusive of, like for instance, the impact on displacement and gentrification, the court has ruled actually are in their purview and must be considered. So a few quotes from different court appeals. The Zoning Commission, quote, must consider environmental impacts, whether both in deciding whether a PUD is consistent with the comprehensive plan and in deciding whether a PUD would have adverse effects. Quote, the comprehensive plan specifically addresses the topics of property values and displacement. Therefore, the Zoning Commission must adequately address those topics when deciding whether a PUD is consistent with the comp plan and whether a PUD would have adverse effects. Quote, it appears that a number of relevant DC agencies were invited to provide written reports concerning the PUD, but did not do so. It also appears that with the exception of a discussion of traffic impacts, the commission's order did not address whether the PUD would have an undue strain on public services. Regarding the Berry Farm appeal itself, quote, if a developer argues that there is a plan in place to ameliorate such potential adverse impacts such as displacement, then the commission must assess the adequacy of that plan in order to gauge the overall adverse impact of the proposed PUD. Quote, the commission also viewed some of the project amenities from a perspective that disregarded the existing community. For example, the commission viewed the, quote, substantial amount of open space and, quote, Central Park as project amenities, when residents currently enjoy an even greater amount of open space. So in other words, in this case, the homes, were townhomes with private yards, that was being taken away, but the commission's review was only considering it as a benefit, not also what the community was losing. And finally, the commission concluded that the relocation process was outside of its jurisdiction. That conclusion was erroneous. I think we need a lot of reform of the way that the agency is operating. I agree with the lack of diversity, the standing issues, but I did want to put on record these court rulings. And I ask you, Chairman, when you speak to the agency head, if you could discuss specifically how are they revising their review process post to these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nerozzi, what court case or cases were you reading from?
One of them, some of them were from the Berry Farm appeal, and the other ones, I'll get you all of the references. I was still typing my my written statement, so I'll get that to you.
Thank you. Nick Deladon?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association. DECA. DECA has partnered with Empower DC in its opposition to the comp plan. And this morning, I have only one thing to say this afternoon, is that the Grassroots Planning Coalition this week has filed for adjudication with regard to a letter that Mr. Hood wrote. And we would just like to stand up and say that we support that filing and that we are concerned in a larger respect with the peculiar relationship between the administration in DC and the developer class, and that it favors the developers over the communities and the residents who are our constituents and voters. And those are my remarks. I have more to say this afternoon at the OP hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deladon. Laura Richards. Ms. Richards, Laura Richards.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. I don't see you. I hear you.
Hi, hello. I think you can see me now.
I can.
Okay, great. 1 second. I will be right with you. Okay. I am pulling up my statement, Mr. Chair. I had to. Thank you for the opportunity to share the views of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Our comments center on the Zoning Commission's excessive reliance on the Office of Planning in both substantive and procedural matters. This reliance threatens the Commission's actual independence and already has harmed its appearance of independence. The Commission needs access to planners answerable only to it who can analyze and advise on pending cases. In addition, more attorneys will help the Commission better comply with the Administrative Procedure Act. The most serious instance of apparent loss of independence is the Commission's August 5 letter to the Council Chair, you, urging swift passage of the pending comp plan because, among other reasons, a number of cases were pending in limbo until the plan was completed. Upon learning of this letter in October, we asked the Commission to withdraw it. We also advised the Council of our concerns. And as you have heard, the letter is now the subject of an ethics complaint filed by another organization. The transcript of the public meeting in the Westminster Presbyterian case sheds light on the Commission's thinking that prompted the letter. I'm going to quote for a minute from that. Okay. I spent the better part of last year meeting with the chair, the council, and on the framework element. So much of our city is designated wrongly, has the wrong land use designation for the mayor's affordable housing policy. Those are comments of the vice chair. Quote, I do not like to zone for what the courts say. That's not my job. My job is to do what's right for the city. I have no problem sending Chairman Mendelson a letter and saying, get this done. Those are comments of the chair. And the entire transcript on this point bears reading. Our next point, on more than one occasion, substantive rule changes were designated incorrectly as technical fixes or minor revisions, having no substantive impact. This happened in the recently completed IZ Plus case. On the last day for public comment, a building industry group proposed an alternative formula for calculating IZ from the one the commission had advertised. OP incorporated the unadvertised formula into the draft rule it presented to the commission for final action, describing the changes as minor revisions. The commission started to adopt the rule before wisely deciding to reissue it for further comment. Another case, 1921, affected pop-ups and pop bags. OP insisted throughout the proceeding that the rulemaking was part of a technical reorganization of the regulations, and that while duplicative elements were removed, no substantive changes were made. Numerous witnesses at the set down and hearing stages contended otherwise. In a subsequent BZA case, 290, applying the amendments, it became apparent that important safeguards had indeed been removed. Finally, another case, 1413E, involved amendments to the penthouse regulations. Substantive changes there removed a large class of buildings from protections against visually intrusive neighboring penthouses. In this matter, however, the commission did assure that opposing views got a full and fair hearing. This must be the norm going forward. All of this illustrates why the Office of Zoning needs dedicated planners and more dedicated attorneys as well. Such staff would function in the same manner as do staff and counsel to other multi-member decisional bodies. To be respected, the deliberations of an adjudicatory and rulemaking body must be viewed as being fair. We believe our suggestions will help rebuild public trust in an institution that is, sadly lacking that at the moment. And I have one final comment, and it is unrelated to the foregoing. We would like to see the Office of Zoning start to use 3D before and after representations in map amendment cases. They have the capacity to do a 3D map. So we need to see it because there are going to be a lot of map amendment cases coming through, it appears. And some of them are quite, the land use changes are quite dramatic. And as these are considered, people need to know what they are in for. So that concludes our public statement, and a more detailed written comment is with you.
Thank you, Ms. Richard. Chris Otten. Chris Otten.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I don't have written testimony, obviously, in there just yet. We're just receiving the answers to your questions for this hearing as of yesterday, is what I got the link. I just want to put out there, this is nothing new. I'm going to review stuff I've testified before in the past. So there are broken systemic issues that this committee hasn't dealt with still. And then there's some new things I want to raise with some solutions. So back to the old things, we're talking about the zoning commission's disregard, if you will, or it's not in our purview language around displacement and allowing so little affordable housing to be included in major upzoning projects. There's also this sense of a predetermined feelings and outcomes in the negotiations and the discussions at the zoning commission, at the hearings. I have video evidence of that. But there's reasons for this. There's only 5 commissioners, one of who lives in Virginia. They're all men. There's nobody from east of the river. There's no black women. We want an expanded commission. We want real people who are facing displacement, facing the hammer of displacement on the commission, real people who are living in vulnerable communities so they can bring some real analysis to what has become seemingly a math problem in this whole situation, where people are becoming widgets, communities are commodities, and the city is a casino by which this zoning commission can rubber stamp all these projects. And so until we see an expanded commission and real people on the commission, we're going to keep seeing decisions come out of the zoning commission that disregards displacement and that disregards real affordable housing needs. Now, the other two new big problems here are delays on the written decisions, which prejudices parties in terms of their reconsideration rights, and then the notice. So somebody pointed out, they only have to deliver notice of hearings to 200 feet around any given project. And the Court of Appeals and others, common sense, within 5 blocks, a major project, like take Union Market, massive change there, the Wharf, Southwest, Navy Yard, Shaw. This is going to change your entire community. 200 feet around an area is not enough notice to get the community involved. And also the delay on written decisions. BZA case 20191, which is an appeal, it's been 6 months since the verbal decision. They're still not a written decision. That denial of a written decision prevents parties from filing motions for reconsideration, bringing up additional evidence and argument, and also their appeal rights. It's outrageous, and we want you to do something about that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. Bonnie Roberts-Burke.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And committee of the whole staff. I appreciate you for affording me the opportunity to provide comments today. My name's Bonnie Roberts-Burke. I've been a realtor and a small housing provider and a member of Ward 1 for over 25 years in DC. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the DC Association of Realtors and our professional members who work as property managers, title attorneys, and other real estate professionals licensed in DC. DCAR is also a voice for many homeowners, for buyers, sellers, renters, and for many housing providers. I'd like to begin by thanking the Office of Zoning and the Zoning Commission for moving on initiatives to increase housing production in Washington, D.C. Currently, the Office of Zoning is working through a package of inclusionary zoning cases aimed at increasing the supply of affordable housing units. Most recently, the Zoning Commission approved zoning case 20-02, known as IZ+. The Office of Zoning, with Office of Planning, did a superb job at providing thorough details explaining how the sliding scale requirements will operate, while also clarifying how PUDs, regular IZ, and IZ+ play a role in increasing housing production. Currently, the remaining 2 cases seek to expand inclusionary zoning in previously exempt areas of the city and target commercial conversion to residential units. While DCAR is generally supportive of the inclusionary zoning tool, we've raised concerns regarding the administration and the criteria requirements surrounding units for sale in previous oversight hearings. The positive news is that we are in contact with city officials surrounding these concerns. The Office of Zoning and Zoning Commission have their work cut out for them, vetting and analyzing various proposals to improve housing solutions in the district takes serious human capital, and we believe that they are meeting the task skillfully. The last point we'd like to make deals with the notification process involving cases that go before the Zoning Commission. We've heard from many in the real estate community who don't regularly track zoning cases that following updates sometimes provides challenging. The main issues involved include searching and understanding where cases are in the approval process. Zoning procedures are a complex process, and we believe that there's areas for improvement to help the public better understand the follow pending cases. The public needs more user-friendly tools to help understand what's going on in the process. In conclusion, DCAR thanks you for your public service and the work that you do on behalf of the district. We're always open to collaborate to help the government better serve residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members.
Thank you. John Shaw.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you very much for this opportunity as a private citizen of the Shaw Howard neighborhood to make some comments. I excuse my inexperience and my limited technical capabilities. I'm going to have to shift screens to read my statement. While there are many reasons the council should stop and reassess the future of Macmillan Sand Filtration Site, I will focus on only a few. This is an issue which should be front and center to each council person and each citizen of the district. It is not an ANC issue. It is not a ward issue. It is a whole of DC issue. Macmillan is the last best site for DC to have a municipal park, easily accessible to the young, the old, the physically challenged, and each and every DC citizen. There simply is not an alternative site of the size, history, and stature. Regardless of the motive which might be behind the mayor's office narrow focus of developing Macmillan under an obsolete plan and paradigm now decades old, the council should be held to a higher and longer term vision. I know for a fact that at least 3 current council persons have never seen or been within the underground chambers of Macmillan. I know this because they've told me so. I imagine there are others. The council is condemning, destroying, and developing Macmillan without complete knowledge of what they have been entrusted with. The citizens of the district have not been properly informed and educated as to what Macmillan is. Citizens and residents of the district all their lives. I know this because I recently had to brief 2 new ANC commissioners on the issue of Macmillan. The site has been kept secret and inaccessible to owners of this land, the citizens of the district, for too many years, and lies about the site have been allowed to be propagated. I respectfully request the following 4 items. 1, that the whole of the DC Council make a site visit to Macmillan above and below ground. Number 2, that the site be opened again for the public to see and be educated as to what this resource is and that it belongs to all of the district. Number 3, that the current development on the site stop and that the plans be reevaluated. And 4, that the council give full attention to alternative futures for this historical site, which would involve international design competitions for the green space above, as well as the underground spaces, which would take into consideration the changes to the district society brought by the COVID pandemic, and which would involve dedicating a municipal park for the district. If this site is developed under the current plan, it will be known as Mayor Bowser's Great Folly, but don't let it become also known as the folly of the district council. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Andrea Rosen.
I'm Andrea Rosen, a resident of Ward 4, testifying on behalf of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. By the Office of Zoning Independence Act of 1990, the Office of Zoning is meant to be an independent agency responsible for providing assistance to the Zoning Commission for purposes of assuring uncompromised decisions. The coalition's concern revolves around the Commission's compromising conduct and breaches of independence. The conduct I refer to is Zoning Commission Chair Anthony Hood's August 5th, 2020 letter to Council Chair Phil Mendelson concerning the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act, a letter that we believe crosses ethical and legal bounds. Chair Hood's letter goes beyond a disinterested query about the council's schedule for considering the bill. Rather, the letter urges swift passage by the council of the mayor's thoroughgoing amendments of the comp plan to enable the Zoning Commission to advance, quote, a backlog of cases that are in limbo, end quote. Chair Hood advises that, quote, updates to the comprehensive plan, including land use map and policy amendments, are needed to counteract adverse decisions by the DC Court of Appeals. In essence, the letter lobbies the council chair to disregard the council's process of holding public hearings on legislation and giving consideration to feedback from the public and other council members. It encourages the chair to adopt the mayor's changes wholesale, with emphasis on changes to the parts of the plan that inform the commission's deliberations and carry greatest legal weight. This is the same exhortation we have heard from the developers lobby and the mayor herself. The zoning commission seems to us not only to trespass on the council's legislative role, but also to violate its own reputed independence. Further, we discern that chairhood may be declining to consider cases because they can be approved only if and when the Office of Planning's profound changes are accepted by the council. His admission exposes the commission's bias to predetermine outcomes before a public process has occurred. This undermines public confidence in the impartiality and adjudicatory ability of the commission and seems to directly contravene the commission's rules of ethics, subtitle Z, 105.3 and 105.5. Moreover, the limbo in which cases find themselves because of a deliberate lack of action by the commission is artificial. DC has a comprehensive plan that is in force now to guide the commission's timely consideration of projects that come before it. Having suffered through 4 years of a president who sought to subordinate the other branches of government to his, we are sensitive to the fact that chairhood urges the chair of the legislature to collaborate with the executive to avoid certain findings of the judiciary, upsetting the balance of powers that are core to our system of government. Thank you for your attention and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. Katie Lang.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Katie Lang. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and an organizer with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. We're here today because we are witness to the harm that the Office of Zoning has done, not just to Brooklyn Manor, but to hundreds, if not thousands, of Black families in the district. This is a performance hearing, and I've looked at some of the documents prepared by the Office of Zoning. But my concern is, by what basis is the council to judge performance? Because here to us on the ground, the Office of Zoning is paving the way for developers to make decisions about our communities, and they have been very successful at that. Just look around the city to see all of the cranes and the empty luxury apartment buildings. The Office of Zoning and the Zoning Commission make consistent rulings that cause displacement of Black and Brown families. In the case of Brooklyn Manor specifically, which I know many of you are familiar with, the Zoning Commission ruled that even though the number of 3, 4, and 5 bedroom sized units was decreasing, so family sized units that are in sore need in the district, the number is decreasing with development, and that there was no guarantee from the developer that voucher holders would be able to return, the development is a public benefit. The Zoning Commission ruled that. And in a recent court decision, the court upheld the Zoning Commission's ruling. So I ask, how in a city with an extreme housing crisis is a reduction in affordability a public benefit? Certainly it was not a benefit for the families already displaced when Mid-City, who's the developer, tore down Block 7. And it is not a public benefit going forward. So if these rulings continue, how can the Zoning Commission and the Office of Zoning claim to be serious about racial equity? How will the Zoning Commission change its decision-making process to combat displacement? That's my central question. And lastly, I do have a note on the comprehensive plan proposed changes, and I've submitted these for public comment for the Office of Planning as well. It seems that in wanting fewer appeals and kind of streamlining the process, having fewer suits from residents attempting to fight gentrification, the Office of Planning went too far in the wrong direction to give developers more power and more automatic density through upplumbing of the plan, including the area concerning Brooklyn Manor, so that people can't sue or people can't intervene in the development process in the way that they've had to so far. To me, it seems instead the Office of Planning should have gone the other way, where people have more power and input to say what their communities look like and to create things like small area plans to work together on that. So thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to submit testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Minnie Elliott?
Ms. Elliott is unable to be here. She had a conflict today, Chairman.
Thank you. Javier Dawson?
Hi. My name is actually JV Dawson. That's totally fine. So I'm a native Washingtonian. I am a member of the Total Liberation Collective, Community Care Collective, Protest Aftercare Fund, as well as a member of the DC Democratic Socialists of America. Do want to mention with this redevelopment project, hundreds of families will be displaced, specifically Black and Brown families, similarly to that of Berry Farms. Right now, Berry Farms tenants, previous Berry Farm tenants actually were living there, were also told that they would be able to move back in. It's been such an extended amount of time, they are not coming back. There has been mention of there will be affordable housing units brought to these same families, but once the redevelopment happens, there will be a high shortage, specifically only 1 studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms units within this. If there are large families, how will large families fit in a studio, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms? The Zoning Commission also stated that Section 8 voucher recipients aren't needed to be protected by displacement, but these are DC residents who actually on these Section 8 vouchers specifically because they have either economic or career issues in which they actually need these. So why would this part of the community not need protection from displacement? As a native Washingtonian, I have seen the changes in population in terms of diversity take a sharp turn. With the redevelopment of Brooklyn Manor, these are one of the explanations as to why that has been happening. The Washington Post actually did an investigation that was done in 2016 of tenants being sued for as little as $25 because of late rent payments. Late rent payments have a late fee added, not forced evictions that have happened multiple times in which Brooklyn Manor has sued tenants. Because of this. This is continued oppression and racism through capitalism. There's constant comparisons to this community being changed similarly to that of the Wharf. The Wharf hasn't helped those displaced, and the communities that are literally 1 block away, a 5-minute walk away from the Wharf, have not benefited from the redevelopment of that area. Councilmember Kenyon commissioned a study published in June 2019 for the need of large units within DC. Yet he still wants to push the displacement of Black and Brown families who are in need of large units. Those within the commission and on the council certainly stated their support for the Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm sure had black boxes on their social platforms. Yet the Black Lives Matter movement includes supporting the community in all forms and not just prevention of police brutality. And that's to ensure racism norms of oppression aren't continued, such as through the displacement of Black and Brown families through pushing legal boundaries with scare tactics and lies. This redevelopment would not support the community who needs it and instead bring in gentrifiers who will cause the community prices to skyrocket even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. We're going to have a 5-minute round for questions. I don't know that I have a question here, but I think I need to respond to several individuals' testimony regarding the letter from Zoning Commission Chairman Anthony Hood. The criticism seems to be, and I'm looking at one of the statements, Ms. Rosen's, crosses ethical bounds and violates DC law. In essence, the letter lobbies the council chair. I'm going to stop there for a moment, and I would agree. It is the Zoning Commission lobbying the council to pass the comprehensive plan. And let me read the operative paragraphs. Skipping the first paragraph. On behalf of the Zoning Commission for the District of Columbia, I'm writing to inquire as to when the pending comprehensive plan amendment legislation is anticipated to be scheduled for public hearings and consideration by the council. I am sure that you are aware that there is a backlog of zoning cases that are in limbo until the comprehensive plan is approved. In particular, several updates to the comprehensive plan, including proposed land use map and policy amendments, are needed to counteract adverse decisions by the DC Court of Appeals in zoning cases, which support small area plans, land use dispositions, or other policies previously approved by the council. Therefore, it is imperative that the new comprehensive plan is finalized for use in making our decisions. The last paragraph, which is the next paragraph. I know a lot of diligent efforts have been put into the comprehensive plan by the council, the Office of Planning, and the public, so I'm not trying to rush your process, but the delay is having a negative effect on our process. It would be greatly appreciated if you could advise the Zoning Commission on the status of the comprehensive plan at your earliest convenience. If you have any questions or I can be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. So if the criticism is that it's lobbying the council, I would agree, but I don't see where it crosses ethical bounds. Now I realize that a complaint has been filed, I believe, with the Inspector General, so he'll look at that. And I don't believe that it violates DC law. I get letters all the time, and I would consider this letter to be fairly tame. It is from the Zoning Commission, which is different than individuals or organizations. But I assure you that with regard to the comprehensive plan, we've received letters lobbying us, far more specific, for or against amendments, map amendments or language, policy language, far more specific than this. And the criticism in the testimony goes on. The Zoning Commission's effort to try to circumscribe the legislature's role. Well, I'm not sure how asking us to give a status update or moving quickly is circumscribing our role. And I think I saw in one place urging the council to collaborate with the executive branch in order to circumvent the judiciary. Well, I'm not quite sure I read that into the letter as well. I'm just putting this on the record. So let me tell you, for example, in 2008, we received a court decision from the Supreme Court of the United States called Heller versus the District of Columbia, that struck down 2 provisions in our gun control law. I assure you that I immediately sat down with the executive to discuss how we could, and I circumvent's the wrong word, how we could respond and protect our gun control laws in light of the Supreme Court's decision. It's not unusual. In fact, I don't know that it is not unethical or illegal for the council to collaborate with the executive. Actually, the council would like the executive to collaborate with us more often. So there's nothing illegal there. And it's not unusual for the council to look at changing the law in response to judicial decisions, whether they're judicial decisions regarding gun control or our criminal code in general, or what the Department of Human Services is doing, our contracting process. We do that all of the time, and that is not illegal and that is not unethical. And I don't read into his letter asking us when we are going to have our hearings as urging us to circumvent having hearings or to circumvent a public process. Yes, the Zoning Commission seems to take a view that they like the mayor's proposal. They don't say this explicitly, but like this mayor's proposal, pretty much as is. We had a hearing with 150 witnesses, and I would say that 20–30% of the witnesses urged us to pass the comprehensive plan exactly as the mayor submitted it. Just as we received testimony from at least as many witnesses urging us to make changes or to send it back. These are positions, and taking positions is not a violation of the law or ethics. The letter is a public letter. That's why we're talking about it. It's not an ex parte communication. We are not a body where communications, ex parte communications are prohibited. And it's been done before by the Zoning Commission when we had the framework before us. There was a commissioner, Rob Miller, as a matter of fact, who sent an email to us, to me directly, asking to make changes to language to promote affordable housing. Nobody thought that was unethical or violated the law. So I'm just putting that on the record. I've now managed to expend more than my 5 minutes. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions?
Yes, well, I'm going to ask Ms. Rosen, would she like to respond since she was, go ahead.
I would like to respond. Number one, just because it's happened before doesn't mean it's okay. Number two, reading from the Rules of Ethics, Subtitle Z for the Zoning Commission, it says, members of the commission shall avoid all actions which might result in or create the appearance of the following. And B is, well, I'll start with D, losing complete independence or impartiality. E, making a government decision outside official channels, or F, affecting adversely the confidence of the public in the integrity of government. 105.5 says, in any proceedings before the commission, all members of the commission shall be prohibited from receiving or participating in any ex parte communication relevant to the merits of the proceeding. Well, I'm not a lawyer, but and you say that this is not ex parte, but I don't think likening a supposedly independent commission to a citizen, a voter, a constituent, a taxpayer is remotely, they're not the same. The relationship with the legislature is not the same. If the commission and the Office of Zoning are supposed to be independent and they are supposed to be impartial, they should not have an interest in the law that is about to be passed. They should be dealing with the law that currently exists. When the law is passed, if the law is passed, then they enforce that law, or they deliberate according to that law. But to hold back cases, waiting for a more advantageous law to come along, seems to me at least unethical. And while the letter states, I am not trying to rush you, in every other way it says, please hurry up. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen, for responding to that question and how you perceived it. I think the point of this that came up, I think is that we have to consider here is I do think that the idea that we lack diversity on the zoning board is a bit of a problem, especially having only 5 commissioners, no one east of the river, no Black women, and real people with lived experience. And so I'll be asking the zoning board questions on that piece. I heard a lot of testimony on the standing issue and those with standing having limited. Let me see who's the best person to ask this to. Early on, we talked about lack of standing. If anybody wants to speak to just some of the issues with the lack of standing, Laura Richards, I don't know if you wanted to speak on this. If you think that you could.
I think that that was not one of the issues I raised. That was one that I heard Chris Otten raise it.
Okay.
It is, so I will defer.
Okay.
Do you want me to quickly go into that, council member? So the big issue is notice, right? So who gets to participate in the project review? And if you go to any, before COVID zoning hearings, there'd be a handful of people in the room, mostly the developer's attorneys, right? And the architects, but were the residents there? And the real question is who's getting notice of the hearings, right? Now, that depends on your ANC, right? So there's discrepancies in how ANCs notice folks. That also depends on how the Office of Zoning sends out the notice. Right now, it's 200 feet from where the project site is. And we have court cases with Union Market where the court's like, clearly this project is going to affect like 5 blocks around it, or, the community. And all of those people should get notice, and they should be taught on the jargon and all of that. And that's ultimately, you can't get standing if you're not noticed, right? You can't get involved. So that's a big issue.
Okay, and then I know you spoke about the delay in written decisions. What are you seeing as far as how long these delays are occurring?
Yeah, so if it depends on who the party is, right? So if you are a developer, you can, the day that the verbal order is approved for like a zoning variance, you are given carte blanche. You can start going to DCRA and start getting your permits, right? Okay, that's fine. But let's say you're part of the public now and you have a real issue, a zoning concern about that project, and you bring an appeal, okay? And you raise up, you bring experts and you do all the work that it's required to do. And then the BZA says, nah, sorry, we don't agree with your appeal. And they do it kind of capriciously. We have to wait now for a written order to file a motion for reconsideration and file maybe an appeal, but at least a reconsideration, right? And so all of that prejudices us because the developer has the okay to start building. And we cannot file our due process rights under the APA to have it reconsidered. And it's a problem because there's real issues with asbestos, with McMillan is a big canary in the coal mine, if you will. But thank you.
Thank you so much. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So you all are excused. I think if you are go back in what I call the waiting room, you can still watch the hearing, or the hearing is available live on www.chairmanmendelson.com. Thank you all for your testimony. The next witnesses are Beth Wagner, Cambridge Giles, Joyce Robinson Paul, who's with Macmillan Advisory Group, and the previous two were with Brooklyn Manor Coalition. David Schwartzman with the DC Statehood Green Party, Ann Kalman with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition, Nicole Russell or Roussel with the Brooklyn Manor Association, Adam Eidinger, who's listed as resident Catharsis on the Mall, Daria Winsky, Paul Johnson, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 4C, Kathy Boylan, Dorothy Day Catholic Worker, Kate Taylor, and Graham Boyle. So let's begin with Beth Wagner, if she's here. Cambridge Giles.
Yes, good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Cambridge Giles and I am a Ward 5 resident. I'm a member of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. I'm testifying against the Zoning Commission's consistent rulings which support the displacement of Black and Brown families. The Zoning Commission is demonstrating that it does not have the best interests of the community when it consistently ruled in favor of a redevelopment project at Brooklyn Manor that reduces affordable housing and does not guarantee via written agreement by the developers to maintain a one-to-one replacement of all family units. The commission is not benefiting the community when you're displacing families. Also, the Zoning Commission is not protecting voucher holders from displacement either. What makes matters worse is that the commission is intentionally doing this when there is an extreme shortage of affordable family units, especially large family units in the city. It is dishonest to say that gentrification and displacement is out of the hands of the Zoning Commission. To reiterate some of the other speakers earlier, the courts have already ruled that this is untrue. Gentrification and displacement is in the commission's purview. And until the Zoning Commission starts ruling in favor of affordable housing for Black and Brown communities, the commission is blatantly dishonest about working towards combating displacement and working towards racial equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Joyce Robinson Paul. I don't see her. David Schwartzman.
Video. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm David Schwartzman, testifying on behalf of the DC Statehood Green Party in support of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition and Save Macmillan Park regarding both the decisions of the Office of Zoning and Office of Planning. For several decades, DC's economic planning policies have favored the big corporate and developer sector, driving gentrification and displacement of long-term, mainly Black residents, while contributing to shockingly high racial and economic disparities. Therefore, I add our voice against the Zoning Commission's consistent rulings which support the displacement of Black and Brown families. On this issue, I point you to the firsthand expert analysis of Minnie Elliott, president of Brooklyn Manor Brentwood Village Residents Association, which was in the Washington Post on March 5th of this year, and the very relevant, excellent testimony previously given. Now, on the issue of Macmillan Park, in 2015, Kathy Patterson, the DC auditor, reported that the developers, VMP, greatly expanded role and exclusive rights to develop, all without the benefit of a competitive process. In service to the developers, Council Member Jack Evans and Chairman Phil Mendelson decided to exempt Macmillan Park deal from the laws on the DC books requiring requiring competitive bidding for public land projects. Meanwhile, DC's taxpayers have put up tens of millions of dollars for developers to take the park land from us and profit from privatizing it. The public support for saving McMillan Park and against the city's plan have been clear and consistent, longstanding, and documentations in my written testimony. In recent years, as an environmental scientist, I and many others have testified to both the DC Council and Zoning Commission on these issues to halt the demolition and oppose the current taxpayer plan. And we can point to many examples of why this should occur. 20,000 new vehicle trips per day are projected, no significant public transport, virtually no low-income housing in the project, lack of environmental impact statement, and it ignores the Sierra Club 2012 report that half or more of the surface be devoted to contiguous park and park-like use. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartzman. I don't believe we have a copy of your statement.
It was emailed yesterday before noon, actually. PDF of my to the committee of the whole.
Okay, we'll look for it. Thank you. And Common.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to testify. My name's Ann Coleman. I'm a resident of Ward 3 and I'm a member of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition, but my comments are my own. They haven't been cleared with Brooklyn Manor leadership. I want to heartily endorse everything that has been said already by community advocates and about affordable housing, displacement. I especially want to endorse the comments made about Brooklyn Manor. And I just want to zero in on a couple of points. The Washington Post did a big study in 2016 and the cites in my written testimony on mid-cities harassment and attempt to evict tenants, and other people have already talked about that. Brooklyn Manor has 535 units, and in 2 years between 2014 and 2016, Mid-City brought 370 eviction actions. The tenants tried to bring this to the attention of the Zoning Commission, and the Zoning Commission said it wasn't part of their jurisdiction. At the same time, the Zoning Commission has said, excuse me for a minute, it does not believe that any displacement will occur, and it is further said that it is pledged to, quote, monitor the possibility of displacement carefully, and, quote, might impose additional on Mid-City to minimize displacement should that become a concern. Obviously, the commission is totally ignoring the reality, and maybe something needs to be done, like a further regulation, explicitly telling the commission what it needs to do and consider with regards to affordable housing, displacement, harassment. Harassment is a violation of the DC Tenants Bill of Rights and also a provision of the DC Code. I cite the Tenants Bill of Rights in my testimony. Cutting out large apartments is a violation of discrimination on the basis of familial status. So something has to be done to make these rulings in line with reality and the city's priority for increasing affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Nicole Russell or Russo? I don't see her. Adam Eidinger.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and fellow council members. I do not have written testimony. I'm speaking today on behalf of an organization I've helped found and nurture over the last 6 years called Catharsis on the Mall. We've held an annual vigil for healing on the National Mall, which is a week-long Burning Man inspired event where many local artists and musicians debut their large format art, as well as music and live performances, recorded music, DJs. And we've had our eye on the McMillan's Park site for many years as a place that should be turned into a functioning park again, because that's what it's supposed to be. It should have never been fenced up and cut off from the community. I've been fortunate enough to have visited the subterranean parts of McMillan, and I participated in an act of civil disobedience a number of years ago where we brought in world-renowned DJs, and these DJs played music, live mixing in the subterranean space. And what we found out is that it has absolutely amazing acoustics. So what I was hoping to add to this zoning discussion and put in your head is that just because if we prevent the planned or proposed development at McMillan, it does not mean we could not come up with a very lucrative and beautiful park. And I say lucrative because the park could be rented for musical performances that take place in the subterranean space. And also the park could be used for arts themed festivals. So I think we don't make enough space in Washington, D.C. for artists. I think there's actually a lack of space. It's very hard to get permits on the National Mall, which we've done for many years now, but it's getting harder and harder. And really, I think the city could generate significant revenue by having a small amount of development at the site, including retail, including housing, but actually preserving most of it as a park, like over 75% of it. And these subterranean spaces, which we know will not do well being demolished, there's asbestos most likely in that cement, and it'll be released. It'll be a huge, expensive, and possibly dangerous removal. Rather leave it there and turn it into a functioning facility. This is what the community is asking for, not billionaire developers from Manhattan. So I just wanted to put that out there. I appreciate having the time to speak. And if you have any questions about Catharsis on the Mall and this vigil for healing, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Eidinger. Daria Winsky. Paul Johnson.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Mendelson, Council Member Louis George. Happy to be here. I am a Ward 4 resident in Petworth near Grant Circle. And I am here in my capacity as a citizen to speak for myself. But I will also note that I am the chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4C, which is, as you know, is quite large and quite expansive from 16th Street near Rock Creek Park to the Soldiers Home, Lincoln's Cottage, Missouri Avenue approaching Maryland, and denser New Hampshire Avenue. I have more to say about Ward 4 and about our area in the Office of Planning Oversight. But I just wanted to offer a few thoughts now with respect to the ANC from our vantage point of being on the front line of interacting with constituents and residences as a hyper-local elected official. With respect to the Zoning Commission, I think that there needs to be more consideration of a leveling of the playing field with respect to knowledge and capacity as ANCs, how we act as a voice and a representative of the community being involved and meaningfully involved in the development process. For example, community benefit agreements. There's just not, I'm finding that there's just not the capacity with respect to training in terms of dealing with developers and agents and lawyers of the developers in terms of the basic blocking and tackling of a community benefit agreement, whether it be when to pursue it, best practices, a repository of precedent CBAs to refer to, what is binding, what is legal. These are very sort of serious implications, and there should be more oversight and resources devoted to that. I would also say surveying sort of early on in the process in order to solicit meaningful community input, to have relevant surveys so that we're really teasing out what the community wants. I would also say that the ANC role and the community role needs to have standing and to be meaningfully respected within the Zoning Commission consideration process. And if I could say one last thing, I think that I'm finding that there's wide latitude and discretion among ANCs in their capacity or even interest to solicit community input. And I think that that needs some attention, because this is a democratic process. We want meaningful input. There's inequities in terms of who has access to information. And I think that ANC should be enabled and held account to solicit meaningful community input in the development process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kathy Boylan? Boylan, sorry.
Okay. My name is Kathy Boylan. I live at the Dorothy Day Catholic Worker. It's a shelter here in Ward 4. I attend Holy Redeemer Catholic Church on New York Avenue Northwest, and then I'm a neighbor of the formerly Temple Courts area of the district. And I just go back in history a bit. I opposed the 2007 destruction of Temple Courts and its hundreds of affordable apartments. I remind you that 14 years later, the former residents have not been guaranteed the right to return to their former address on K Street Northwest when their new buildings finally rise from the parking lot their former home became for these many 14 years. Where did all those families go? Maybe some of them are at Brookland Manor now. And so now I stand in opposition to the continued destruction of Brookland Manor, the largest remaining affordable community in the city. I join with the Brookland Manor residents in demanding that Mayor Bowser, Councilman McDuffie, Kenyon McDuffie, and the whole council require the developer, Mid-City, to preserve 535 units of deeply affordable housing on site and at their original bedroom sizes and subsidy levels. That's 100 units of 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms. We demand that the Brooklyn Manor Management Company, called Edgewood Management, maintain the building at high standards, something that didn't happen at Temple Courts. You probably remember that. They just allowed it to, fall into such terrible disrepair. It was easy for Mayor Fenty to say, oh, there are rats in this building and we have to destroy it, rather than call in an exterminator. So all those poor people moved out 14 years ago. This is just a precursor for what's happening all over. And I hope it's on everyone's conscience, on the city council conscience, that happened and continues to happen to our people, our residents, our neighbors in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boylan.
Well,
Cindy.
I can hear you or almost heard you, but there you are.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kate Taylor. I am a resident and homeowner in Ward 5, and I am testifying in solidarity with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition and against the Zoning Commission's consistent rulings supporting the displacement of Black and Brown families. A lot of people have already talked about this, and I echo everything that's been said, in particular by affected people within the Brooklyn Manor Coalition and who live on the property. The ZC has perversely ruled over and over again that displacing families and eliminating some of the last affordable multi-bedroom family units in the midst of a housing crisis could somehow be a quote unquote public benefit. They've also ruled that voucher holders who are obviously extremely vulnerable to displacement don't need protection from displacement. If these rulings are allowed to continue, the Zoning Commission obviously can't claim to be serious at all about racial equity or combating displacement, and will in fact have contributed directly to displacing Black and Brown families and worsening racial inequities in DC, which are already in a really embarrassing place. After decades of approving every PUD before them while claiming that displacement and gentrification were out of their purview, the courts have ruled to the contrary. So like my neighbors at Brooklyn Manor, I'm demanding to know how the Zoning Commission will change its decision-making process after this ruling. And I'm also very curious to know what what my council members, in particular, my representative in Ward 5, are going to do about that. So looking forward to hearing some immediate, about some immediate changes and action taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Graham Boyle. Give me just a second here. I'm going to, instead of going first with questions, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, who's probably not expecting me to go to her right now. Councilmember? Well, let me ask a couple of things or say a couple of things. Commissioner Johnson, you had brought up a couple issues, but one of them had to do with training of ANC commissioners.
Yes, sir.
And I agree with you, that's a concern. I think that it's appropriate that the Office of the ANCs take the lead with that. Years ago, when I was an ANC commissioner, I took it upon myself, we're talking about many years ago, to provide opportunities to work with other ANC commissioners to learn how to go through the zoning process. It's a bit of a art, just as participating before the ABC board is a bit of an art. And I recognize that the folks feel that it's very unfair, but if you think that folks aren't trained in it, but if you think about it, you know, what one person may feel is completely inappropriate for the neighborhood, whether we're talking about a bar or a new house, another neighbor may think is great for the neighborhood. So should the government really be taking sides? When I say the government, I mean not the zoning commission, but in actually being an advocate the government being advocate for one side or the other in these cases. But the training is something that I think, and I'm mentioning this here because I think that's something that maybe you should talk to other commissioners about, your own commission, to advocate that the Office of the ANCs be involved with that do more with regard to that.
Yeah. Could I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, briefly, yes.
I think that's right. I think, personally, I'm involved in several coalitions. I spoke to a Ward 7 group about community benefit agreements and some partnerships that are underway in terms of some of the training to step into the breach. But I maintain that the spirit of, there's wide latitude of, frankly, interest, capacity to solicit some of this feedback and learn some of this stuff. And it does a disservice to the residents and their ability to participate in democracy in the planning process. And I think that some thought should be considered on how to level that playing field and some of the outreach in order to meaningfully solicitate community feedback in the development process.
I'm going to let it be at that and turn to another question. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Schwartzman, David Schwartzman. I love it when you testify and you throw things out. So exactly what did I do in 2015? I passed a bill to amend the competitive procurement process?
I didn't say that. I said that you allowed the BMP project to go forward without competitive bidding, which contrary to the decision of Kathy Patterson.
Hold on a second. I believe that the finding of the auditor was in 2015.
Yes.
And she was referring to some decisions that had been made in 2010 or 2011, maybe even 2012. Correct? And those decisions were made by the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, legislation by the council, correct?
As far as I know, Chris Sutton would have more.
No. You're the one who made the statement. No, you're the one who made the statement. Now, I realize that there are those of the view that the council should have adopted legislation affirmatively to stop the project.
Yes.
But that wasn't your statement. In response to the auditor's report and in service to the developers, Councilmember Jack Evans and Chairman Phil Mendelson decided to exempt the McMillan Park deal. But the auditor's finding related to decisions that were made 5 years earlier. And so I'm just wanting to be clear here whether there was some bill that I moved to the council that I don't remember and you're not identifying it.
I was at the hearing when you made the decision, actually.
I made a decision or the council makes votes?
You supported that decision, that this project would proceed without competitive bidding. I was at that hearing.
Well, okay, well, I maybe supplement the record because there was not a decision by the council regarding procurement of McMillan that I recall. And if the auditor, and if I remember correctly, the auditor not so much found as said that she looked like there had not been the appropriate process. But even if we stipulate that the auditor said the process was wrong, it was a process that had occurred 5 years before that hearing or 4 years before the hearing. Let me just say one other thing, because there's been testimony here regarding a couple of projects. One is McMillan Reservoir and another is Brooklyn Manor. These are projects that were decided by the Zoning Commission. I think there's a little bit of irony that I think there's a suggestion that the council should intervene in that independent process after there's been testimony about how horrible it was that the Zoning Commission sent us a letter regarding our process. But be that as it may, the zoning process is independent and they're not decisions by the council. What happened in Brooklyn Manor, in the testimony that I'm hearing, concerns the zoning commission's decision. And it's almost akin to our being asked if the court, Superior Court was before us, that we should somehow weigh in on a decision of the court. Not that I think we can, and I don't think we can with the zoning commission. Now, having said that, I think that it's completely appropriate that folks are using this hearing as an opportunity to say to the zoning commission, in a format where you can say this, because you can't say it at the zoning commission hearing in a case, that you think the zoning commission has got it completely screwed up and they're not being sensitive and they're missing the point, and all of the other things that have been said in criticism. I think that's completely appropriate. But there's not, outside of our having this hearing and affording this opportunity, there's not legislation that we can move that would speak to these decisions that were made not by us, but by the zoning commission. I'm going to try one more time and see if Council Member Lewis George is here.
Sorry, I'm over on the judiciary, so I just want to thank this panel. I don't have questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member. And actually, I neglected to read this into the record. My understanding is that with regard to Brooklyn Manor, the proposal demolishes 19 buildings, creates 8 new blocks of development. The new development will consist of approximately 1,760 residential units, which I believe is considerably more than are there now, of which approximately 22% of them will be affordable. Now, what I have before me doesn't say what levels of affordability. And I do recall that the mixed family mix, that is the side bedroom mix, was different and not as large. But 22% of 1,760 residential units is roughly 170 and 170, 340, close to 400 residential units. Just putting that there for the record. Give me a moment. That's going to conclude the questioning for these witnesses. I want to thank each of you. We're going to turn now to Sarah Barden, who's the Director of the Office of Zoning. Ms. Barden, before you begin, is there anybody else that you want to be let in to participate?
Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill and Commissioner Miller.
Okay. Let's pause for a minute while they get let in and I get my papers in order. Ms. Barden, I don't believe that Rob Miller is here.
That's all right. That's right.
Okay. So why don't you proceed however you want to?
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. With me today is Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill. I am very glad to be here with you today to testify about the accomplishments of the Office of Zoning over the last fiscal year. As usual, I would like to start my testimony by taking a moment to thank the OZ staff for their hard work and dedication to public service. We work together as a strong, cohesive team, day in and day out, as we provide service to the public, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Zoning Commission. We have provided a letter containing answers to the questions included in the City Council's letter of February 19th. When the pandemic hit last year, OZ worked to adapt to the new conditions. When the physical offices closed on March 13th, 2020, OZ did not know how long the closure would last. All public meetings and hearings were suspended, and we began to look into going virtual. We brainstormed to address all potential legal and notice issues, and we worked to ensure that we could facilitate fair, accessible hearings for everyone. We were able to resolve all issues and concerns, and the Zoning Commission and BZA hearings and meetings resumed the week of April 27th, 2020. Over the last year, there of course have been glitches, as can be expected with technology. But by and large, the feedback we have received is that the virtual hearings and meetings have been a success. The following comment captures the sentiment of most of the responses we received from a survey. I was skeptical, but I've been extremely impressed at how well these virtual hearings have worked since last June. In addition to not having to travel to 441 4th, the hearings have been efficient and organized. While I do miss seeing people, and it is harder to get the feel of the room, I would be in favor of continuing virtual hearings even post-COVID. That's how well I think they have worked. OZ will be exploring ways to incorporate virtual testimony when in-person hearings return. We have found that there is an increased participation in cases because of the ability for the public to attend remotely through WebEx or by phone. The following comment captures what needs to be fixed. Lack of schedule structure remains a serious problem. If one's case is later in the agenda, there is no way to ensure ability to participate short of hanging on the line, often for hours, waiting for the earlier cases to conclude. Given the variability in case proceedings, fixed times are not an option, but DCOZ could and should do more to respect the time of parties and witnesses in later cases. Suggestion: establish a system of auto notification by text or email when the immediately preceding case is called. Currently, OZ has a staff member who calls public witnesses when the case before theirs is starting. In response to these comments, we are also looking into ways to send text or email alerts, and we are exploring other ways to ensure the predictability of case start time. Next, I would like to address OZ's FY 2020 performance measures. Due to the suspension of services that resulted from the pandemic, OZ did not meet a few of its key performance indicators. OZ had to suspend its zoning certifications on March 13th when the physical offices closed. We were able to resume service in May when some staff returned to the office. Thus, 9% of Z-certs in FY 2020 were not completed within 5 business days. Secondly, because hearings were suspended for nearly 2 months, it created a backlog of cases that had to be heard before any newly filed cases could be scheduled. Thus, while OZ has not been able to meet the measure of holding hearings within 3 months of filing, they are being scheduled at this point 3.5 to 4 months after application. I would like to just point out one more highlight before I close. At the beginning of FY 2020, the Zoning Wizard and ZDoc modules of the Interactive Zoning Information System were chosen to receive a 2019 Public Sector Innovation Award at the GNC Government Innovation Awards. And actually, one more thing. We will be holding ANC training on zoning basics on Saturday, March 20th and 23rd. We already have about 100 commissioners signed up for that. And if the ANC member who spoke earlier would like to participate, please contact us. The advanced zoning information training dates will be forthcoming. In conclusion, we are extremely proud of our accomplishments and are optimistic that we will continue to advance to new heights in the remainder of FY21 and beyond. I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, Chairman Mendelson, the City Council, and Mayor Bowser for your ongoing support. This little office could not function as it does without the unfaltering support it receives from all of you. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill for their steadfast support of our office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barden. And I'm assuming that there are not remarks from Mr. Hood or Mr. Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I had a quick, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I had a quick statement because I know you're on time. If not, I can not do it. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
No, you can go for your quick statement.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Council Member Lewis George, and council members and staff. My name is Anthony Hood, and I am the current chairman of the Zoning Commission. I don't want to take up a lot of your time this afternoon, so I'll keep my remarks very short. I want to express my thanks and support for the Office of Zoning and its staff under the leadership of Director Barden. I must say, when the call went out for us to continue our work for the Office of Zoning, we never missed a beat in providing excellent service to all. The office found a way that has worked well for the Zoning Commission and the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and all to continue operating to get the work done so that the cases are not held up for months or at this point, a year. I want to thank everyone who brings added value, whether it be pro or con, to the discussion of zoning in the District of Columbia. With that, Chairman Mendelson, I will close and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Mr. Hill, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, I'd like to just go ahead and second everything that Chairman Hood said. I'd like to thank the Office of Zoning, OAG, and we're now in a virtual world. We've had a tremendous amount of success doing it. I want to thank the Council Member Lewis George also for being with us today, and just enjoyed the virtual world thus far. And thank you again for the opportunity. Thank Mayor Bowser for the opportunity to continue to serve. And Chairman Mendelson, I'm still here.
Thank you. I can see that. All right, we're going to try a 10-minute round of questions. I might have a few additional questions. I first want to ask about legal staff. 2 years ago, we included funding to increase the FTEs on the Office of Zoning staff to try to get some folks off of the Attorney General staff. How is that transition going?
It's going well. We transitioned the MOU money to our agency. We hired the 3 attorneys, and then they've been detailed back to OAG.
Okay, and for fiscal year 22, it's probably too soon to say because you don't know what your budget looks like, right. But how many attorneys should you have on your payroll?
Right now, we have the 3 attorneys that were detailed back to OAG are on our payroll.
And then you have some on your staff as well?
We have 1, yes.
For a total of 4?
Correct.
And so it should be next year?
I'm sorry?
It should be the same next year?
Yes, it should be the same next year.
And the coordination with the Attorney General's office is going well. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, it is.
You've had a backlog of BZA decisions. What's the current backlog?
The current backlog, I believe, is 48.
And what is a backlog? Is it 6 months, a year, 2 months, just pending?
It can be anywhere. I think somebody testified earlier, 27 months. It could be 27 months. It could be all the way to 1 month, something that was decided last month.
So it's pretty much anything that's pending?
Anything that's pending, absolutely. Any full order that's pending. Well,
let me ask you about that. I'm pretty sure this came up last year. The case that Commissioner Eckenweiler talked about, an ANC 60 you voted on in December of 2018, and there's still not a written order?
There is not a written order on that one. So generally, these orders have to be legally sufficient to lessen the likelihood of an adverse decision at the Court of Appeals. And so in response to some concerns a few years ago, that these draft orders were being taken verbatim from the applicant's draft orders, OAG has taken it upon themselves to draft these orders from scratch, which has added to some of these delays. And again, I would say the timing of an OAG order also depends on the complexity and the availability of the attorneys that are assigned to it. So I'm told that they're addressing the backlog as fast as possible.
Well, there's no justice served when the building gets built while the order still hasn't been issued. What about the second issue that Commissioner Eckenweiler brought up, which was a different BZA case in which the ANC says that the applicant misled. ANC 60 identified all of these falsehoods along with other misstatements and misrepresentations. The BZA nevertheless approved the application. The board simply ignored our concerns, which seems to me would be a violation of great weight.
I have to go back and look at what case that is. I don't know if anybody else knows what that is.
I think, Ms. Barden, that's under, I think that ANC had just filed for reconsideration of that case.
So that's an open case.
So Mr. Hill probably doesn't want to be talking about it because of ex parte rules.
Right.
I really don't think I can talk about that particular case right now.
Yes. Right. Well, it is a concern to me that the board should always be listening to, no, not listening, I don't mean to say that the board should be giving great weight to the issues and concerns raised in the written recommendations of the ANC. And if the ANC brings up allegations of falsehoods, that needs to be addressed. It reminds me of a case when I was an ANC commissioner and the applicant wanted an extension on a non-conforming structure, adding to the back. It was non-conforming because of the side yard, and the plans they submitted had somehow flipped the numerals in the dimension. So instead of it being 3.5 feet to side yard, it was 5.3 feet. We didn't know, innocent mistake, just for what it's worth. Well, I think I would appreciate, Ms. Barden, if you could address the concerns to me after this hearing in writing that were raised by Commissioner Eckenweiler.
Okay.
Do you need a copy of his statement?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, we will get it to you. I think we'll just include the statement. He had attachments. I'm looking at staff. He had attachments. I think we'll just include the statement. Otherwise, we might run into record issues. This question came up in the testimony that we've just heard. How has the zoning commission changed its decision-making and orders in light of the court decisions over the last couple of years? Ms. Barton, you might speak to process. Mr. Hood, you might speak to the deliberations.
Okay.
I'll let you start.
Well, I'm gonna use a live example, Mr. Chairman. Prior to the board issuing, the courts issuing the ruling to us on the Berry Farms case, and I think I can talk about that. I don't think that's live. That case is over and done with. So hopefully I'm not running afoul. But I can say prior to that, the commission has always been mentioned. Some of the folks who spoke today were exactly correct. The commission, we had no jurisdiction over gentrification. But since the courts have ruled that to us, we have indeed brought up gentrification, have indeed put in place, and I think the Brooklyn Manor case shows it. But what I would tell, the good thing about this era is that if we go back, and I did that when the op was in the Washington Post, if we go back and look at 2015 on the video, and that's what's so good about this era now, on November I wrote the dates down, November the 7th and November the 11th, 2015. I would encourage everyone to watch that hearing and see exactly, and I know it's 2.5 hours, and I know people probably don't have that much time. You can always fast forward. But I think it's very important to see in real life what the zoning commission actually really did. One of the things that we have put in place, and especially we did it with Barry Farms, but it was overlooked, that they could not continue to build until there was an assessment done for the residents who were there during the time previously were analyzed to make sure that they can come back during the good times. And one of the things that we asked them at the hearing, and this is on tape, you don't have to take my word, just watch the tape. One of the things that we did ask is that the entities that were controlling that operation make sure that residents were, whatever the HUD laws are, I wasn't that versed on it then, and I'm still not, whatever they were, that they were able to be able to come back to the residents, whether if they were back on rents, if there were some things out of place, then we asked them to look at those kind of things and get them prepared so they could come back and come, because we didn't want the same thing that happened to the courts. Those are the things that happened. Some of the people that testified today, I understand their concerns, but you got to watch the whole hearing. You got to look at the order. You got to look at what the commission said. And another issue, I live over here near Brooklyn Manor. I had not moved. One of the things we heard at the hearing, and I don't know whether it's on jurisdiction or not, but we took it. I understand the officers were harassing people. And we, from the dais, told them they need to change that force. And I even told them I'm right here, I'm gonna ride by and look. So we have done, and that's not necessarily germane, but getting to some of the points that I heard today, there are things that we have done really that probably were outside of the scope, or at least asked. We made the ask of things that may be outside of the scope of what we're entitled to do. Now, my request for the for the comp plan analysis, that's our guide. That's our guide. I'm not trying to put anything in. I'm not trying to put anything out. I just want the guidance and the roadmap so we can kind of fine tune some of these things that were mentioned here today. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Barden?
Okay. I would say a few things are orders were reformatted to specifically deal with the contested issues. I would say additional training for the zoning commission and the BZA based on those legal cases, and also incorporating those guidelines into OAG's legal counsel to the board and commission. I would say those are the changes.
And orders are being originally written now.
Correct.
I have a couple more questions, but I'll turn to Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start with just a few questions that we heard come up at the hearing today. And I'd like to start with the one of diversity, because I think this has been a huge topic, I think, in our nation and in our city over the last year. Her testimony that we only have 5 commissioners. We have no one from east of the river, i.e. Ward 7 and Ward 8. We also don't have any Black women on the board, and people and real people who are living in the experience. How do you all consider diversity on the board?
Unfortunately, we don't, we're not a part of the process of who's on the board. The executive nominates and the city council approves. I know it is very difficult to find nominees who are qualified that have the time to serve, because being on the board and the commission are very, very, very time consuming. But that's where we stand.
Okay.
Right.
Another issue that came up is really this issue of standing and notice. what's the current notice process, and how limited is it, and what changes or room is there to grow that standing, the notice requirement and standing for residents?
So pursuant to the zoning regulations, notice is given to the 200 footers around a property. The property is also posted. The ANC is given notice, and they also give notice to the public, as well as it's in the DC register. We also have an application on our website where anybody can give a mapping, basically do it by ward or by ANC, where you can receive notification of any case that's filed the moment that it's filed. So if for instance, you live in ANC 3D, you may not be noticed because you're not within 200 feet. But if you say, give me all notices for projects that are upcoming in this area, you will automatically be noticed. So that might assist. I can't remember who testified earlier.
But it won't so they'll get noticed, but they don't necessarily have standing because they're not in that 200 parameter.
They're just not going to get the notice. Exactly.
Ah, okay. And so that's through regulation. So it seems like there's a few things that are on our end. The diversity piece is sort of on the executive end, but also the improvement, and then this piece of notice and standing and who has that. We also heard
Councilmember, if I can jump in and I'll give you.
Yep, I got you.
Standing isn't dependent on notice. Standing is whether one is especially affected. So a person can live 400 feet, 1,000 feet, if they can demonstrate that they're affected. Actually, standing is granted by the commission, although I suppose the commission could deny standing, and then the individual could appeal that they should have gotten standing. But standing is dependent on how one is affected.
Right. What I was saying is, so it is but it's connected to notice. So I mean, I can theoretically ask for it, right? If I live and I'm in the outside of that 200, but I won't necessarily get it. I won't get the notice unless I'm in the who's considered to be, like, I guess the most impacted, right? The whole, like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I was speaking to. That's the notice issue, is that you just have to be an informed resident with a lot of time to be able to ask this question and it won't be given to you, essentially. It's on you're honest.
Essentially. Yeah, to use up your time. But
yeah, I'm still going.
Okay.
I want to talk a little bit also just about the issue of how long it's taken for written decisions and the delay in the written decision process. Could you speak to just why we are seeing these delays in written decisions?
Sure. So I was saying that legally, these full orders must be legally sufficient to lessen the likelihood of an adverse decision in the Court of Appeals. And so I was saying that a few years back, there were concerns that the applicant's draft order was being used almost word for word to complete the full order. And so OAG has taken it upon themselves to write these orders from scratch. So it's taking a little bit of a longer time to do that. And also an order and the amount of time it takes to write depends on the complexity of that order, as well as the availability of the person, the attorney that's writing it. So there is a bit of a backlog, but they are trying to address it as soon as possible.
Okay. What's the statutory requirement on it, or how long they have to respond to written?
There isn't one for the BZA unless it's foreign mission, I believe. Okay. And I think there may be one I have to double check on the zoning commission side.
Okay. And then I wanted to go to just sort of the question of the approving of, I guess, projects. I know Chair Hood, previously there in a public hearing, there was some statement about the more housing we get, the more prices go up. This is from it's May 10th, 2018 public hearing. The question is, if housing prices are not never go down, then why is the commission continuing to approve projects?
So thank you for the question, Councilman Lewis George. I will tell you the projects are there. That was this independent commissioner's analysis. It wasn't the other four. So I want to make sure that I take ownership of that statement, because as I've heard from residents and what I've seen, I don't live on promised land. I'm going what actually happens. But the professionals, some of the housing professionals say, because that's an argument. Some of the housing professionals say the more housing we get, the price will come down. So I don't know if we ever got to that point yet. But as far as this commissioner only is saying, we haven't got to that point. And you're exactly right. I said that statement, and I stand by that statement. But some of the things I've heard, especially from Mr. McCoy and others, are things that I take to heart. This is not new to. I'm not new to this. I'm true to it. But I can just say that one of the things that but we also have regulations we have in place. I had from another hearing that said, forget about what the law is. This is what we want you to do. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is work on how, from a zoning regulations, and I'm willing to do it. But as you know, council member, there's some other factors that come into place into any decision. Unintended consequences come into place, and all those things that will have to be worked out. And hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Has any large scale projects, ever been rejected?
I don't. Actually, let me just, and I've said this some years back. What normally happens, council member? There have been cases, and a lot of people don't see this. There have been cases that have been presented in front of the commission for a set down to get started. And I've said it comes in like and I used this example before. It comes in looking like a letter A, and because we won't set them down, we tell them to go back and change it. There are cases where we tell them that you have to reduce your footprint. There are too many impacts. So when we have those cases that we feel are not relatively right, we send them back, and we make them go back to the drawing board or go back and fine tune it before we deal with it. But while I have the mic, let me just say we are joined by Vice Chair Miller. He wants to opine on something, because we all have our each individual opinions. But if he wants to opine, since he's here, he can also do that as well. So
I have 48 seconds left. So I just, if he wants to respond to that, just also respond encompassing to that. We just heard a number of testimonies regarding, I guess, DC being, named one of the most gentrified cities from a number of witnesses. Has the Office of Zoning ever performed a look back over to see whether affordable housing was created and maintained through any, I guess, like PUDs or IZ projects? And if so, where can we find those results?
We have, okay. No, we have not done that. I know that we've tried to start a few projects where we're basically trying to do an Excel sheet with every project and how much affordable housing, and we're trying to map that, but that's something that's in process and has been delayed over the last year because of other things that have come up, like trying to do virtual hearings. So that is on our mind, to do some kind of study and mapping of all the affordable housing cases that have come through our office.
Okay, I think that would be something that would be really, I guess, useful for the public and for the community, and sort of help this very difficult, I think, conversation that's happening citywide. So thank you so much. I think that's my
Council member, may I just answer the question about diversity that you brought up just real quick? I mean, again, on the BZA, I mean, there's 3 members that are sent down from the executive. I mean, I consider myself Asian American. I mean, my mom's Asian, my father's part Native American, and the 2 people that were on there before me were both women of color. And now there's a man of color that's coming on that you guys just approved. All 3, I mean, it can't get more diverse for my group, right? And in terms of where we live, I mean, I live in downtown, I live in Penn Quarter, meaning I live in a dense area. I'm not up somewhere where none of this, zoning takes place to me. I live above retail. I'm just trying to share my perspective on my board and what the executive has sent down for my board.
I'd forgotten, we just approved Carl Blake, who's a resident of Ward 4, I believe. I was going to say something. Yes, Commissioner, Council Member, your question made me think. A planned unit development, when it's approved, there's a covenant that has to be filed that runs with the land. And if it depends on how the order is written, but if the order is written right, and I think usually with regard to the affordable housing, it's written right, then that affordable housing is a covenant that runs with the land. Now, whether it's enforced or not, I think that's up to people who are paying attention. But if you're talking about a multifamily building, there's probably somebody who's paying attention. There might be government vouchers that are tied up with the project. So that's another way that they'll be monitoring, but it'll be a covenant that runs with the land.
Okay, that's good to know.
I had a couple more questions. Ms. Barden, the number of appeals to the Court of Appeals, which I guess would be both BZA and Zoning Commission, was 6 last year.
I believe that's
Zoning
correct.
Commission.
Let me just bring up my chart here.
I'm looking at a table. There were 18 in 2018, there were 14 in 2019, and there were 6 in 2020. That's fiscal year.
That sounds right.
Is that because there's less PUD activity? I'm assuming these are all PUD cases. Is it there's less PUD activity, or the orders are written better? Why 30% of the cases that were filed in 2018?
I would say that's both of those are possible. I don't have any way of telling why appeals aren't being filed, but it could possibly be both of those things.
Well, you do have fewer cases.
We have fewer cases last year, yes, because presumably because of the pandemic. We had a reduction of about 30% on the BZA side. But I don't know if that plays into it either.
Yeah, but the zoning committee, most of the appeals are PUDs, right?
There are some BZA cases as well.
Okay.
There are a few.
How many Court of Appeals cases are pending right now?
Ooh, I don't have that number. I don't think I have that number in front of me. But it can't be any more than about 10, I would think.
And are any of them a bit long in the tooth, so to speak? You're saying that they've been pending in the court for 2, 3, 4 years.
Right. So I actually have that there were 4, back in February when I last checked, there were 4 zoning commission cases that were pending. Since then, 2 of them have come in and they were affirmed. So there are actually only 2 on my list that are pending on the zoning commission side.
Okay, and have there been adverse decisions from the court? Adverse meaning either that the appeal was sustained or the case was remanded. Have there been any adverse decisions in the past year?
There was 1 on the BZA side. The rest were either dismissed or affirmed.
What was the one? Was it affirmed or dismissed? No.
There was 1 remand and then the rest were affirmed or dismissed.
Your website. Describe what additional work was completed on the OZ website and the, how do you pronounce ISIZ? Is that ISIS?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like that. Information system. OZ requested capital funding in the last fiscal year, but anticipated using resources strategically to continue to improve the system. Say more.
Did you say tell me more?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so we are continually updating the system, including forms to make it easier for people to file their cases, forms to make it easier to file for party status, ways for the public to interact and get information more easily. For instance, that notification system that I talked about earlier, that was built. I'm trying to think off the top of my mind all the things that we built. We had to design ways to help with the virtual hearing, the signing up to testify, also ways for people to research information through ISIS. So we're continually trying to make the system more user-friendly and allow the public to gain more case information and zoning information. We're also in the process right now of building a more user-friendly zoning regulation that we're actually all using in-house right now, and it will make life so much easier for anybody who has to navigate our regulations. So all this to say, we're continually trying to help the public gain more access to our information.
And doing it within budget, meaning you don't need additional capital money for the coming year.
The coming year, I do believe we have, for the coming year, we're fine. It's the year after, that's what it is.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for you. I went a little over, not that I want to encourage more questions, but Councilmember Lewis George, did you have anything final?
Nothing final at this moment, just because I have to hop off to judiciary. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hop off to the Office of Planning. So I want to thank you, Ms. Barden, Mr. Hood, Mr. Hill, Rob Miller. Thank you all very much. And you're excused.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you.
So we're moving now to the Office of Planning. And we have 40 witnesses who've signed up. So I'm going to call the first 20. Spencer Baylog, who's with Casey Trees, Nick Sementelli, Alex Baca, who's with Greater Washington, Coy McKinney with Southwest Action, Parisa Naruzzi with Empower DC, Sabrina Rhodes, who's an ANC commissioner, William Jordan, who's with Park Morton Equity Team, Nick Deladon with DuPont East Civic Action, Renee Bowser, who's an ANC commissioner, Christopher Williams with Southwest Voice, Pamela McKinney, Robert Warren, who's with People for Fairness Coalition, Reginald Black, who's also with People for Fairness Coalition, Kirby Vining, who's with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Sydney Householder, Molly Muhammad, who's an ANC commissioner, Cheryl Court, who's with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, Chris Otten, who's with DC for Reasonable Development, Cecilia Waldeck, who's listed as a public witness, Rebecca Miller, who's with the DC Preservation League. And let's start, please be mindful of the clock. If you're in gallery view, the clock should be, I believe, in the top row. Folks have 3 minutes each. Mr. Baylog, nice to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you again as well. And thank you for the second opportunity to testify for the Office of Planning. Good afternoon, my name is Spencer Baylog, Conservation Planner at Casey Trees. And once again, thank you for this opportunity. Casey Trees is a DC-based nonprofit with the mission to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. We achieve this mission by planting trees, educating the public about tree preservation and care, and advocating for the protection of trees and green space. Thank you for focusing on tree protection and improvement in the newest version of a comprehensive plan. This update adds tree canopy protection and improvement to the various environmental elements of the newest plan, reflecting current law and helping to advance the district's environmental agenda. First, we recommend small area plans for all neighborhoods. The comprehensive plan is moving toward completion with a renewed emphasis on sustainability, resiliency, and land conservation, which Casey Trees strongly supports. As a second step, we ask that OP refocus efforts on creating small area plans which are neighborhood level supplements to the comprehensive plan with similar levels of environmental emphasis. Second, we recommend setting aside land for conservation. The district is developing at a rapid pace and it risks losing green spaces that ultimately add to the health of all of its residents. Work with ANCs, community groups, and other stakeholders to identify underutilized green spaces, especially those that are district owned, and work collaboratively with these groups and the landowners to come up with a protection plan to make these areas forever green. And lastly, we recommend requiring developments going through the PUD process to work more collaboratively with the surrounding community. In the updates to the comprehensive plan, OP encourages developers to meet with and receive project feedback from community members as soon as possible in the development process. While well-intended, the language could invariably lead to underrepresentation from the individuals impacted most. Requiring engagement will ensure that significant development projects meet tree and green space standards expected by the entire surrounding community. Thanks once again for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Baylog. Nick Sementelli.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to bring up a fairly small point about the Office of Planning's oversight of the Historic Preservation Review Board. There's a case in particular that I thought was particularly interesting this year that highlights really a missing tool that currently HPRB and OP have. This was the Loeffler Slaughterhouse case. Known mostly because it was the pending development was going to be a halfway house. You're probably familiar with the political scuffle over that and the core contract. That's not what this is about. The difficulty is that the application to the HBRB made a case for the kind of historic importance of this building. But as the commissioners reviewed the case, they felt like the building itself was not particularly prominent enough in the history, and it wasn't relevant enough to designate the building itself. But what they did feel like, and what they expressed from the dais, was that the history involved with the community was very important. And they faced this really, really difficult decision where they had a community that had come to them and said, we would like recognition of our history. We would like recognition of the social events that are tied to this. And the board said, we only have a hammer. Our choice before us is either to designate this building or to send you home with nothing. And many of the board members asked HPL staff during the hearing, they said, can we do something else? Can we mandate that there be an oral history project? Can we designate a plaque to go here? Can we do something that captures the social history involved? And HPL staff told them, no, you can't. You either have to designate the building and lock in the land use, or you have to send them home with nothing. And I think the HPRB board members were very frustrated that they had to make that choice. And this is more and more common. We're seeing more and more applicants come to the board where social history is really what's important. They want to tell the stories of their community. They want to talk about their importance to this city, and they want that to be recognized officially. And that's what historic designation means to them in many ways. It's not the only part, but it's a big part. I think a board that wants to admirably capture and celebrate that history should have more tools at its disposal to respond to those applicants and to help give them formal recognition, celebrate their history, preserve it in real ways. But right now, the only option they have is to physically designate a property. So if the history is not related well enough to the property, we end up not capturing that history, and people feel really hurt. People feel like they were made to feel lesser, like their history and their community wasn't as important as other people who've received a formal designation. And it just leads to bad outcomes on all sides. So I would really encourage OP to review what they can do, even through a regulatory mechanism, even aside from legislation, that would allow HPRB to have more tools at its disposal to celebrate and remember social history in particular, in cases where the building itself is not the important part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sementelli. And I don't think we have a copy of your statement, so if you could provide that.
I'd be happy to email this.
Alex Baca.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington. We are pleased with Office of Planning's performance. I don't think that's a surprise. Because the comp plan has not yet passed the council, I do want to note that much of which I included in my 2020 testimony, which I have also submitted, is still accurate in 2021. Before getting started, I would also like to note that I did not organize any of GGWASH's supporters, coalition partners, or our endorsed ANC commissioners to testify today. It is my understanding that oversight hearings are opportunities to provide comments on agency performance, not referendums on legislation. As policy manager for an advocacy organization whose deliverables to the foundations that fund us include testimony like this, I take seriously the difference between legislative hearings, oversight hearings, and budget hearings. That said, with the sense that this hearing might be used as another venue in which to generate noise and light and heat about the comp plan, I will be resubmitting some documentation via email of our work on that. We have plenty of support at GGWASH for more housing, more affordable housing, and the density increases necessary to enable them district-wide, particularly in affluent neighborhoods often deemed full. So it's about time to move past the comp plan. I think we are all familiar with the lines of argument around that. I would certainly have preferred that the comp plan be passed by the council before OP undertook small area planning, but I'm still glad to see that plans in Chevy Chase and Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast are underway, given that they were funded last year by ward members. Additionally, efforts like the Dave Thomas Circle Public Life Study and the Reimagine Reeves outreach were well conducted, and I think begins to meet the appetite that we often hear from our supporters for more planning and for smaller scale transformation of public spaces. We're also impressed that OP developed and adopted the IZ Plus program swiftly. Our support for IZ Plus is well documented. I do know that fine-tuning that model to ensure that the program will not have adverse effects on housing and affordable housing took a good deal of work. And it's notable that it was established in about a year. I would like to conclude by saying that though GGWASH is certainly favorable towards OP's work, I hope my testimony today is not taken as a rubber stamp or blind boosterism of the agency and the mayor. In the next year, we would like to see OP create more mechanisms to increase the housing production of affordable housing, such as by right approvals for projects with a certain amount of affordability, or zoning text amendments to legalize missing middle housing. The agencies should remain committed to a fair geographic distribution of more housing and more affordable housing, which will necessarily require changing existing land use regulations, which is nearly always politically unpopular and easy to back down from. Civic infrastructure, such as schools, parks, and libraries, as well as the storage and maintenance for municipal vehicles, needs a great deal more attention also. So those are what we'll be looking out for over the next few years. And I appreciate for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. And I never thought of you guys as, what was the word you used, booster?
I should say booster, yeah.
Okay, so let me move on. Coy McKinney.
Hi, thanks again. My name is Coy McKinney. I'm a high school urban agriculture teacher. I help coordinate a community garden Southwest, also organize with other volunteer neighbors in Southwest Action to make our neighborhood more equitable and environmentally sustainable. My overarching feedback for the Office of Planning is that they've made small area plans almost completely meaningless, given their approval of projects that go directly against the ideals stated within the plan. The Southwest and Navy Yard neighborhoods have been bombarded with market rate units over the past several years. Just in the last 2 years, the area has added 4,850 units. While some people believe that building more units of any kind will solve the affordable housing crisis, the results of all these market rate units are clear: gentrification, displacement, and high housing costs. Of the 4,850 units that have come online in the last 2 years, only 3% have been affordable. The remaining 97 are market rate, which are priced far beyond the median household income of Black families. Unfortunately, this is not a recent trend, but a pattern that has been going on for the last decade. During that time span, according to the Office of Planning's own documents, the median income in these areas has increased 110%. The median sales price of homes has increased 55%. The white population has more than doubled in percentage points, while the Black population has decreased nearly 40 percentage points. Rather than correct course, the Office of Planning has continued to approve projects with pitiful amounts of affordable housing. As I alluded to earlier, the approval of these projects not only go against the comprehensive plan, which states that affordable housing should be pursued as a civic priority, but also against the Southwest Neighborhood Plan. The Southwest Neighborhood Plan states that Southwest should remain an exemplary model of equity and inclusion, and that residents overwhelmingly express their desire to maintain the economic and racial diversity that makes the community so strong and vibrant. Given these parameters, why is the Office of Planning approving projects that are 90% plus market rate? The cause for the mismatch between the ideals of the Southwest Neighborhood Plan and reality are the Office of Planning and the Zoning Commission approving these pitiful projects. Without their approval, these projects would not have happened. Thus, clearly the criteria they use to approve projects must be changed. In closing, I would love for the Office of Planning to look to Houston as a model for the direction in which they should go. Houston is investing in its community land trust and partnering with the city's land bank to expand the number of homes in its program with aspirations of becoming the largest CLT in the nation. Given DC's progressive history, I don't see any reason why we can't also have that as a goal. Shared equity models like community land trusts are well known and tested for creating immediate and permanently affordable homeownership opportunities. For example, a 2018 Grounded Solutions study looking at over 4,000 units in 20 states over 3 decades found that 99% of the units avoided foreclosure. The country's first community land trust was started in 1970 by civil rights advocates to assist poor Black farmers. Certainly in the age of Black Lives Matter and all the talk about equity, now is the time to use this tool to help low and moderate income people remain in the city and shift housing towards a right and not a commodity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Parisa Norouzi.
Good afternoon. I'm Parisa Norouzi, Director of Empower DC, a citywide community organizing group that is involved in a lot of work around affordable housing, equitable development, environmental justice, etc. I submitted written testimony. Chairman, I just want to highlight a couple of points. Our concern is that the Office of Planning has more and more become a tool for furthering the mayor's development agenda rather than actually furthering the needs and priorities of impacted communities. One example of this is the Ivy City community. As we know, been on record 40 plus years of the need for green space and recreation, the desire to see the public school, the Alexander Crummell School restored as a community center. And despite that being well documented in past community plans, the Office of Planning has recommended FLUM changes, future land use map changes for the Crummell School site and 2 adjoining properties. They've done this at the request of Holland and Knight on behalf of developers. This was done without any kind of consultation or notice with the ANC or the community. And it would target those lands for moderate density residential. It also, our concern is that it sets the stage for changing the zoning, which of course, if done in this manner, would circumvent the PUD process and create hardship for the community to have a strong community benefits agreement. We do support the Ivy City community's call to remove those FLUM changes and also to have a small area plan. And I attached to my testimony the resolution from ANC 5D about that. I also attached to my testimony a letter from Pastor Monica Rains of Christ United Methodist Church in Southwest. She was very shocked to learn that the Office of Planning had also proposed a FLUM change for their church property without their knowledge. The church, of course, gets harassed regularly about developing its site and has taken a position that that's not what they plan to do. They're in fact planning to do more urban agriculture on the site. And she has sent this letter to you as well, Chairman Mendelson, requesting that these FLUM changes be rejected. But I think it begs the question is that, why would the Office of Planning be suggesting FLUM changes without knowledge of landowners, without knowledge of community members, and without analysis of the impact? The director has indicated that that there's no impact to change the FLUM, but our belief is that it actually does increase development pressure, land speculation, and land values, and really we need to be looking at that and addressing it. In my last couple seconds, I'll say the Council Office on Racial Equity will be soon releasing its racial equity impact assessment. We believe that it is going to show many significant racial equity problems with the existing comp plan. And I think you're going to be challenged, Chairman, with the question of whether you will pass a plan that has such fundamental racial inequities within it. I'm not sure if it can be remedied. I think that the process leading up to the plan itself, the fact that the Office of Planning has not conducted its its status reports, we have no indication of where we are with the policies. You're on mute. Do you want me to
Correct,
stop?
and you're over your time.
Okay, so I just ask you then, when that RIA comes out, to seriously consider whether we should be passing a plan that has such racial inequity issues, or whether we should scrap it and move on with the rewrite. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina Rhodes,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and everyone in the committee and everyone here in this room. Again, my name is Sabrina Rhodes and I'm a resident of Ivy City. And also I serve as ANC Commissioner here. I live within feet of the Ivy City's cherished historic landmark, the Alexander Crummell School. I'm very active in my community and I'm concerned that the Office of Planning has approved changes, as Parisa just said, of the future land use map that were requested by Holland and Knight, the law firm on behalf of developers. These changes were never presented before the community. Ivy City is a historic Black community that is rapidly gentrifying. We have no small area plan, and we ask that Ivy City residents be included in planning. We want the proposed FLUM changes to be removed prior to passage of the comprehensive plan. And we ask that the small area plan for Ivy City be included in the upcoming city budget. So, and we also asking for $20 million for the renovation of the Crummell School to put in the budget. While Ivy City does not have a small area plan, there have been other types of plans over the years that reflected residents' desire for green space, recreation, and the restoration of the Crummell School for public use. Most recently was in 2014, the Transformation Task Force released Ward 5 works. The community input section stated, we need community space, rooms, green space, more friendly public space, and recreational space for the children. This is on dc.gov on the Office of Planning page, which none of that has been implemented. This is just one of many examples of how community input is ignored and our acts remain the same year after year, but are not being implemented. What kind of planning are we doing here in the city? The Office of Planning is doing a bidding for the mayor and the developers. Office of Planning is not protecting the residents at all, nor are they putting us at the forefront of planning. This is a citywide dilemma. We have a lot of development pressure here in Ivy City. And yes, a lot of pressure. Several large PODs are being filed. The future land use map proposes high density development along New York Avenue, and which will impact Ivy City. The Office of Planning has included Ivy City in a future planning area, but what that mean exactly? We need a commitment that for a small area plan that will take place. If we're doing real planning, the concerns of air quality, green space, housing the unhoused, housing for those that are very low income will be addressed. We have allowed developer-driven planning to take over the agency, which means decisions are being made that are not in the favor of the district residents. Yes, did I go over?
Thank you. Yes, you've gone over your time. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. William Jordan.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan, a resident of Columbia Heights in Ward 1, a member of the Grassroots Planning Coalition, the Georgia Avenue Community Development Task Force, and a former ANC commissioner. Over the last 3 years or so, I've worked closely with Ms. Shantae High, president of the Park Morton the Council of Park Morton, and I'm a member of the Park Morton Equity Plan team. The Park Morton Equity Plan team works to ensure that the Park Morton New Community Project fully addresses resident equity in design and execution of the project's development plan. The team's work has resulted in the creation of the Park Morton Equity Plan. I would like to first note that OP's performance hearing report for 2020 was not made available in time to do a solid analysis. However, I did do a quick scan and a text search of the report to find no reference to racial equity in their report. This is disappointing and telling in a year of racial reckoning and the inequities the city exposed by COVID-19. I urge the council to hold special hearings and take legislative action to address OP's blind spot on race and racial equity. The Park Morton New Communities Project, related zoning PUDs, actions, and non-response to the Park Morton Equity Plan, I believe evidences OP's blind spot on race and racial equity. For instance, in November of 2016, Jennifer Steingasser, the Deputy Director of Development and Review and Historic Preservation, submitted a final report to Zoning Commission on case 1611 related to the Park Morton redevelopment. In this report, Ms. Steingasser found no potential adverse impacts based on the development's PUD. As a result, Ms. Steingasser's report would make it into the Zoning Commission's April 2017 order, which would be appealed to the U.S. Court of Appeals, the DC Court of Appeals. On June 25th of 2020, the Court of Appeals would throw out the court's order and reject Ms. Steingasser's report, stating in the court's ruling that, as previously noted, the commission's order did not contain a single explicit acknowledgement that the PUD would have any adverse effect whatsoever, or would in any way or in any degree contrary to any policy or goal of the comprehensive plan. The court continues that it is difficult to understand because we think it is implausible that the PUD will have at least some adverse effects and in some respect run up against some of the many often conflicting policies and goals reflected in the comprehensive plan. This blind spot is a potential adverse reactions in OP's 2016 report by Steingasser is reflected as well in the current oversight hearing responses, and it runs through all of these things. So I will.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll wrap up. So I urge the council.
I think you're done. Thank you very much. Nick Deladon is next.
Thank you again. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association. And we're dedicated to preserving the historic character of our neighborhood. We applied for an extension of the landmark, the historic landmark at the Masonic Temple, in order to extend the boundary line and to stop the development of a oversized, inappropriate apartment building, a luxury project on the site. And the application was reviewed by HPO, and they disclosed in this report a long-standing boundary line at 100 feet east of the back wall of the temple. And if that, as that is the case, it would prohibit a development on it, which would have to sit on top of the historic landmark site, which would be stopped. And we advised HPO of this fact and that they would not be able to proceed with the development. And within 3 or 4 days, they produced a second report, unprecedented, contradicting the first one and setting the boundary line at the wall, the back wall of the temple, allowing for a free development of the project. How could this be? How could HPO issue 2 reports that contradict each other within a space of a few days? And to answer this question, we filed a lawsuit and we deposed the staff of HPO. And they told us how that happened. And the answer is that the developer called HPO saying that they needed to have the boundary in such a fashion that they could develop their project. And kowtowing to this demand, HPO issued their second report allowing the development. So if you want to know how to change a pro-constituent outcome to a pro-development outcome, that's the answer. It's a phone call. I don't know how this kowtowing to the developer can be reconciled with the obligations under the Historic Preservation Act, which established HPO and which HPO is bound to uphold. So this, what shall I say? This bias toward the developer is seen throughout the city. I don't know how the mayor can expect to fulfill her goal of affordable housing with the comp plan as it is. It seems impossible. We're interested in social housing, where the city buys the property and the residents manage it. And this eliminates the developer and the corruption of profits. We also want to recommend finally that the Wardman Hotel has been declared bankrupt, and we encourage you to purchase the property and use it for social housing. Thank you.
Sorry to cut you off.
That's quite all right.
Yes, I have to be mindful. We have about 70 more witnesses today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bowser. You are on mute, Ms. Bowser.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Louis George. My name is Renee Bowser, Petworth ANC Commissioner and DC Grassroots Planning Coalition Steering Committee member. While I'm testifying as an individual commissioner today, I'm attaching ANC 4D's February 17, 2021 resolution in favor of delaying DC Council's vote until OP has complied with the comp plan law and regulations. I call on DC Council to fulfill its oversight and regulatory responsibility by requiring the DC Office of Planning to implement comprehensive plan law and regulations that set forth specific requirements for amending the comp plan before the council takes up amendments to the legislation for a vote. If OP, in defiance of the law and regulations, continues to refuse to engage in the detailed process designed to justify the amendments it proffers, the council must reject them, as it cannot in an informed manner consider the propriety of OP's changes to the comp plan without information the law and regulations require. Comp plan regulations provide a detailed process for amending the plan, requiring the Office of Planning to demonstrate that a change in the plan is required lies solely with the applicant. The greater the degree of change proposed, the greater the burden of showing that the change is justified. I'll just identify one requirement that the comp plan regulations require OP to do what they didn't do. Demonstrate that the proposed change, each change, would be in conformance with the goals, policies, and actions of the comprehensive plan. The applicant would be requested to include any data, research, or reasoning that supports the proposed amendments. In my many years of practice, federal regulations were mandatory on government agencies, and the law set standards for changing regulation. So it's inexplicable to me that OP chooses to ignore the regulations which require the agency to justify each amendment with specific data and explanation, and not general conclusions about the impact of its changes before any vote takes place. Even more galling, OP proposes eliminating the very regulations it refuses to follow. See the implementation element. Where is OP's explanation? Let me just give one example because I'm gonna run out of time. Where is OP's explanation that data showing this proposed upzoning of the future land use map for a full block comprising the Cornell School site and adjoining properties in the low-income African-American community, in opposition to ANC 4D that represents that community, will benefit rather than displace that community? Where is OP's explanation that upflooding to allow market rate, high-end market rate apartments proposed by developers will benefit Ivy City's African-American community more than the training center, community center, affordable housing and playground requested by the community? Particularly relevant to OP's proposed upflooding without notice to ANC 5D is a regulatory requirement that OP include the advisory commissions and area residents in the review of development to assist the district in responding to residents' concerns. So why did OP ignore the regulations that require that feedback from ANC 5D be given great weight as land recommendations and decisions are made? I'm very sad. People are saying they're glad to testify. I'm very sad because you are an agency to flaunt the law and the regulations, and that should not be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bowser. Christopher Williams. Christopher Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. In the Office of Planning's response to your committee, OP provides the percentage of PUDs that exceed minimum requirements for storm runoff. Yet, the council does not ask, and OP does not volunteer any information about furthering fair housing or racial equity. The public has delivered DC Council a clear mandate for racial justice and especially with fair housing. OP is an unelected behemoth with too much concentrated power while too closely tied to the development cabal. It must go the way of DCRA, break up the Office of Planning. Andrew Trueblood has acknowledged OP's role to affirmatively further fair housing. Yet DHCD stated in its preliminary report that residential developments that require city review and approval are approved without any effort to promote compliance with the Fair Housing Act. OP has shown no evidence that it is currently in compliance with the DC Comprehensive Plan to require its employees to participate in fair housing education. OP routinely makes no mention of racial impact, fair housing, or displacement in zoning commission hearings. OP deprives DC Council and the public of essential information about racial trends. OP lists 10 data reports on its website for 2019-2020. Its annual Black History Month flyer gives no indication whether various statistics are downward or upward. Its, quote, key demographic indicators only list race as a percentage of the population and says nothing about displacement or that Black median income declined between 2007 and 2017. Finally, we cannot wall off oversight of OP from discussion of the comprehensive plan. OP submitted more than 1,000 pages of amendments with the effect of weakening language that otherwise protected marginalized neighborhoods. The agency did not perform the required environmental assessment, did not provide the supporting information for its amendments, including map amendments, as required by law. Yet, OP said in its response letter to the council that there are no legislative requirements for which the agency lacks sufficient resources to fully implement. In other words, OP must be saying that it deliberately ignored the law. This is why DC Council needs to exercise greater oversight and break up the Office of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Pamela McKinney.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to testify again today. My name is Pamela McKinney. I'm a Ward 6 Southwest resident and a member of Southwest Action, a group of community members who organize and advocate for more equitable, anti-racist, environmentally sustainable neighborhood. Thank you for allowing me to share my perspective working with the Office of Planning. In 2019, Southwest Action provided recommendations to OP on the proposed comp plan amendment, specifically with regard to Southwest. More than 100 residents signed on to our recommendations, and our ANC even adopted many of our recommendations. Few, if any, of these recommendations were included into the proposed comp plan amendments. I was also surprised to learn that OP had up-flummed the grounds where a historic church in Southwest stands without the knowledge of that church. The church currently has no plans to redevelop. OP's offices are literally in Southwest, so this really baffles me. How hard would it be for them to even walk over to said church and ask for their perspective? OP is not doing real planning. They are co-signing development on behalf of the mayor's office and then saying that the community was involved in the process. That's just not true. Recently, a huge development project was proposed at 5 N Street Southwest. The project included only one affordable unit as required by law because of a penthouse. The project not only lacked any meaningful and rather insulting affordable housing, but the design also failed to incorporate designs from Southwest. Our ANC was vehemently opposed to the project. Councilmember Allen even wrote a letter to the Zoning Commission about the project, and then OP rubber stamped it without issue. What is OP doing? After further negotiations and strong community resistance to the project, the developer returned to offer 20 affordable units, and OP submitted a post-hearing request for 1 3-bedroom within the affordable units. OP could have easily requested more affordable units from the beginning, but they didn't. The 5M project was just one example of how OP has completely and repeatedly ignored the small area plan for Southwest and how residents have been shut out of the planning process. OB should be working with resident-led organizations that meet certain criteria and ensure meaningful participation of impacted residents in an equitable way within said planning process. So far, this hasn't been done. In the midst of Black Lives Matter and a social reckoning for all white people in America, it is insulting to our Black and brown neighbors that data in the comp plan draft has not been disaggregated to specifically address racial equity or how the changes will make specific outcomes better for Black and brown residents. Why? Is it because they know it won't support the narratives that developers want? I expect a lot more from OP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Robert Warren. Is Robert Warren here? If not, we'll go to Reginald Black. Mr. Black.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All righty. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, current Ward 4 resident, the advocacy director of the People for Fairness Coalition. I am also a steering committee member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, as well as a lived experience appointee of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. And I'm testifying asking you to reject the Office of Planning's proposal to upflum neighborhoods all over the city. The existing PUD, plan unit development process, already upzones the parcels, and we are concerned that there is no practical purpose for upflumming other than potentially extinguishing the existing plan unit development to build matter of right. I urge you to reject the widespread upflumming in general, as it gives away valuable air rights and eliminates input for nothing in exchange. Our planning coalition has put forth our housing justice priorities and amendments that reflect these values. Some of these amendments include increased affordability and services for people experiencing homelessness downtown. This amendment emphasizes the desire and commitment to the plan for comprehensive services at 425 2nd Street. Also included are recommendations that make possible budgetary earmarks that will produce equity for our unhoused neighbors downtown. 2, government-owned land and buildings for use for street vendors, flea markets, and farmers markets. This amendment seeks to establish ownership opportunities for residents who have been traditionally marginalized and underserved. Currently, the Wardman Park Hotel could be an area in which this and many more amendments that will produce housing equity and economic strength to these populations. 3, affordability as a public benefit. Over the years, we've noticed projects like what is being proposed at Brooklyn Manor do not get us movement in terms of guaranteeing affordability beyond what is required by IZ and other programs as a standard to all projects with bonus height and density. This amendment is to make sure we eliminate, stop, curb, halt, not minimize displacement. Black residents and poor residents are left with little choice in deciding housing accommodations they can afford. They are not looking for better opportunities. They are being forced out. If we do not protect these residents, like Brooklyn Manor tenants, Berry Farms tenants, Park Morton tenants, how can we say we're producing equity? Ask them smart grocers these key questions. Where do you live? Are you affecting wards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1? How do you protect community members? Are you creating amenities like public housing in your community or out of your home? And if they cannot answer these questions like I could, I urge you to reject the comp plan as is and to include our housing justice amendments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I'll try Robert Warren again, and then I'm going to move to Kirby Vining. I do not see Robert Black. Mr. Vining.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Kirby Vining, Chair of the Committee of 100 and the Federal City. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on the performance of the Office of Planning during this past year, and we'll focus our testimony on the Office of Planning's advancement of density changes throughout the city through map amendments to the comprehensive plan. OP reviewed hundreds of proposals for map amendments to the future land use map, or FLUM, during the open call and accepted 150 of the proposed amendments. Of these, 68 were proposed by OP, 25 by the law firm Holland and Knight, and 15 by Golson and Storrs on behalf of clients. The most successful submitter that was not a law firm was Ward 3 Vision, with 16 accepted FLUM amendments. These four groups accounted for 75% of the accepted FLUM amendments. Looking only at the FLUM amendments proposed by OP, 12 recommend high-density residential uses, a category rarely applied outside of Central Washington. Half of these amendments add residential where it isn't currently designated. Are these amendments the result of community planning? We can't find any references to the map amendments in the area elements, which is where the face of the map states that that information will be provided. Stating that a small area plan exists is the most residents get from OP. There's no linking of the amendments to actual small area plan provisions, even where a plan exists. The OP staff report accompanying the transfer of the amendments to the council in April 2020 states that the FLUM land use changes follow a small area planning decisions, but none of the amendments link to a specific small area plan and a provision that anticipates the change in use or density. This must be corrected. 27 map amendments proposed by OP to the FLUM create or increase residential density to medium, and 10 of these are paired with increases in commercial density to medium. According to the amended framework element, these zones would permit 90 to 110 foot buildings before applying any inclusionary zoning bonuses. Did any community planning underpin these map amendments? The Committee 100 has been very critical of the Office of Planning's handling of this comprehensive plan amendment cycle. We think it is antagonistic to neighborhoods, historic preservation, low-income residents, residents of color, and any resident who isn't ready to fall into line with its development vision. But we have focused on the maps today because they highlight how little OP has engaged with the citizens and how casual OP is about land use planning. OP demonstrates through these map amendments that it is a development-centric agency looking for quick ways to reward developers with land speculation or profitable development opportunities at the expense of communities where these occur. We urge the council to reject OP's FLUM amendments that it cannot persuasively connect to small area plan provisions. And we further ask that the council spend time this year examining how OP operates, from its staffing of the zoning commission to its control of the small area planning process to its superficial assessment of development impacts. There's a reason that so many residents rail against the Office of Planning. It wouldn't take much delving below the surface to understand why. Thank you, and I hope I'm within time.
About 15 seconds over. Thank you, Mr. Vining. Sydney Householder. I'm told Sydney Householder is not here. Commissioner Holly Muhammad. Is Commissioner Muhammad here? Cheryl Court.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Cheryl Court, and I'm here to represent the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading nonprofit organization in the DC area advocating for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities and the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. Over many years, I've worked with on a number of planning issues with the Office of Planning, Community Planning, Development Review, Inclusionary Zoning, the Comprehensive Plan, the 2016 Zoning Regulations revisions. Over the past year, OP has worked diligently with stakeholders to bring a carefully vetted update to the 2006 Comprehensive Plan, which was submitted to the Council in April. And OP has also achieved another milestone with the creation of Expanded Inclusionary Zoning, or IZ+, which applies increased IZ standards set aside 2 zoning map amendments, and for industrial or unzoned land actually requires just a straight up 20% IZ set aside. OP also is expanding regular IZ to previously exempt areas and an increased set aside for wood frame construction buildings that up to 85 feet tall. We're encouraged that the Office of Planning has also kicked off a number of small area plans, specifically in Chevy Chase and in Congress Heights, and we look forward to supporting these local planning efforts this year and over the next few years. After 4 years of multiple rounds of public engagement, we're eager to complete the update cycle for the comprehensive plan. It's gone on a very long time, but we've made some major advancements. I'll highlight the housing equity report and the public process that informed it is a significant change for the city and for the comprehensive plan. This report takes on the task of seriously addressing DC's failure to meet fair housing obligations by setting minimum goals for affordable housing availability in each part of the city. The housing equity report's approach and goals were then incorporated into the comprehensive plan, specifically in the land use and housing elements. Overall, the comprehensive plan update greatly advances a more equitable and sustainable future for the city. I see my time is out, and so I would just go back to saying that we're excited to continue to work on the refinement and expansion of the use of inclusionary zoning as a land use tool that can leverage additional affordability out of a land use policy that requires no outside public subsidy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Chris Hott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Barely, but yes.
Okay, hi, is that better?
Yes.
All right, I don't actually see the timer right now. Okay, there it is. Okay, Chairman Mendelson, I'll go into the laws around the comp plan because OP has bifurcated those. It's interesting too that I follow Cheryl Court. I don't see her on the witness list, by the way, and I've been prevented from testifying when I don't make it on the witness list in time. But you know, I guess she's special because she was one of the, you know, help guide the inclusionary zoning program.
Mr. Otten, she's on the witness list.
Oh, really? Well, not the one that you have on your website. So the IZ program that she heralded into the city with the help of her developer friends, you know, sets the definition of affordability at $1,500 a month for studios and requires so little of the new density that they get from these projects to be actually affordable. There's also no analysis of the types of those units. They're all studios and 1 bedrooms. There's no family-sized units being produced by this ridiculously horrible project, which actually destroys affordability. What's affordable in Adams Morgan is not affordable in Anacostia. And so it's a citywide policy, and therefore it's destroying affordability in other parts of the city where different levels, different local markets affect that affordability. But to the issue, what do you have to do today, Chairman Mendelson, in ensuring that the law is followed, the laws that you passed? DC Code 1-306.04D, DC Municipal Regulations 10A 2512.1.2, DC Municipal Regulations 10A 2515.2 and .3, all ignored in this process. Renee Bowser has laid that out very clearly. We did this in November. Here we are 4 months later, and we still don't see how that has resonated with you, Chair. Clearly it hasn't. And this was evidenced last night at the Adams Morgan ANC, my ANC. We have been approached now at the last minute by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau to upzone or upflum all of the major corridors in Adams Morgan to go from moderate density to medium density, basically 4 and 5 story buildings to 9 and 10 story buildings, a canyon across Columbia Road, if you imagine this. Now, whether you're for or against that, the law requires that an impact assessment be done with that type of population growth. In fact, comprehensive plan policy H-1.4.6, a whole neighborhood approach. When the city or applicants, developers propose more housing, accompanying this should be, hey, planning, like a needs analysis of more neighborhood services, schools, libraries, parks, clinics. Duh. None of that has happened here with this comprehensive plan process, no matter how many years it's gone on. Now, it has gone on, we're now in a new census cycle. It'd be great to see. We know between 2000 and 2010, 40,000 Black folks were displaced from the city. What is the number going to show between 2010 and 2020? It's up to you, Chairman Mendelson, to demand that data and the laws be produced and followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. Cecilia Waldeck. Ms. Waldeck. Rebecca Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. So my name is
Good
Rebecca
afternoon.
Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. I submitted my written testimony, but I wanted to talk about a few other things just based on some of the comments earlier. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about what we've been working on with the Historic Preservation Office. We have several collaborative projects with HPO right now. These include hosting the Historic Preservation Office's African American Civil Rights Tour on our DC Historic Sites app, and the production of a historic context study for Asian American communities in Washington, DC, and the women's suffrage movement as well. These projects intend to enhance the public's knowledge of DC history and document underrepresented communities listed in the DC Inventory of Historic Sites in the National Register of Historic Places. I was listening to the testimony earlier of Nick Sementelli, and I absolutely agree with him. And I believe DCPL does completely agree that there is no function for which the Historic Preservation Office or Review Board can actually acknowledge many of these sites that are historic, but maybe do not convey it based on their integrity. One aspect of this is DCPL is about to submit the multiple property document for African American civil rights in the 20th century. Many are not architectural gems, as many would see them, and many are just not extant anymore in the city. And so while DCPL does have an app that acknowledges sites, some of which that are no longer standing, most of the issue with this comes down to money. These projects are funded by the National Park Service through special funds from their underrepresented communities grant. One thing I mentioned in my testimony that I think I've now mentioned for probably 15 years is the financial support from the city for the Historic Preservation Office program. The National Park Service provides about $550,000 to $600,000 a year, which covers many staff salaries. When I first started at DCPL, there was funds available for community grants that went out. Those funds no longer exist because the funds are just not there because they have to cover the staffs of HPO to do this. There's no funds for signs for the new historic districts that exist as well. One other thing I'd just like to talk about is Mr. Deladon had mentioned the boundaries of the temple. HPO and changing the boundaries. Well, I can't speak to HPO's conversations with the developer. One thing I can mention is that particular site was designated in 1964 on the original inventory. This was prior to the National Register of Historic Places in 1966. There was no documentation done. And so later on, that assessment had to be done. And the boundaries from the National Register bulletins say that the boundaries that you select should encompass resources that contribute to the property's significance. In this case, it is the actual temple building. And so when this report was put forward, DCPL's Landmarks Committee did assess it and did agree with that assessment. Like I said, I could not make any, I don't know what's happening with the lawsuit or between the conversations or anything like that. But I just would like to say that the staff is highly recommended across, recognized across the country as being one of the top staffs for any jurisdiction. And so it's a pretty, I just wanted to defend them in that case because they are very professional there. I think I'm out of time at this point though. Unless I have 45 seconds, 45 seconds remaining, I apologize. Oh no, I'm over time, sorry.
Correct, you are over time. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I have just a couple of maybe questions or observations. There's been some testimony about the racial equity analysis that the council will do. So I am expecting that this legislation will be possibly the first bill that will be considered by the council that will have a racial equity analysis. The racial equity analysis will address this question: how will this measure affect Black communities and communities of color in the short and long term? And I expect that the analysis will be an analysis of how this bill will affect Black communities and communities of color in the short and long term. I kind of wanted to ask, this might be a little unfair, but Ms. Court, Cheryl Court, today your voice seems a little bit more alone than in past hearings with regard to how we should go forward with the comprehensive plan. And I don't mean in that any criticism, but since you've been hearing the testimony by others who say that the plan is inequitable, doesn't do anything for affordable housing. I know these are issues that you've addressed as well. How would you respond to those criticisms?
Well, I think the plan actually does a lot to advance social, racial and social equity. I think that the housing equity report, which was, we were pushing for something like this. Like, you can't just say we need more affordable housing, it should be a top priority, which we were able to get into the largely into the framework element. We need to do it on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, and that in the neighborhoods that are preventing affordable housing really from being a part of their communities, then we need to change that. So the comp plan has advanced that with the housing equity report. It's been incorporated into the plan with the 15% goal, and it calls out that Ward 3 has 1% of affordable housing of the city's affordable housing. And so we think that's a really important advance towards fair housing, and the city's been criticized in terms of its fair housing obligations in the past. We think that's a very important advance. The plan also makes room for more housing to make sure that as our city grows, that we are able to accommodate more people who want to live here, so that they're not simply displacing people in order to take existing housing, basically a more fixed amount of housing that exists. We need more housing if more people want to live here. And in fact, it's very common for higher income people to be occupying less expensive units because that's where they are, and that we have studies demonstrating that when you build new housing, which basically is more expensive because it's new and it has new materials, that you can pull in higher income people are attracted to the higher income housing and will move out of less expensive housing, which then frees up the housing stock, puts less pressure on the housing stock. And in terms of like the turnout for a oversight hearing, we didn't I didn't organize people around doing an for an OP oversight hearing. We did a lot to reach out to a lot of people for, the comp plan hearing. And so obviously opponents of the comp plan have, worked hard to turn out opponents of the comp plan. So, I don't think that necessarily reflects the level of support for the comp plan.
And I didn't mean to infer or imply that. Imply is the correct word. This was not billed as a comprehensive plan hearing, but I'm aware of the fact that there have been some organizers who've tried to organize around this hearing, critics of the plan. So I'm not doing a numbers game here, but I did want to ask you that question, so I appreciate your giving that answer. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to excuse everybody and call the next 20 witnesses. Thank you all for your time and for your testimony. The next witness is Anthony Graham, who's with the DC Association of Realtors. Zachariah Curtis, Joyce Robinson Paul, who's with the Macmillan Advisory Group. Peter Gosselin, who's with a commissioner with ANC 34G. Nicole Roussel, who's with Brooklyn Manor Coalition. Brendan Freehart, Jean Stewart, Beth Wagner, who's also with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition, Sarah Schoenfeld, Soraya Jayanti, Scott Roberts, Jillian Burford, who's with Serve Your City, Nick Lowen, who's with Howard East Neighbors, Paul Johnson, the commissioner with ANC 4C, Emily Hodges, Emily Morrison, and Robert Hayford. All three are with the Howard East Neighbors. Taylor Bice, Carol Ayton, who's with Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group, and Robert Harvey, who's with People Power Coalition. I'll pause a minute while they're being let in. I called a number of folks, and I believe Anthony Graham, Zechariah, Curtis, Joyce Robinson, Paul are not here. But I see Peter Goslin, Commissioner, so you would be next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Peter Goslin. I'm a freshman commissioner with ANC 34G, which represents Chevy Chase. I'm testifying on my own behalf and not as a representative of the commission. There's just too much going on here, and I missed the date to get testimony to the commission. I acknowledge I have some of the same doubts about the substance of the Office of Planning's comprehensive plan amendments, but today I want to talk about an issue of process, not substance, the small area planning process. Last February, our predecessor commission passed a resolution that said, it supported OP's proposed changes in the FLUM to increase density along Upper Connecticut Avenue. It wanted any action by the zoning commission to green light development based on those changes to be contingent on the community getting a full democratic say about its own future through the small area plan. In April of last year, OP accepted the commission resolution in a letter and said that it would consider doing such a plan. Also last spring, the council, at the behest of Council Member Che, allocated $150,000 to fund our planning process. And their matter sat for 9 months. In January, February of this year, OP chose its own community advisory committee for the planning process and made a series of decisions about how the process would work. I managed to get a seat on that committee, but I do not speak for it. OP originally said there would be just 3 community-wide meetings, that the office itself would facilitate the process, and that the portion of the planning process in which the community can really have a voice would have to be over with, finished by sometime this summer. After our ANC passed a resolution calling for a more engaged and collaborative process, including the hiring of an independent professional facilitator, more meetings, and so forth, and an open-ended time frame, OP agreed to add a few small group, what they call visioning workshops, and hired its own facilitator. As recently as this week, it offered 3 other elements of what it considers community engagement tools: an ask a planner arrangement, planner office hours, and a survey. Let me just stop here and say, doing democracy in a pandemic is tough. And talking about issues of land use and development that intersect with an amalgam of people's deeply held values and prejudices is always going to be tough. Let me also say that I don't for a minute question the ugly history of housing discrimination that has got us to this point in the city and this country, nor the need for significant new affordable housing. But this community was promised a full, sustained democratic conversation about what we think ought to be the future of Chevy Chase. More than anything else, that kind of conversation requires that we get to talk to each other and in large groups and not just ask questions as lone souls to planners. It means to a maximum possible extent, we should take ownership of the planning process and have roles and decisions such as choosing a facilitator, deciding on the number, timing, and the format of the meetings. Most of all, again, it means residents talking to each other rather than making plaintive appeals to the OP. To date, in my view, OP has not seriously sought to work with us towards a democratic process. OP planners picked the Community Advisory Committee. OP planners rejected the notion of those meetings being, the Community Advisory Committee meetings being open. After pressure, OP did bring in on a facilitator, but its own facilitator, not one in whose selection we were given an opportunity to be involved. OP is basically setting the terms of the residents' engagement in the process, not the residents setting those terms. This is important not only, let me just say, it's important for our community to not only just so people are heard, but so we build the consensus that we need for affordable housing. And it's important for the council and the city because there are a whole series of these meetings to go from here on in. And if they can't do it credibly now, they're not going to do it credibly then. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Nicole Russell or Russell, I don't believe she's here. Brendan Freehart.
Hey. All right, yeah, thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Any other members of the committee? Not sure if there are any today. Yeah, my name is Brendan Freehart. I'm a supporter of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. And as you alluded to earlier, this is not a comp plan hearing necessarily, but yeah, I am here to testify today because the comp plan will accelerate gentrification and displacement. And I want to live in an equitable DC, and you have the power to build that city. So yeah, I to actually meet this crisis of DC skyrocketing housing, cost of living, we would probably need to scrap the comp plan amendment process altogether and move towards an independent elected planning body and away from Bowser's OP and start over. However, if we already move forward in the current process, I urge you to reject the widespread, almost completely developer-driven upfluming. I've heard upfluming, and the proposed elimination of community input. That's crucial. So like all the flume changes that are not a direct result of community planning should be removed. This includes the mid-city development's proposals for upfluming at Brooklyn Manor. Housing is a human right. No one in DC should have to pay more than a third of their income for housing. And residents must be guaranteed that the redevelopment will not displace them. And the council has to reject this smart growth and Randian view that DC can just completely bulldoze Black and brown communities and build high-end condos and then expect that affordable market rate housing is going to trickle down to the rest of us. Every redeveloped neighborhood in DC is evidence that it does not work. So just remember, Black Lives Matter includes those 50,000 Black folks that have been displaced as a result of this government's policies and the sycophancy towards developers like Mid-City. And I urge the council to find the political courage to reverse the trends that are erasing communities of color in DC. That's all.
Thank you. Gene Stewart. Beth Wagner. Sarah Schoenfeld. Sarah Schoenfeld. I see Sarah Schoenfeld, but oh, there she is. Please proceed.
Need to pull off this mask. Thank you for letting me testify today. My name's Sarah. I am with Prologue DC, and I am the co-director of a project called Mapping Segregation in Washington, DC. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition and the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. I'm a historian of racist land use practices in the district, And one of the themes that our project addresses is the serial displacement of Black DC residents over the course of the 20th century. What's happening at Brooklyn Manor fits squarely into the history that we've documented and represents the continued enactment of spatial violence against Black residents today. I urge you to reject the proposal by Mid-City Development to amend DC's future land use map to allow for increased density around what is currently Brooklyn Manor. As you know, such map amendments will allow for developers to maximize density as a matter of right, rather than in exchange for provisions such as affordable housing, infrastructure improvements, or decent jobs for neighborhood residents. In this case, amending or up-flumming the map would give Mid-City the opportunity to renege on the existing planned unit development for Brooklyn Manor and to build more market rate units without providing anything in exchange. This is just one example of what's likely to happen all over the city if these map amendments are approved. Why are we renaming streets and schools that are deemed to be named for racists while continuing to underwrite the removal of Black residents from the city in the midst of a national reckoning around systemic racism? If increasing density were the solution to making housing accessible to those who need it most, then Black and brown residents across the city would be advocating for this. Instead, resident-led planning efforts that have been conducted equitably and with meaningful participation by a range of community members have been ignored. Rather than consider that those most severely impacted by racist housing policies might be worth listening to, our city leadership continues to adhere to the theory that increasing supply will make housing cheaper. This is despite the fact that there are already at least 20,000 vacant housing units across the city. In the history section of its website, Mid-City prides its involvement in urban renewal initiatives that, quote, stabilized many city neighborhoods, including Southwest DC. I would note that what Mid-City refers to as stabilization resulted in the overall displacement of 23,000 residents from Southwest, the majority of whom were Black. It's widely known today that urban renewal was profoundly damaging to Black communities in DC and across the country, yet we're doing it all over again, and no one at Office of Planning seems to care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schoenfeld. Soraya Jayanti.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for the chance to testify. I, Surya Jayanti, speak in lockstep with the vast majority of the members of my Parkview community in Ward 1. My testimony builds on that of William Jordan's about an hour ago. Parts of the comp plan have been developed in violation of law and regulations, at least as to the flum changes in rezoning from low density to commercial of the Bruce Monroe Development Project and PUD. I ask that the Zoning Commission and planning agencies be appropriately redirected back into compliance with law and regulation. Echoing other witnesses' criticisms of the Zoning Commission and Office of Planning, the following have not been fully complied with. DC Code 1/306.04A requires the comp plan be developed with continuous community input into every phase of development. 10A DCMR 2515.2E requires that OP engage in an exhaustive review to ensure that changes will achieve, quote, substantial improvement in the quality of life for district residents, end quote. There are also required environmental assessments, and implementation progress reports need to be published. None of this has happened, at least not in full. The PUD approval for the Bruce Monroe Park project was vacated by the DC Court of Appeals exactly because DC's planning agencies failed to lawfully plan for a 10-story building in the middle of a row house community. The process was not followed. This particular project intends to substantially intensify the density of our community and is without public support. The project would eliminate well-used recreation spot and community garden and destroy the last unprogrammed public open space along the Georgia Avenue corridor. These concerns are amplified by the fact that the rest of Georgia Avenue is being upzoned. Where there has been community input, contrary to the rules and regulations, it has been ignored. Moreover, the project is being done in the name of affordable housing when no new affordable housing will be created. This is a travesty. Any effort to hide behind claims of helping low-income residents or increasing affordable housing is patently cynical and belied by the facts. The very Park Morton residents the zoning and planning agencies claim need the Bruce Monroe Development Project have officially, clearly, and expressly said in writing that they don't want the development. The retail inclusions now in the draft comp plan prove that a residential development isn't really what's planned there, and a tiny minority, if any, of the apartments in this high-rise would potentially potentially be designated for low-income residents. The rest will be luxury apartments that benefit only the developers. Affordable housing is clearly not the goal here, though it should be. The Bruce Monroe development will not achieve, quote, substantial improvement in the quality of life for district residents, end quote. A development project which none in the community wants, which has been remanded by the DC Court of Appeals for procedural violations and a failure to be justified that the rezoning is now attempting to sidestep, which has systematically cut the community out of the decision-making process, and which seemingly benefits only the developers, has to many of us a more than robust appearance of impropriety. At very least, is a failure of process. And it sounds from the various testimony that we have heard today that this is a very, very common problem with OP and the Zoning Commission. The Bruce Monroe Park flum changes should please be removed before the comp plan is enacted. And more importantly, the DC planning agencies involved should please be appropriately redirected towards the good of DC communities as required by the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gianti. Scott Roberts.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief testimony regarding the DC Office of Planning. My name is Scott Roberts, a 30-year Bloomingdale resident and of Ward 5, and a resident of the 2.5-year-old Bloomingdale Historic District, which I helped create back in 2018 with a group of other neighbors. First, I would like to do a shout out to the DC Office of Planning, Historic Preservation Offices Steve Calcott, Brendan Meyer, and Kim Crawford-Williams. The HPO is well served by these 3 staff members. My testimony today regards the HPO's Historic Homeowner Grant Program, which is presently administered by Brendan Meyer. It currently serves about 16 neighborhood historic districts in DC. Currently, the Office of Planning provides reporting on its homeowner grant program in its annual report once a year. And only 2 pieces of information are shared for each grant awardee: the historic district name and the historic district address. And that's it. I would like to note that there also, well, I'll try to be somewhat generous here. I'd like to note that there appears to be no marketing of the HPO Historic Grant Program towards the eligible historic districts. And I would like to help get the message out. I'm volunteering to help market the HPO Historic Homeowner Grant Program. My testimony is to encourage the HPO to provide more frequent and more granular reporting. In order for me and others who are proponents of DC's historic districts to promote the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, we need data to work with. We want to share data with respective grant applicants across the city's eligible historic districts. Annually provided data is unsatisfactory. Once a year isn't going to work. I could submit FOIA requests, but I shouldn't have to do so. I'm just seeking basic information such as what specific work was performed with grant funds by the grant awardees. Why were grant applicants who are not awarded grants rejected? How many grant applications are currently in process at this time of data sharing? With more granular information, I and others can help better market the program to the eligible historic districts around the city. Would monthly shared data be possible? Quarterly? I'm not seeking a formal report like the fancy annual OP report. Spreadsheets of data is fine. To be clear, I don't want to overburden Brendan Meyer, who's the current historic grant administrator. We want to promote the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, but annual reporting of data is just not going to work. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Jillian Burford.
Hi, my name is Jillian. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jillian Burford, and I'm a lifelong Ward 5 resident and organizer with Serbia City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Prior to my time with Serbia City, I was a lead organizer of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, a citywide collective of DC residents who study the comprehensive plan and work on developing equitable solutions to put an end to the trauma of gentrification and displacement. Last year, I testified on behalf of the Grassroots Planning Coalition before Councilman McDuffie, who filled in for Chairman Mendelson that day, to talk specifically about the Office of Planning's mismanagement of the amendment process and the blatant lack of effort to make this 1,500-page document as easily accessible to all DC residents through their poor community engagement, extremely tight deadlines, minimal engagement with ANCs, and even the lack of translations for non-native English speakers. Councilman McDuffie agreed with me and even expressed his own dissatisfaction with OP. It is an extremely dense piece of work that requires a specific level of acumen to even fully engage with it. Today, I'm speaking in support of the residents at Brooklyn Manor. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, I have been engaged in mutual aid efforts. Before working with Serve Your City, I was one of the earliest organizers with Ward 5 Mutual Aid. We worked tirelessly to create a system to serve our most vulnerable residents throughout the ward. An overwhelming majority of needed assistance came from the easternmost part of Ward 5, like Ivy City, Trinidad, Brentwood, Arboretum, and Woodridge. There should be no surprise that Brooklyn Manor residents were also frequent callers. Aside from my mutual aid work, my lived experiences with Brooklyn Manor extends back to my own childhood. My aunt lived at Brooklyn Manor. I spent countless weekends playing with my cousins at Brooklyn Manor. I enjoyed my time in my aunt's unit so much that it never even occurred to me that there would ever be a decision that could take away this space for the next generations to come. My aunt no longer lives in DC. To this day, I still ride past Brooklyn Manor to even visit my grandparents in Woodridge. Brooklyn Manor is a part of my community. That is my constant and a reminder of what keeps me here in DC. This is my home too. I am begging that the council rejects Mid-City's proposal to upflum the land at Brooklyn Manor. Mid-City has already shown that they cannot be trusted through the hiring of private security company that has a long-standing history of harassing residents. Predatory evictions are running rampant with folks losing their housing over $25 fines in the same way that we've heard stories of seniors losing their homes owing as low as $30 across the city. A mother even dealt with an eviction after losing her son to suicide. Brooklyn Manor residents deserve better, and the council needs to step up and stand up. There is a deep-seated trauma in displacement and constant movement. Low-income resident communities deserve to be valued and respected as much as any other community. If we're constantly talking about racial equity in the district, where is it today? We need to throw out this plan to upflum and actually provide a platform for our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burford. I called his name earlier, Anthony Graham, and he wasn't present, but he's present now. Mr. Graham?
Hello. Yes, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize for being absent earlier. I am Chairman Middleton, council members, and committee of the whole staff. I appreciate you all providing the opportunity to submit comments today. My name is Anthony Graham, and I am an associate broker and longtime resident of Washington, D.C. I am here today to testify on behalf of the DC Association of Realtors and our 3,000 professional members. The Office of Planning, under the leadership of Director Andrew Trueblood and Mayor Bowser, strive to guide the future of Washington, D.C. to be a vibrant and equitable place to call home. This was especially apparent to DCAR when Director Trueblood recently joined our association for a webinar to discuss the comprehensive plan and other Office of Planning initiatives. Throughout our conversation, it was crystal clear to our members what the administration has in motion to promote home ownership, reduce individuals experiencing homelessness, and increase the production and preservation of housing in the district. The Office of Planning understands that our local population is growing, and we require a brimming housing supply to meet that demand. The mayor's goal to produce 35,000 housing units by 2025 is an ambitious goal, and we're seeking the Office of Planning and the administration make significant strides to reach that goal. One tactic that DCAR was in full support of was allowing accessory dwelling units, ADUs construction by right in any single family zone. ADUs provide more choices for district residents. It could be housing for an elderly parent wanting to age in place next to loved ones, or an affordable opportunity for a young Washingtonian on their way to owning their own home. We understand that approving of ADUs in the district receives some pushback, but DCAR believes that creative policy solutions like these are what will help us chip away at the housing production goal. Lastly, we want to recognize the effort that the chairman and his staff are undertaking on building out Bill 240001, the comprehensive plan legislation. We know that a tremendous amount of discussion and collaboration has gone into updating this document. And we simply want to say this: single-family homes have their purpose in the district, but we want to ensure that families can prosper and have equity in all neighborhoods and across all housing types. DCAR would like to thank you all for allowing us to testify as part of the Office of Planning Oversight hearing. We welcome any opportunity to partner with you all on building robust communities in the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Nick Lowen.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I wanted to speak about the Howard University School of Divinity campus in Michigan Park, Brooklyn, and the amendment 2348 regarding the upplumbing of that property. My name is Nick Lowen. I live directly across the street from the school. Its driveway leads right, if you were to cross Taylor Street, right to my driveway. So I'm a very interested neighbor regarding the deciding of the future of this campus. I'm a teacher. I'm the son of teachers. My father was in fact a professor at an HBCU. So I can appreciate Howard University's need and desire to monetize the property, but I also appreciate the voices of the community, both here in Brookland and Michigan Park, and in the Howard University student body and alumni, who have voiced in all of the meetings that I've been to, from Charette with Urban Land Institute to stakeholder interviews to ANC meetings, the constant refrain from the stakeholders here is that we would like to have our input heard as to what happens on campus, and we would like to avoid a massive development that would destroy this gem of a green spot in the Ward 5. There are lots of valuable resources on that campus, from its natural beauty with fox and deer and hawks and heritage trees that dot the campus. The buildings are historic treasures. And the meadow, the quiet, it's a beautiful place, as well as it's a historical landmark in terms of Black theology and Native peoples present over the years and years and years. So we worry that all of that will be lost if decisions are made regarding its zoning and development without the gravity and reflection that it requires. Hearing all the other people testifying today, it sounds like it's a constant refrain across the city that this upplumbing is perhaps being done hastily or without proper reflection. We as a community have voiced our desire to Howard for a democratic and measured process for this campus. We feel that the upplumbing and zoning changes are not democratic, are rash, and counter both to the heritage of the land and the will of the community in both Brookland and North Michigan Park, and in the body of Howard students current and past. The rezoning will result in de facto exclusion of stakeholders from the development process. So we ask you, Chairman Mendelson, and other members of the Office of Planning to reject these changes without the environmental study, for example, that has not been done, and without input from the community and their ability to weigh in on the effects the development could have on all the people living here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lowen. Paul Johnson. I don't think he's here. Emily.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I am here. I'm here.
Excellent.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good to be with you again. Thank you, Council Member Louis George, with you as well. I am speaking for myself. However, I am the chair of ANC 4C, and I have a few comments to make. But first, and I debated sort of saying this, but I'm hearing some sort of undertones that don't land well to my ear about, whose comments are valued and whose aren't. I would encourage that we're all citizens, we all have agency, and we're all sort of entitled to exercise our ability to participate in the democratic process. So I just wanted to sort of say that. And I wanted to say that the Office of Planning should, in my view, follow through in its commitments to analyze plans that inform development and inform community-led development. And from my vantage point as an ANC, I believe that the advisory neighborhood commissions are critical in engaging the community. And I think that the community should be heard and should be involved in the planning process. I think that insofar as Ward 4 is concerned, we are a diverse, eclectic ward. We have historical preservation assets like Grant Circle. We have federal assets such as Lincoln's Cottage. We have Georgia Avenue, which runs through the spine, which is a federal road. And we also have small area plans that I believe need to be fully funded and fully taken into consideration, even with the overlapping of the political boundaries of Ward 1 and Ward 4, insofar as it concerns small area plans. And with respect to PUDs and the prospect of wholesale upflumbing that would circumvent community input or the ANC role, I'm against that. Right now, as we speak, there are some developments away on 14th involve PUDs. There's robust debate on all sides, and regardless of where people land in terms of opinions, the process is important. And the ANC role in liaising through that process and having standing in that process should not be defanged. And those are my comment. And the last comment I would make is the RIA. We should respect a thorough integration of racial equity impact assessments throughout the markup in the comprehensive plan. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Emily Hodges.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council staff. My name is Emily Hodges, and I've lived one block from the Howard University East Campus on 13th Place Northeast for the last 15 years. My husband and I chose to raise our family in this Brooklyn Ward 5 neighborhood because of its diverse population and rich cultural history. The green open space Howard Divinity School and the Franciscan Monastery provide, a combined 42 acres, allow our children as well as our community a chance to experience and appreciate nature in an urban setting. I come to you today to ask for the council to defer the decision regarding the proposed future land use map amendment ID 2348 submitted by Holland and Knight, which is a change to the current future land use map for the property occupied by the Howard University School of Divinity. This amendment changes the current R1B zoning with an institutional overlay to zoning of residential moderate density with an institutional overlay. Presently, as of March 2021, any resident who wants to escape the noise and traffic that have increased exponentially in our Ward 5 neighborhood in the last decade can now go to embrace the beauty of these unspoiled properties that are the jewels of Brooklyn. One can walk the open space and marvel at the 100-year-old heritage trees, watch extraordinary birds and wildlife, and soak it all in. There is a true environmental reason why the air quality in our neighborhood is so much higher as compared to the rest of Northeast DC. It's concerning to us that no environmental impact study has been done for these properties, which to my understanding is required by law. As development in DC has been in overdrive for the last decade, these undeveloped accessible green spaces are becoming increasingly scarce in DC and are particularly lacking in our communities of color. Ward 5 has always been and remains to this day a predominantly African-American community rich in history. We understand Howard has said they need to develop the land for financial reasons, but is the only value of this property for the university and the District of Columbia to increase construction and development? Please, Chairman Mendelson, Ward 5 Council Member Kenya McDuffie, and other DC Council members, please vote no and reject the undemocratic changes proposed by developer Holland and Knight and help us preserve our beautiful neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Thank you.
Emily Morrison. Is Morrison here?
She is.
Oh,
Please proceed.
you can see me.
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Office of Planning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Howard University East Campus and the proposed zoning changes to the comp plan. I am also joined with the previous speakers, Nick and Emily, as part of the Howard East neighborhood group. My name is Emily Morrison. I'm a homeowner in the Edgewood neighborhood, and I am the great-granddaughter of James Sherwood, who built the Sherwood farmhouse, and the original owner of the land on which the Divinity School is built. I come to you today to speak as an ancestor and a neighbor concerned with the historic preservation of the properties and the disregard of the voices of the neighbors, students, and legacy of these historic institutions as site development is planned. My great-grandfather, just a quick little history lesson, my great-grandfather moved to the Brookland area in the 1880s. He married the daughter of a prominent Washingtonian and Brooklander named John Boardman Lord. The young couple built their first home, which we know as the Sherwood farmhouse. They had 7 children, all born in the home, including my grandmother, Rose. In 1919, Holy Name College purchased 35 acres of the former Cuckold's Delight area, including the Sherwood House. And after establishment of the college, the former home continued as a convent for the Missionary Sisters of the Immaculate Conception, and then as administrative offices for the Howard University Divinity School. The farmhouse is considered the oldest extant house in the Brookland area. My great-grandfather was a founding member of the Brookland Baptist Church, which had sanctuaries in several places in Brookland, the last of which is the complex at 15th and Monroe. A lifelong Mason, he founded the Northeast Building Association, the Capital City Savings and Loan, and managed the Brooklyn branch of the Hamilton National Bank. His brother, my great-granduncle Jesse, was well known for his ownership and building of movie theaters in the area, most notably the Newton Theater, which is now the Art Deco-inspired CVS on Newton and 12th Street. All this to say that I believe that communities should honor the history and tell the stories of its properties and the contributions of its citizens. Yet I've watched this property deteriorate over the last couple of years, and I worry that it will be lost before it can be saved. And I worry that historic preservation will be secondary to new building should the rezoning go into effect. As other members of the neighborhood association, the community is not wholly in favor of this development as it has been presented to us, and our voices need to be heard. We ask that the council reject the Up-Fleming Amendment 2348 to the monastery and Divinity School property. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we hope that we can return the school and the farmhouse to a way in which it honors the architecture and beauty of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Mr. Hayford. If he is here. I do not see him.
Sorry, Mr. Hayford's not available.
Thank you. Taylor Weiss. Carol Ayton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Carol Ayton, speaking on behalf of the Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group. Fundamentally, we want Ward 3 to be more diverse and inclusive, and we believe the Office of Planning and the city need to be significantly more aggressive in creating affordable housing, including deeply affordable housing in Ward 3. This includes both planning policies that promote affordable housing and housing equity and actions that address the real needs. I'm attaching a copy of the comprehensive plan changes we've proposed to address affordable housing in general and in the Rock Creek West area element. Without bold intentional actions on the city's part, there's no realistic prospect of reaching the mayor's goal of 1,990 new affordable housing units in Ward 3 by 2025. Even the large redevelopment of the Fannie Mae site will only produce about 70 new affordable units, and there are no prospects of 20 or 30 more Fannie Mae size sites in Ward 3. In addition, those few currently in the inclusionary zoning pipeline do not meet the most pressing needs, deeply affordable and low-income family housing. The proposed density increases on the FLUM along Wisconsin and Connecticut avenues might provide a smattering of new affordable housing units through IZ, but would do little to meet the mayor's goal or provide the diversity of housing options needed in Ward 3. In addition, these potential units will be created without community involvement on the developer's timeline and likely done as a matter of right, avoiding the planned unit development process and its negotiated public benefits. The recently closed Wardman Park Hotel in Ward 3 presents a rare opportunity for the city to make good on the promise to produce affordable housing west of Rock Creek Park, and we are actively urging the city to jump on it. Clearly, time is of the essence. Bids will likely be requested in late April or early May, and the DC government must move quickly. In close coordination with the ANC, adjacent neighborhoods, and Ward 3 residents, the DC government should marshal its tools and resources to convert the Wardman's 16-acre campus with more than 1,100 hotel rooms and nearly 200,000 square feet of event space into mixed income affordable housing, including deeply affordable. The hotel can easily be converted into housing, and other built space can provide many potential benefits, such as commercial kitchen for training and food service, exercise facilities for a fitness center, meeting rooms with audiovisual equipment for community meetings, training facilities, workforce development, and supportive and restorative services, space for retail, daycare, small businesses like a barbershop, and myriad other possibilities. Some have said it's too expensive. Frankly, that is the unfortunate reality of property in Ward 3. Diversity and inclusivity in Ward 3 is going to require investment, but that expensive investment does come with existing amenities, including transportation, parks, libraries, retail, jobs, and schools. Along with the Wardman, Ward 3 is likely to need several more large mixed income developments. We urge the mayor and council to make the comprehensive plan more supportive of affordable housing and housing equity, and to acquire the Wardman Hotel to start making the kind of intentional investments that will be required to prove that the policies and goals are more than just words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayton. I'm thinking about how many questions I have. I think I just want to ask the folks from who testified about the Howard Divinity School property. Have you reached out to your ward council member, and where is he on this issue? And who wants to answer that?
Nick, you can answer.
I was just going to say that, yes, Robert Hayford, who was on the list of witnesses, did send a letter to Kenyon McDuffie, and I think has not received any answer back, but stating basically that we are what we all testified to as well, that we're worried about the effects going forward with development without proper consideration of the environment, the environmental impact study, and other aspects as well. Does anybody else want to add to that?
Yes, exactly, Nick. And I have unfortunately, Roman wasn't available. I have the letter he submitted to Kenyon McDuffie on February 17th, and McDuffie has not responded. Roman sent it several times, and I believe he submitted it as part of his testimony today, Roman did. So
yes, I have it.
Thank you.
So you became aware of this in February?
I did. Nick, do you want to speak to that? When did you?
I've been going to meetings at ANC meetings and also at meetings with Howard over the past 5 years. I've lived in Ward 5 for 15 years. I've lived in this house for 6 years. And so I took part in the ULI charrette that was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And with their suggestion of single family homes lining Taylor, I went to the virtual meeting just last Thursday with the ANC Chairwoman Ursula Higgins, hosted with members from the development department, I guess, at Howard. And I know a lot of my neighbors have been participating in meetings as well over the years. So that's where I stand.
But when did you learn of the proposal in the comprehensive plan?
That I learned about last week or so, yeah.
Exactly. For me, that I learned about the proposal to the UPFLUM days ago. We've kind of been in a mad, frantic thing of how to stop this. But to speak to Nick, I have been involved in these community meetings for several years. Obviously, nothing happening during the pandemic. Many of our residents are elderly, and anyway, but previous community meetings have been very fiery. A lot of Howard alum in our community, and zero support for any development. We understand if there has to be some, we just want to be a part of the process.
So you've been participating in community meetings about this site, and nobody has said anything about the future land use map.
Yes, sir, that is correct. We had an ANC meeting that was recorded a week ago, and you can see in the chat that I have a copy of the comments. The developer just kept saying, "Oh, nothing's happening," and we're just thinking, "Are we crazy?" But yes, developer and Howard, Chairman, they both refused to speak to it and let the community know what's going on. We feel like it's they're pulling something over our eyes or something.
Yeah, and I assume that if you were at the ANC meeting, that means the ANC didn't know until you found out.
I'm not sure. Maybe Nick can speak to that. Do you know, Nick? I don't. Yeah,
No,
I don't know.
I don't know about Chairwoman or ANC Rep Higgins's information. I'm not sure what she knew.
Yeah.
Chairman, the meeting was called quite quickly, and it was called within a week. They have normally given us about a month ahead of schedule. So it seemed like that there was something in the works that maybe they did know about, but we were not able to hear about that.
Yeah. Change subjects. Mr. Roberts, how does, I don't want to argue against additional information. Where's Mr. Roberts? Scott Roberts. I don't want to argue against additional information because there's nothing wrong with sunshine, but how does, how are you handicapped without the additional information of why were the grant applicants who were not awarded grants rejected?
Okay, Brendan and I actually came to our Civic Association the past 2 weeks and talked about the grant program. It was very well received. Most people who attended were interested. And he did share that, people get rejected because their applications aren't complete, et cetera, et cetera. But I just want, say we processed 15 applications over the past quarter, and 3/4 of them failed because their houses, the renovations they wanted to do with the grant funds isn't really what we're after. We want something more above a higher profile, which is fine. I just want to know that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so more understanding around it. I'm going to ask, I'll ask the Director of Office of Planning when he comes up. Councilmember Louis George, you were there. Do you have any?
Yep, I'm here. I missed part of it for being on judiciary, so I don't have any particular questions for this panel. I'll review after the hearing.
Okay, well then I'm going to excuse the witnesses. Thank you all for your time and your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Trueblood.
Yes.
Before you start, is there anybody that you want admitted to so that when I ask you the easy questions and you can't answer them, you can turn to somebody?
Well, I hope to answer all of your easy questions. I would just, for safety's sake, like to have Anita Cozart, Jennifer Steingasser, David Maloney, and Doris, our AFO, to join us.
I'm looking at Evan. Hold on a second.
Okay. Doris Benson, I'm sorry.
I see Anita Cozart, David Maloney, Doris Benson.
And there's Jennifer.
Okay. So why don't you begin when you're ready?
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Louis George, and council members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Andrew Trueblood, and I am the Director of the DC Office of Planning, or OP. I am pleased to share with the committee the activities and accomplishments of the Office of Planning during the fiscal year 2020 through the second quarter of fiscal year 2021. The Office of Planning has 3 divisions and 77 full-time employees. I want to take this moment to thank the dedicated, professional, and hardworking staff of the Office of Planning, who have not only adjusted to an unimaginable year, but have stepped up to ensure that OP can support the mayor and the district in our response and recovery efforts, while ensuring we continue to deliver on our mission through our day-to-day operations. It is truly a pleasure to work with such a talented group of people. Our citywide strategy and analysis division, led by Sakina Khan, includes 2 teams: a citywide team that works on systems including housing, transportation, and sustainability, as well as a data team focused on visualization, analysis, mapping, and operating the district's state data center, which coordinates with the US Census. Our community planning and design division, led by Anita Cozart, includes our neighborhood planning and urban design teams. Our development review and historic preservation, led by Jennifer Steingasser, includes 2 teams focusing on project level implementation through efforts supporting the Zoning Commission, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Historic Preservation Review Board. It also includes our State Historic Preservation Office. Our senior team is rounded out by our newly hired Chief of Staff, Vivian Guerra, and our Counsel, David Lieb, as well as our Communications Officer, Mekti Alamayu. In February 2020, at OP's last oversight hearing, I outlined the agency's 3 priorities for the fiscal year. First, moving the comprehensive plan update to enactment. Number 2, advancing the mayor's housing goals. And 3, working towards a full and complete count for the Census 2020. At the time, we could not have known how much the world would change in less than a month, when Mayor Bowser declared a public health emergency in the district. COVID-19 has presented tremendous challenges to all of the district's residents and businesses. At OP, the public health emergency has impacted our working environment, as our entire office, with the exception of our preservation inspectors, has been on situational telework since March 2020. It has impacted how we have been able to engage with the public, as social distancing necessitated a shift to primarily online meetings and outreach. And it has impacted our work plans, as OP has provided extensive support to COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. I am proud to say, however, that even with the unforeseen and unprecedented challenges of FY20, OP achieved the goals I spoke to last February, while also supporting critical response and recovery work. In FY 2020, OP's top priority continued to be the adoption of the Comprehensive Plan, or Comp Plan, update. In April 2020, OP transmitted the Comp Plan update to Council. The existing Comp Plan, which was enacted in 2006 and underwent a minor amendment in 2011, is reflective of the environment of 2 decades ago. It needs to be updated to address the current and future challenges of COVID-19 recovery, housing, equity, and resilience. The Comp Plan update seeks to address these goals through the lens of the physical space of the district, from housing growth in the context of systemic racism to immediate public health and public space challenges. It proposes specific narratives, actions, and policies that can help guide how the district addresses its goals over the coming years and decades. At OP's last oversight hearing, the final public and ANC comment period had just closed, and OP was reviewing the comments and finalizing remaining updates to the Comp Plan. The comment period was just one of many ways that OP engaged tens of thousands of residents and stakeholders throughout the Comp Plan process. And it's worth noting we heard from over 90% of the ANCs. Following the transmittal of the Comp Plan update to Council, OP has continued to communicate with residents regarding the Comp Plan update and opportunities to engage in Council's review process. At the Council hearings on November 12th and 13th in 2020, I shared details about OP's unprecedented outreach process and proposal. So I will refer to that for more details on our Comp Plan update activities. The Mayor and OP are pleased that the Council will mark up the legislation to adopt the Comp Plan update soon. We continue to urge the Council to move that process forward and stand ready to start implementation right away. In FY 2020 through the second quarter of 21, OP provided considerable support to the district COVID-19 response and recovery efforts through the district economic recovery team, Reopen DC, food security efforts, and public space guidelines. OP's 2019 DC Values campaign, conducted as part of the public outreach for the comp plan update, helped inform the core values that have anchored the district's recovery efforts around health, opportunity, prosperity, and equity, which are now referred to as DC Hope. In April 2020, Mayor Bowser launched the District Economic Recovery Team, or DIRT, led by the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DEMPED. OP has worked with DEMPED and other agency partners, including the Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD, and the Mayor's Office of Policy, or MOP, to conduct research and analysis and to monitor economic and housing trends to inform the district's economic strategy. Key initiatives have included research into the opportunity for commercial to residential conversions, working with the Urban Land Institute on an advisory report regarding economic recovery and resilience strategies for the Central Business District, and serving on the Mayor's Saving DC Rental Housing Market Strike Force. In the spring of 2020, OP assisted with the development of the Reopen DC Advisory Group recommendations, which involve working with a variety of stakeholders to propose phased reopening strategies with mitigation guidelines by sector to ensure a safe and responsive process. I had the honor of serving as the committee director for the overall effort and coordinated steering committees and the 11 sector committees as they developed recommendations for Mayor Bowser. Several members of the OP team developed the public engagement strategy, including a teletown hall and an online survey that received over 15,000 responses from district residents, workers, and business owners. In addition to supporting the Reopen DC Advisory Group, OP, in conjunction with the Deputy Mayor for Education, or DME, and DC Health, led the development and implementation of a reopening plan review process for colleges and universities. OP helped support these institutions through the COVID-19 emergency while also protecting the health of students, faculty, staff, and the communities in which they are located. This included providing and implementing strong public health safeguards to prevent community spread. The district's food policy team, housed with OP and led by Food Policy Director Ona Balkas, has provided critical response and recovery support throughout the COVID-19 public health emergency. The team supported emergency operations through mapping food resources in the district and developing and coordinating food distribution programs. Additionally, in coordination with OP's development review team, the food policy team developed the farmers market waiver application process for phase 2 of reopening. In September 2020, the food policy team released Food Access and Food Security in the District of Columbia, responding to this COVID-19 public health emergency, a report that evaluates and makes recommendations to address food access needs during and following the public health emergency. Members of the OP Design and Development Review teams, in partnership with the District Department of Transportation, Alcohol Beverage Regulatory Administration, and DEMPED, were also instrumental in the development of new guidance as part of the district's reimagination of public space during reopening, including the build out of streeteries to expand outdoor dining and the Education and Academic Retail Shop, or EARS pilot. Throughout 2020, OP continued to advance Mayor Bowser's housing goals with our agency partners, including DEMPED and DHCD. At the beginning of FY20, the Mayor's Housing Equity Report was released, which made the district the first major city in the nation to create area-specific goals for equitable, affordable housing. This report included an inventory of dedicated affordable housing units and targets for new affordable units by planning area, which were informed by OP's analysis as well as public outreach. The housing element of the comprehensive plan amendment was updated to reflect Mayor Bowser's housing goal, which includes producing 36,000 new housing units and 12,000 affordable housing units by 2025, and to address pressing issues across the housing continuum from homelessness to home ownership. The updated housing element includes definitions and policies related to housing affordability, physical, economic, and cultural displacement, and housing for specific populations like seniors and multi-generational households. The Council's timely consideration and passage of the Mayor's Comprehensive Plan update proposal is more critical than ever, as the district faces continued housing pressures that have been exacerbated by the impacts of COVID-19. In FY 2020, OP's Development Review Team proposed expanded inclusionary zoning, also referred to as IZ+, to the Zoning Commission. IZ+ expands the inclusionary zoning requirement of the zoning regulations to create increased affordable housing set-aside requirement for certain map amendments. This provides the district with another tool to produce affordable housing in a more equitable way across the district. OP hosted a virtual roundtable in July 2020 to gather feedback on the proposal, and in November 2020, the Zoning Commission voted to take action on the proposal. IZ Plus was adopted by the Zoning Commission on March 11th and will take effect upon its publication in the DC Register. In September 2020, the Zoning Commission took final action on OP's recommended text amendments to the alley lot regulations contained in several subtitles of the zoning regulations. These amendments will streamline the text and support additional housing and affordable housing options in our alleys. In FY20, the district continued to offer financial assistance to low and moderate income homeowners to help with the cost of repairing their historic homes. These targeted non-taxable grants were available in 15 of the city's historic districts and landmarks. In FY20, 12 grants were awarded, totaling $255,314. This program will be ongoing at the same level of funding throughout FY21, and thanks to action by the council, Bloomingdale residents are newly eligible this year. Historic preservation reviews declined in the summer and spring of 2020, but have since returned to pre-COVID levels due to a construction rebound. After dropping 25% overall for FY20, the Historic Preservation Review Board, or HPRB's caseload recovered last fall to exceed the previous years by 21%. Permit reviews by OP staff dropped almost by about 500 applications in the spring, but have sustained pre-COVID levels since last summer and are on track to exceed 6,000 cases this fiscal year. Construction inspections continued during the COVID-19 emergency and reached a 10-year high of nearly 750 inspections by the end of FY 2020. Working closely with the Department of Energy and the Environment, or DOEE, HPRB adopted sustainability guidelines in FY20, supporting efforts to make historic homes more energy efficient. Similar to construction generally, solar panel applications dipped by 10% in FY20, but returned to pre-COVID levels in the first quarter of 21. To date, OP's preservation staff has approved nearly 1,800 solar installations, which equates to 6.44% of the district's 28,000 historic buildings, slightly higher than the national rate of 6% of homeowners with solar panels. With community partners, including the DC Preservation League, OP's Historic Preservation Office actively pursued National Park Service grants for research on underrepresented communities to expand appreciation of the district's historic diversity. Grant products just being released include online story maps documenting the significance of Berry Farm and Kigman Park, a 109-site online trail exploring 20th century African-American civil rights. OP's LGBTQ study produced 2 new historic landmarks last year, Annie's Paramount Steakhouse and the Slowborough House. A study of the district's Chinese and Korean communities launched in 2020, and another on DC women's history and suffrage awarded in 2020 will begin this year. These projects have brought $177,000 in federal funds to OP's program. March 2020 began the count for the 2020 decennial census. District efforts were led by Melissa Bird, the executive director of DC Census 2020, which was housed at OP. Counting all district residents in the census ensures that the district receives the more than $6 billion in federal funding annually that we need to support our vital programs. A complete count also ensures that all residents will have fair representation in the upcoming ward and ANC redistricting efforts. Prior to 2020 census, DC already had more population than Wyoming and Vermont. A complete count underscores how critical it is for DC residents to have full representation in Congress by becoming the 51st state. Budgetary support from Mayor Bowser and Council allowed for the DC Census team, including government and community partners, to conduct an 18-month public engagement campaign that reached residents in all 8 wards through our funding for 16 local organizations with extensive networks in historically undercounted communities. Grantees use innovative, hyperlocal, culturally relevant outreach and education methods to reach hard-to-count communities. DC Census also carried out an extensive marketing campaign that included print, radio, and television ads, transit billboards and wraps, CVS bag inserts, door hangers, and more. DC Census had over 1 million social media impressions and produced 25 PSAs, public service announcements in 6 languages, featuring Mayor Bowser, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, nationally recognized Chef Jose Andres, and other trusted community leaders. Census information was also shared at over 500 community events, including over 883,000 online and social media engagements with underrepresented and hard-to-count residents. Even in the face of significant obstacles presented by the public health emergency, the team was able to quickly turn to new and creative ways to reach residents, relying on the network of over 1,000 census ambassadors that we helped train, as well as our grantees and sister agencies and over 40 additional community partnerships. We continued outreach while practicing safe social distancing. We launched multiple new campaigns, including our nationally recognized campaign to reach children under the age of 5, where we distributed I Count 2 baby bibs through our partnership with the Children's National Health Network, Birthing Hospitals, Mary Center, and Thrive by 5. We created a QR code campaign, which allowed census ambassadors to socially distance while providing online access to the census for residents at locations providing essential services. Through our partners, an additional 50 online census events were held during the public health emergency to promote the census, such as information panels, a live Census Go-Go concert, a YouTube series for kids, and a virtual step show. The census ended on October 15th with a total enumeration of 99.9% nationally, as well as in the district. Due to the unprecedented challenges presented by COVID-19 pandemic, self-response rates across the country were lower than in 2010. Still, almost half of DC census tracts exceeded the 66% response rate from 2010. In FY21, OP will assist the council with ward and ANC redistricting efforts when data is released from the U.S. Census Bureau, and we will continue our work with the U.S. Census Bureau to ensure that the data reflects every DC resident. In FY20, OP transmitted the comp plan to council and completed the 2020 census count, which means that our office has begun to transition our resources to focus on new priorities for FY21 and beyond. Our work plan for 21 centers around 3 priorities: neighborhood vibrancy, public and civic life, and housing. Each of these priorities is guided by implementation of the comprehensive plan update and furthering the district recovery efforts from COVID-19. In December 2020, OP announced 5 new community planning initiatives: the Congress Heights Small Area Plan, the Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast Small Area Plan, the Southwest Resilience Strategy, Chevy Chase Upper Northwest Small Area Plan, and North Capitol Crossroads. As the DC Council the DC Council moves to approve the proposed comp plan update, these plans will use the update to further vibrant, equitable, and resilient neighborhoods with access to housing amenities and public resources for all residents. OP is excited to launch these initiatives and partner with residents and neighborhoods across the district to develop community-focused and community-led plans that can support the neighborhood-level needs and goals. If residents are interested in learning more, they can visit our website at planning.dc.gov or call us at 202-442-7600. In FY21, OP is also prioritizing work on public and civic life in the district through 2 key initiatives: the Public Life Activation Community and Equity in Spaces, or PLACES initiative, and the Civic Infrastructure and Facilities Initiative, or CIFI. Our PLACES initiative has coordinated OP's public life studies, which utilize observations, public surveys, and analysis to provide guidance on how to better design our city's public spaces and how they can better serve the needs of the people using them. In FY 2020, OP released the Florida Avenue, New York Avenue intersection public life study. And in January of this year, OP released the Reimagining Reeves public life study, which examined the intersection of 14th and U Street Northwest. OP has leveraged our prior public work life on K Street, which coordinated a new people-focused vision for K Street's public spaces to support DDOT as they move their K Street Transit Way project forward. In FY21, we will continue to support recovery efforts through continued updates to the comprehensive guidelines on reimagining outdoor spaces for restaurants and retail in partnership with DDOT and DC Health, and through high-level assessment of COVID-related public space initiatives that will inform medium and longer-term strategies for post-pandemic public space. Specifically, there are long-term opportunities to activate downtown spaces to support streeteries, retail, special markets, outdoor exercise and fitness, cultural activities, and other events, which would draw residents, workers, and visitors to downtown. OP's public life and tactical urbanism initiatives can build upon the recent Urban Land Institute Central Business District Advisory Services panel to support a robust recovery for our Central Business District. Also, as part of this initiative, OP convened the Commemorative Works Committee beginning in FY20 and will continue this work in FY21. The CWC is tasked with developing criteria to review, evaluate, and provide feedback on applications for placement of commemorative works in public space. The committee has worked throughout FY20 and 21 to reimagine commemoration and how the District of Columbia can leverage this committee to celebrate our local history, culture, and people. A key component of our public and civic life work that kicked off in FY20 is the Interagency Civic Infrastructure and Facilities Initiative. Stemming from one of the major themes of the comprehensive plan update, this sci-fi is focused on working with our agency partners, including several large footprint agencies and strategy, information, and finance agencies to establish a more coordinated and data-driven approach to planning for public facilities in the district. Housing continues to be a priority for Mayor Bowser, so in FY21, OP will continue our work to advance various housing initiatives. I discussed many of the ongoing efforts above, including housing-related recovery work, support for commercial conversions, serving on saving DC's rental housing market strike force, and amendments to the zoning regulations, including further updates to inclusionary zoning requirements. Following council approval of the comprehensive plan update, OP will assess zoning as it relates to the update. This could include areas with new future land use map designations in high opportunity areas and additional proposals related to mayor's housing goals, with a focus on how the design can serve to support density. This isn't in my written comments, but it is worth noting that the FLUM and all of the comprehensive plan are not zoning. And it's just worth mentioning any process to actually implement what is in the future land use map and the comp plan would involve public processes, whether at zoning commission, to change existing zoning. In conclusion, in FY 2020, we had a busy and unprecedented year, and OP staff have been critical to our successes. We are excited to continue to keep up the momentum in the upcoming year and provide even more planning support to our residents and neighborhoods. I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to discuss our work and initiatives. We look forward to working with you, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the committee on continued progress for the District of Columbia. I am now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Trueblood. We will have 10-minute rounds. I believe Councilmember Louis George is still with us. I will begin with some questions. We may only have one round. We'll see how it goes. There was testimony from ANC 3-4G Commissioner complaining about inadequate community participation with the small area plan. Can you speak to that?
I can. This is the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, which was recently kicked off. And I think a few things are worth noting. This is the beginning of this round of small area plans. And I think we have work to do to make sure everyone is on the same page about what small areas can and cannot do and how they do work. The commissioner is part of the community advisory group, which is convened to help us gather that information. And I think as this testimony shared, we have been responsive as many of these concerns have been raised. I think there are other concerns, that can't be addressed. For example, the procurement of a facilitator has to follow DC procurement laws. But we very much appreciate the impact, his feedback, and we'll work to continue to try and make sure that this process is responsive and is supportive of the neighborhood.
Now, near the end of your testimony, you listed a number of small area plans. Are those the total number that you're working on right now?
Yes. One thing I guess I would note, and I would actually raise with the commissioner, is the challenge that we have is, as you appreciate, we have local funding, which is only good for 1 year. It lapses at the end of the year. So our work for each of these is determined by our annual budget and must be completed, or the funding must be expended by September 30th of that year, which is a little bit why the timelines are the way they are for these efforts. So as you may recall, in our FY 2020 budget, we had funding for these three. And any future small area plans or continuations of existing small area plans would have to be in our FY 2021 proposed and approved budget.
Of course, we could always, and this would be a discussion for your budget hearing, put some money, pick a neighborhood in the small area plan for that neighborhood that it's partially done and funded in 2021 and partially done and funded in 2022. So the fact that you don't have funding for 2022 doesn't mean we can't find it. That's what we'll be doing in the next couple of months.
I think these are, Chairman, these are things that we'd like to continue to discuss. I mean, ideally, we would be able to get these done in a year, I think. And I think some of it is just getting that practice back up, getting the resources up. The first few may take a little longer. So these are things that we'll be looking at as we move through the
Well,
process.
correct. And I think you said you announced them in December, and they're just getting up now. So it's less than a year to complete it by September 30th. Are these plans going to be done entirely by consultants or contractors, or are you doing any of it in-house?
They're almost, I mean, this is something that we've had to do as our contracting budget has, I think, gotten smaller than it used to be, is we've had more in-house efforts. So we have our community planners as well as support from other parts of the agency to support these efforts. We are the driver of them.
Okay, so this is not going to be, this is going to be primarily in-house.
Yeah, I would say primarily in-house, but for example, the commissioner mentioned we brought in a facilitator. We might bring in specific help, Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, for example, for transportation modeling, others maybe for actually doing the layouts. You know, there may be specific services that we want, but I would say the push of it, you know, the coordination and the major effort is really Office of Planning.
Talking about doing things in-house, the comprehensive plan, you relied on a lot of consultants to help there, correct?
I would say the first part of it, there was a great deal of consultant support. I think what we found is at the end of the day, we had the resources, the best resources were the ones we had in-house. And so at least in my tenure, I don't think we spent a little bit of money on facilitation for outreach because we need help, you know, we needed help doing that. But for the most part, the content was all internal.
Well, where I really want to go with this at the moment, I might have more in a minute, but I have to say that it's frustrating that the document has gotten as long as it's gotten. And this is a conversation you and I have had before, some publicly, some privately. But the amendments that came down made it even longer. And what I realized is that, you know, Joe wrote the urban design element, and Pete wrote the historic preservation element, and Sue wrote the land use element. And so they all ended up stating the same thing differently, not entirely, obviously, when it only needed to be stated once. This is actually something we're struggling with for the print that's going to get marked up, is there's some interest in directing how the plan is written next time. And there's just no reason to be, how do I want to put this? If there's a policy regarding racial equity with new housing, there's no reason to be stating it in the housing element, then restating it in the urban design element, then stating it a third time. And each time it's different because it's a different author. Do you get what I'm saying?
I completely get it, and I completely agree. You know, and then it would be stated in one way, in maybe one area element or one part of an area element says it, but what does that mean if another area element doesn't say it? And I think these exact issues are the ones why it gets hard. It gets really challenging for the zoning commission to write orders and for the court to get through them. I agree. The best practice these days is not to have a catalog laundry list of a comprehensive plan. And really make it a lot higher level. And I think that with the rewrite, the best first step would be, as with the original, a task force that helps outline the scope and what is and is not in, so that as we get, you know, because there are reasons why each of these pieces is in. But I think giving, you know, agreeing ahead of time to the idea that it will not get to a certain level of granularity, then would help as we get down as we move down the process and through community engagement.
Well, you're actually making a different point, and that is level of granularity. The point I'm making is the repetitiveness. And each time it's repeated by a different author, and therefore it's written differently.
I think it's, I think that is a challenge with maybe when granularity is one issue, but length is another. And so I agree that, you know, that is unfortunately what we had to work with. And I will say that I think the expectation set early on was that this would be an update of the existing comprehensive plan. So, wholesale changes weren't going to work. We didn't change the structure of much of it. And in fact, some things that we thought, were outdated, we proposed removing to streamline the document. We heard from the community that they found it important, and so we re-entered those for the council. So, the challenge is within the document we had, we only had limited opportunities to streamline.
Let me ask you, there was quite a bit of testimony about Brooklyn Manor. And I have to ask myself, so I'm going to ask you, since that project has gone through the zoning commission, the PUD got appealed, the Court of Appeals upheld the zoning commission's order. Why do we need to change the map for Brooklyn Manor?
I think the idea is that we think the map should represent the future land use. So it's less about any particular project and its particular status, but more about what we think the future land use is. And insofar as, a PUD might be a little bit more intense land use, which is something that was supported for this, we wanted to reflect that. It's the same thing with McMillan.
Because it just strikes me as being unnecessary and attracting a lot of community opposition. How can so many people, so you listen to the testimony, how can so many folks be testifying that the amendments that were sent to us are, I think people actually testified anti-housing or will not get more housing, and even will continue to promote systemic racism. How do you respond to that?
I think a couple of things. I mean, number one, I guess this is, I didn't fully expect for this to be a second hearing on the comp plan, but I do think these questions about housing are really critical, and I'm excited. I'm happy to address them because there's actually a really important report that came out of the Furman Center in New York, which talks about supply skepticism and the idea that more housing doesn't produce more affordability. And it basically, the report, which reviews a great deal of research, finds that that's actually wrong. More supply does generally. Sometimes there are small, there are neighborhood level effects, and it suggests policies around anti-displacement, which are included in our comprehensive plan update. It includes recommendations around inclusionary zoning, which we have some of this, we have strong inclusionary zoning, and we just made it stronger. Includes recommendations around land disposition. We have some of the strongest land disposition legislation, and funding affordable housing. And I think the city, I challenge anybody to find a city that funds more affordable housing than the District of Columbia. So I think when you put all of those together, you find that the answer is that we need to do both. Produce more housing for not only for today, but for our children and for the growth of the city, and produce and preserve existing affordable housing and produce more affordable housing. There's another recent report from UCLA that looks a little bit more quantitatively, and most all of the studies find that you need more supply to address the housing situation. It's not sufficient, but is it absolutely necessary?
Could you send us links to those two articles or studies?
Of course, yeah, and I think. I think even more so, what we would like to do is put together resources, maybe building on some of the housing equity report work that we've done that can help continue this discussion. Because I think it's important to have with council, but also in small area plans. We need to, to support our agency partners as they do their work as well.
We've been joined by Councilmember Christina Henderson for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Director Trueblood. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm going to go quick here because I think I'll probably only get one round. In May of, I want to talk about affordable housing, sort of jumping off what you were speaking about with the chairman. In May of 2019, the mayor set a goal of creating 36,000 new housing units in DC by 2025. With about 12,000 of those being affordable for low-income residents. In response, your office developed the Housing Framework for Equity and Growth, and the last progress report on housing equity was issued in October 2019, just before the pandemic. So I have a couple of questions in terms of where we are now. In terms of your office, looking at the migration trends that we're observing as a result of the pandemic, in terms of the impact that it's having on the housing market, are you all seeing more migration among low-income workers or at the higher end of the economic spectrum?
That's a particularly good question that I wish I had a sufficient answer to. I will tell you that I think there early on were reports about the end of cities and everyone's migrating to the suburbs or to Montana or whatever. I think using some suspect data sources. We are still waiting for the census data, which I think will give us a sense of this. But I think the idea is, or the sense that we've gotten just by looking at the suboptimal, the not great data sources we have, is that the DC population may have, the growth may have slowed, but we are not predicting a decline in population. Okay. To your question about the nature, I think maybe I'm going to answer as best I can, which is the nature of our growth prior to the pandemic was actually much less net in migration, people moving into more people moving into DC than out. It was international in migration and babies and family formation, as census calls it. So I think it's important to recognize that, you know, our growth was still continuing but slowing. But when we talk about housing and more housing, it's not just for people who want to move into the city, although that's important, but it's as much for people growing up in the city who want to continue to stay in the city.
That is a great segue to my next question around how we are tracking the affordability of units around sort of this idea of family. So is Office of Planning, the agency responsible for tracking whether we're meeting our affordable housing goals?
I would say it's really a joint effort. We provide some of the baseline data, or we support, supported by the census. There is, and I can share with you, there's an economic intelligence dashboard that's out of DEMPED that has a really, a quarter, I think they update it quarterly, that talks overall. How are we doing on 36,000? We are doing well. How are we doing on 12,000? Not as well. And how are we doing on these area goals? Some places not really well at all. And some of them need really, I think we need the comp plan, especially in areas like Rock Creek West, to find that opportunity. And I think you heard that from some of the witnesses. So there is some data being tracked there. But if there are questions about specific kind of what we call cuts or of the data, we'd be happy to work to get that.
Well, so just answer this part for me. What do we mean when we say affordable? Because I've had this conversation with Polly Dellinson last week around what is the definition of affordability? Are we talking about anything up to 80% AMI? Are we talking about 50 to 60? Are we talking about 60 and below? Like, what is our definition of affordable? Because that is a range. Yes.
I think, that the challenge is affordable is one word, but what affordability is very individual, right? It's not only based on income, it's based on family size. It's based, as we heard from some people testifying, it's based on neighborhoods. And so when you try and go from high level policy about overall goals and markets around housing to individual situations, and individual programs, it's challenging. But I think that's part of the work, hopefully, that we are doing with Director Donaldson and Director Laura Zeilinger and others around the continuum of housing. And I don't know if you heard my testimony, it is a continuum from homelessness to home ownership. I mean, there are, the idea that home ownership is an incredibly important wealth building tool. And when we talk about racial equity, a wealth building tool, especially for Black families, is a critical piece of that. That might be above 80. Right. That all being said, there is a HUD definition of affordability, the housing and urban development. Many of our programs are tied to that.
No, but I know, but is that what we're using in terms of the targets is my question.
Yes, so, I'm sorry. All right, that's an easier question. Affordability is income restricted housing. It's 80% and less, but if you look at it, the vast majority of our production is at 60% and less. Okay, and the reason I'm asking this is because I wasn't here for the hearing on the comp plan, so I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you a question now. One of the criticisms that I am hearing back from residents who are contacting my office about it is that throughout the comp plan, we talk about affordability, and yet we don't define it. Right? So what would you say to that? I would say we do define it. It's in the housing element, and we talk about the different levels of affordability, 0 to 30, 30 to 60, and 60 to 80, I think. I can get you the specific language, but we do we define it in a technical way.
Right.
Unfortunately, we can't define it in terms of every individual situation, but we do. I think one of the important updates, and I mentioned it in my testimony, is we talk about important populations, whether it's multi-generational, seniors, those returning citizens, and I think that's another way to define affordability. So we do, I think, try and really get to all of those.
Okay. In terms of the data that Office of Planning has, and let me just tell you, like, I think your office is like a nerd's dream in terms of your ability to sort of process information from like the census tracts, et cetera. Could you, or do you have a number around where we are around either units for sale, not for sale, et cetera, that are basically family units? Like, how many do we have versus how many do we think we should have? Do we do any of that type of analysis?
I believe we have done some analysis. I think the challenge is what a family size unit is. A small family could fit in a 2-bedroom unit in some areas, but is it a 3-bedroom or more? But we could, I believe we did some work, and I'm trying to remember which report it is around family size units, but we can, that is something that we can look at. In addition, I would recommend the DC Policy Center has done some really good work around the fact that we actually have a lot of family size units in the city, but many people are overhoused, maybe in units. There's lots of 3 and 4 bedrooms, but they're not necessarily reaching the target populations in the low income population. So,
well, I mean, and I would say as someone who used to be a renter in the city, you look at the cost of some of the 3 and 4 bedroom units that we have across the city, they're not like, I get a mortgage cheaper than what some of our 3 and 4 bedroom units are costing, right? So I think we have this question in terms of like, yes, we have them, but are they actually accessible to the individuals who need them? I only have like 2 minutes left, so I want to talk about IZ Plus because Director Donaldson said I should talk to you. I know that IZ Plus was just approved by the Zoning Commission last week. Can you help us understand when IZ Plus will start to require production of rental units at 60% AMI as opposed to just the regular 80?
Sure. And sorry, just to answer your previous question, there is a family size unit study that I actually worked on when I was at DemPed, but we can provide that to you. So I will share that with you.
Great.
So IZ Plus. So it was just kind of voted on by the Zoning Commission last week. They're going to have to finalize the regulation and publish it. But basically, the way it works is now any map amendment that comes up before them, even before while all that goes through, they're not going to they will expect map amendments to comply with the IZ Plus sort of moving forward. They've grandfathered the ones that were grandfathered, and now any new zoning change or upzone will need to comply with IZ Plus.
Okay, so in order for IZ Plus to have the maximum effect, does it depend on increased density contemplated by the comp plan amendments?
Yeah.
Like, are they like a joint?
They're separate but related. So we could, people can upzone today, right? And that's possible. You can't really zone higher than the future land use map. And I think this is something I want to, share with hopefully folks who are watching. The future land use map is not a zoning map. It doesn't change anybody's property rights. It doesn't change any zoning. It is just a future map. It's a planning general map. What happens though is because we're saying in certain places, I like to point out like the corridors along Wisconsin and Connecticut, although some of them require a little bit of planning first, but certain areas we create the more opportunity for housing. We create higher density, whether it's commercial, high density commercial in some places, but mostly high density residential. Mm-hmm. And now, because they're all, hopefully, if the council approves a plan, the comp plan or a similar FLUM that was submitted, some of those sites would then want to take advantage of that additional potential density, would want to rezone and would come to us. Some of them would actually be better for a PUD, which would have, is a little bit of a different process. But we do think this IZ Plus sends a message to anyone, even if they're not doing a map amendment, even if they're doing a PUD, of what we sort of expect for affordability. So we do think the two are tied, and we wanted to get IZ Plus done before the comp plan so that as these amendments the zoning changes are proposed, that we can capture more affordability.
as you guys were contemplating IZ Plus, did you have an expectation of how many additional affordable units that you think it will be able to produce in the next 5 years above the regular IZ program?
We didn't calculate that. What I'll tell you we did calculate on the FLUM overall is it creates 15% more capacity. That's not more development. It's just more capacity than what is there now. And we think that is a meaningful change in our city. It's hard, you know, all of these are very individual decisions, individual timelines. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable necessarily projecting what may or may not happen, especially because, you know, we don't know the exact timing on the finalization of the comp plan.
All right. Chairman's not here, so I'm just going to keep asking you some more questions. So I want to switch to talking about it.
The chairman is here, but he figured that I could let you go over a little bit and then I could do a 10-minute round, then I could get to DCRA. So go for it for 3 more minutes.
Okay. I wanted to ask about education boundaries, which is kind of like a third rail topic, but it's like a relevant topic as it pertains to data that goes into effect around our decision making for the capital improvement plans for public schools. There's this bill called PACE, or Planning Actively for Comprehensive Education Facilities, that I worked on when I was a staffer. It's still law. But as part of that, the next round of data production for PACE is, I think, due next year. In terms of enrollment decisions, demographic changes, all that kind of stuff. Are you guys aware of this and actively talking about it?
So we are actively engaged with DME around all of these issues. You know, it'll be interesting with the census data delayed, whether there may need to be discussions about whether it makes sense to whether the timing may need to change. And the other thing that I'll say that we're excited about, which I think gets to this, but I don't know the details of the law, is that with the new future land use map we're doing, I think we'll be able to improve our granular projections around potential growth. And be able to support, I think, decision, you know, around not only the growth in units, but growth in family units. You know, one thing Montgomery County have found, which I think is true here, is new units actually aren't where family growth is. It's a lot of the single family units that already exist. That's actually the growth in enrollment is actually not in new housing, it's in existing housing. But we'll be able to do a little bit more data modeling and manipulation around that to support DME.
Yeah, okay. It's good to hear that you guys are part of those conversations, because I think that, you know, frankly, if we could sort of design it, like you guys would have the school facilities master plan, just in terms of future buildings, period, not existing, but like where we need to place new buildings, given population growth and changes, and all of those different things. Go ahead.
And I don't know if you heard my testimony about our sci-fi civic infrastructure and facilities, but DME is a part of that discussion, where we want to help the public libraries just released their master plan, but we had some support of that. But how can we help all of these agencies with their master plans, and how can we help them even coordinate across each other a little bit better? And that's a good experience that we're having right now is at in Chevy Chase between DC Public Library and Parks and Rec around coordinating their investments there and making a better civic center and housing and other things. There are really great opportunities that we're excited to play a supporting role in.
Okay, and can you just clarify one last thing, and then I'm done, Mr. Chairman, actually going back to the comp plan around the future land use map, because I think another thing that we're hearing from the public is that the up-plumbing essentially takes the ability away from the communities to have a role in the process in terms of development in their communities. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. I think number one is we are proud of the engagement process that we did around the public engagement process. We heard from 90% of the ANCs, and I think we're able to produce additional density that will support the housing that we need. So I think overall that's good. But to your point about process, this doesn't change. This doesn't in and of itself allow anything to happen that's not happening already. Anything that's not within the existing zoning, right? Anything that wants to take advantage of this future land use map is going to have a public process that goes through zoning. And I think that's critical. We hope that this produces more PUDs, which we think are the best process by which we can support communities, ensure community engagement and community benefits. But even the upflumming, those opportunities are upzoning. I'm sorry, even upzoning will require a a public process through the DC Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Director Trueblood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I have a few more questions on the census. When do you anticipate getting redistricting eligible data from the Census Bureau?
So I think the latest is by September 30th.
And are you aware of what other states are doing that this is going to jam everybody with redistricting election wards and districts?
From what I've seen, different states are doing different things. But we, if it would be helpful, we can pull those together. Some are trying to delay, some are just moving forward with the existing maps. I think we were seeing different approaches.
Yeah, moving forward with an existing map is not redistricting. Unless what you meant was, I misunderstood. September 30th. There was some testimony regarding the homeowner grant program. Do you remember that?
I do. From Mr. Roberts?
Yes. And he said only 2 pieces of information are shared in your annual report. Is it possible to do more frequent reports, Mr. Trueblood?
I think so. Yeah, I'm talking to the team about what we might be able to share on a more regular basis. And as importantly, we would love to work with him. We've worked with others to make sure to provide materials to publicize the grants. So we will definitely take him up on that opportunity.
Okay, was this the first that you had, you became aware of his willingness to help in this regard as well as his concerns?
The first that I've heard specifically on this issue, but I know that in the past you and I have discussed better ways of the Office of Planning marketing the program. So it is something we continue to try and work on and improve.
So I can make a note on his testimony that you will.
We'll reach out.
And seriously consider these ideas or similar or other ideas to improve participation.
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit more about housing. Commercial to residential conversions, is that really feasible?
I think when people think, commercial to residential, they think office to residential, and they think downtown. And when you think when that's your mental picture, those are, maybe a few potentially, but not likely. But what we have found is we were already seeing some. Fannie Mae was mentioned, the Coast Guard, former Coast Guard building in Buzzard Point. Really outside of the central core, we see opportunities. Warman Park is another one. So we do think there could be good opportunities for some of these, and it's actually being discussed in the strike force, the residential housing strike force that I mentioned, and they'll be coming up with suggestions. But downtown, I think the economics are challenging, but there may be a few opportunities.
And you said that the target of 36,000, that we are well on our way to meeting that target.
That's correct.
But the 12,000 we're not.
Yeah, so the data that I'm looking at, we're about 40% of the way to the goal of 36,000, and we're about 18% of the way to the goal to 12,000.
40% and 18%.
Yeah, and that's through January. So that's the first 2 years.
This is the dashboard or whatever on the DEMPED website?
Yeah, I can provide a link to that as well.
Would you?
Yep.
And then in your testimony, you mentioned IZXL. Does that mean that we're not done with IZ?
We're never done with IZ. No, I think I think building on the momentum of IZ Plus, we found more opportunities to continue to refine and improve inclusionary zoning with the goal of more affordable housing, obviously. So it's really refinement. Continue, applying it to more districts, changing some regulations around which height it applies to given new construction techniques, applying it to conversions, for example. So these are the kinds of things that we're exploring.
Okay. And finally, can you say more about the work on the commemorative work? So we rewrote the governing law last fall. Have you started to reshape it?
So we are excited and this is an opportunity to say we're excited for the council's nominations to it. I believe the law is enacted like today, recently, within the last few days, if anything. But we welcome the council to make their nominations as soon as possible. We have a committee meeting at the end of this month and the end of next month. And we've received our first commemorative works applications, which is exciting. So I think we're getting into the practice. One, a statue of Lincoln at the African American Civil War Museum, and another, an Azari poet, an Azerbaijani poet at the Azerbaijani Chamber of Commerce in Georgetown. So we are, we're moving forward. I think we're getting processes down, and I think we're excited to not only do that, but we did some outreach with the community around future locations, and we'll be continuing that. There was a lot of interest and excitement and questions and interest in talking more. So I think we see CWC not only as an approval body, but as a body that can get information out to those who want to support more commemorative works, especially for those parts of DC that are traditionally underrepresented.
Okay. I think that's going to conclude the questions I have. So I'm going to excuse you and then turn to the next 32 witnesses.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trueblood. I think there were a couple of things you were going to get back to us on, please.
The Furman School study, NYU study, UCLA study. I have the Council Member Henderson family size unit study, historic homeowner grants. We owe Mr. Roberts a response, and DEMPED 36,000 housing unit tracker.
The link for that, yes. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am, before calling the witnesses for DCRA, I'm going to take a 7-minute break, which means, according to my clock, 5:55. I will resume. All right, I appreciate everybody's patience. We're going to turn now to the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. And I'm going to call the first 16 witnesses. Kathy Zeisel, the Children's Law Center. Felicia Dantzler, who's president of AFSCME Local 2743. Beth Mellon, who's with the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. Tori Goldhammer, who's with Living at Home Consultants. Commissioner Mark Eckenweiler, who's with ANC 6C. Samuel Bonar, who's with Delicious Democracy. Jennifer Cooper, who's with District Bridges. Chuck Elkins, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 3D. Amelia Talarco, who's with No Justice, No Pride. Deandra Bryant, who's also with No Justice, No Pride. Sky Ivy. Estefania Torres Pais. Nuena, and I'm mispronouncing these, Amuchi. I apologize for that. Sogan Afkari. Alexa Wow Quaisbarth, and John Guggenmos, who is a commissioner with ANC 2F. And assuming that everybody is here, let's start with Kathy Zeisel from the Children's Law Center. Good afternoon. And I'm sticking with afternoon. I'm not at evening yet.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and committees of members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Kathy Zeisel. I'm a resident of the district and a senior supervising attorney at the Children's Law Center. In law, we say justice delayed is justice denied, and this is even more so for repairs which are needed to fix health-harming conditions that exist in families' homes, especially during the pandemic. DCRA's own data on its dashboard and in its oversight answers shows that it is ineffective in getting landlords to follow the law, although these numbers are inconsistent even between these two sources. In FY20, per its dashboard, DCRA issued 2,500 notices of infraction, and only 756 had repairs within the same year. It issued $10 million in fines and collected only $72,000. FY21 is looking even worse than FY20. As of March 11th, 2021 on its dashboard, DCRA had issued 1,676 notices of infraction and only confirmed a total of 4 repairs in the same fiscal year. DCRA had issued $5.6 million in fines, but had collected no money on any of its fines that it had issued in this fiscal year so far. The conflicting numbers between the dashboard and what they provided in today's oversight are concerning because one of the successes that DCRA highlights in their KPIs for this year is the dashboard as a measure of transparency, but there's now a question whether that data is even reliable. The numbers themselves are concerning because whichever numbers you look at indicate that a significant number of tenants never got their units brought up even to the level of meeting the basic housing code after violations are found by DCRA. And those that do get their units repaired often wait extended periods of time before those repairs are made. DCRA's failure to do enforcement is shown by the paltry amount of fines collected as compared to those issued means that landlords have little incentive to comply with the notices of infraction. DCRA's abysmal dashboard statistics on repairs and enforcement are consistent with the experiences of our clients. In just the last few weeks, we had a client whose unit had been cited by DCRA for non-working smoke alarms, but DCRA never followed up. Our client and her children survived a fire in her apartment building only because her neighbors woke her during the night by pounding on the door. Another client had children who had to be treated for carbon monoxide poisoning after DCRA inspected regarding a gas leak, verbally said there were issues, but still 2 weeks later, we have no report or notice of infraction, and the client had been returning to the unit during the day at the urging of her property manager. Another client is living in a unit where DCRA did cite the owner for a persistent water leak, but did not conduct any enforcement. Now the flooring has disintegrated to the point that it is dirt and worms and plants are coming through the carpet of her apartment. It is our understanding that the changes to the NOI process were supposed to expedite things, but that has not been the case in our observation, as inspection reports have become even more delayed and we do not see any meaningful increase in enforcement. For another client, her unit was declared uninhabitable by DCRA, and she was put in a hotel by OTA for the maximum 2 weeks. But DCRA did not provide the report or notice of infraction to the landlord until the 2-week stay was almost over, meaning the landlord had no official notice of the violations and had not made any of the repairs. The tenant had no place to stay and could not return to the unit. We had to get involved with a temporary restraining order to get the client housed. With respect to customer service generally, we still see many issues. Tenants and our staff report problems communicating with DCRA during regular hours and in obtaining emergency inspections after hours. And we've seen language access concerns with respect to the actual reports being provided only in English to non-English speaking tenants. In addition, the new Scout website has significantly less useful information than the prior website. And the landlord violation tool, which DCRA has developed, is not available through Scout, but rather is deeply hidden on its website and is very hard to find. DCRA in its answers makes yet another set of new improvement proposals in response to the 2019 Marcel and Alvarez report, but we are simply at a point where we cannot keep giving the agency endless chances to make proposals that sound good, but do not truly reform anything and lead to the same results as before. What should we do? We should fund the legislative reforms that this council has already passed. We should move forward with the Department of Buildings, funding it and ensuring it is not a mere replica of what currently exists in DCRA. We should fund the legislation that requires DCRA inspectors to be licensed mold inspectors, pass the Bed Bug Control Act of 2021, and reintroduce and pass the Lead Hazards Prevention Elimination Act. We should also consider legislation to reform the proactive rental inspection process. We come before this council once again testifying that DCRA is not ensuring safe and healthy housing for the residents of the district and urge that action be taken now to resolve this failure. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seisel. Felicia Dantzler.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson and committee members. My name is Felicia Dantzler. I'm president of ASME Local 2743. I represent approximately 100 members at DCRA. I come before the committee today to update you on labor's relationship with Director Chopra. Simply put, it is no better today than it was a year ago. A year ago, Mr. Mendelson, you had charged Director Chopra to meet with labor. It took Director Chopra approximately 4 months to meet with labor. When Director Chopra decided to meet with labor, he decided to give us 30 minutes for a meeting. Labor had to go back and forth with emails to increase that time, requesting 2 hours until the point that the director finally agreed to 1 hour. And so in the meeting, what we realized is that Director Chopra was just really going through the motions. For example, we informed him that an investigator was a victim of a robbery and also was threatened with bodily harm. So we asked the agency to consider investing in safety equipment such as pepper spray, a bulletproof vest, and batons. Director Chopra's response was that he needed to check with the Department of Risk Management and circle back to labor. He clearly got lost in the circle because as of today, we still have not heard from Director Chopra on this matter. Now, it is reasonable that he has other more pressing concerns. He did spend more than $500,000 on an outside consulting firm to conduct a culture change digital quotient assessment survey in an attempt to glean from my members information about them. Troubling, however, is the fact that the PRM consultants, the company conducting the survey, sent correspondence to my members claiming no employee will be terminated based upon the survey, though my members were threatened by management with disciplinary action if they did not complete it. But why would a representative from an outside organization feel they had the right to make any claim about continued employment of our members? DCHR is the authority of all things personnel for district government employees, and for Director Chopra to circumvent DCHR is troubling, but not surprising. The director has given the impression that he wants a data-driven environment. Maybe this is a successful strategy for working in a completely technology-driven organization. If this is his talent, he probably should be in that type of organization. However, even under that, understand that data is only one resource that matters, so too does the human capital. I'm quite certain Director Chopra is going to come before you and give you all types of stats, such as the number of calls accepted, the average time spent on the call, and the number of complaints the agency resolved. What he will not disclose is that my members have been threatened with discipline if the call taker spends more than 10 times on a call. What he won't disclose is there are 17 call takers. However, frequently he pulls staff members from another division to have additional call takers. It's difficult for anyone to perform a role for which they haven't been trained. My members know their job, so accepting a call concerning building permits, outstanding citations, or vending matters is something that they are not equipped to advise. You see, it appears not to matter to Director Shopper that they do not know how to do the work if he can look good in front of you today by boasting about the numbers. What he will not mention is that the members neglect their primary duties, the things that they are hired and trained to do. And when my members did complain to the union about being tasked with answering calls, the reaction of the supervisor was to punish them by keeping them on the phones all day when the call takers were available to do their own jobs that they were hired to do. That is not surprising. There's an environment of intimidation that is fast becoming a hallmark under the director's reign. Since the one meeting with Director Shopper, collectively, Labor has filed 10 grievances, which were not minor annoyances. They range from my members working above their pay grade to safety matters. Maybe it wasn't a big deal to the director to watch the data while risking the safety of a member by assigning him vending enforcement during a large Black Lives Matter protest. Or perhaps it was during a COVID matter when Labor reached out to the director to advise him that we had learned that an employee had tested positive for COVID. That was on March the 17th. On March the 18th, Director Shopper stated that no employee tested positive. However, AFSCME President Miranda Gillis interviewed on Channel 9 News on and about April 2nd, and which stated in a report that DCRA had a letter dated April 1st, 2020, stated that an employee tested positive between March 16th and March 19th, 2020. I reached out to the director directly on March 17th, and he lied to Labor, stating that no one tested positive for COVID. Another example how the director would do whatever he needs to do to get the job done, despite the safety of my members. A good leader recognizes that they have scratch that. The COVID-19 decision said what was all that was needed to be said about the director. This type of selfish and frankly immoral act goes directly to Director Shopper's mindset that he would get work from my members even if he must place them in harm's way to do it. But he certainly wants to ensure that he looks good on paper in front of this committee. And I'll end my statement at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Chancellor. Beth Mellon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I'll stick with afternoon. I think you're pushing it, but my name is Beth Mellon. I'm a supervising attorney with Legal Aid in our housing unit. And I want to start just by talking a little bit about the connections we are seeing right now between substandard housing conditions, what we've talked with you about on a number of occasions over the years, and lack of enforcement by DCRA, but also the pandemic and the affordability crisis. And I know you know all this, but tens of thousands of district residents right now have lost employment, have lost income. They're struggling to pay their expenses, their rent. About 25 to 30,000 tenants are at risk of displacement. Of course, we hope that the new federal rental assistance will be rolled out in a way that will help alleviate that crisis. And frankly, help landlords as well, because I know you're hearing from them about the pressures they feel. And it's important in framing all that to say, of the tens of thousands of tenants right now who say they are behind in their rent, they are struggling to pay next month's rent, 95% of them in census data are Black or Latinx. So this is really a crisis that's hitting hard on communities of color. And that reality is really shaping the landlord-tenant relationship, I think, right now. And this is what we're hearing from tenants who are contacting legal aid, that they already were living, many of these tenants who have low income, who are struggling to pay rent even before the pandemic with the district's affordability crisis. They are behind now. They are feeling such pressure from their landlords. And what we are hearing when they contact us is those landlords are using a lot of pressure tactics right now to try to force folks out of their homes who are behind in rent, including, frankly, conditions. And that has included things like landlords turning off utilities, turning off the heat, or just failing to repair conditions as a form of harassment. And I share a story in my written testimony that I want to share now, but I want to preface it by saying Legal Aid opened a tenant hotline in March 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. We've gotten over 2,000 calls to date. We have seen a significant increase in both tenants calling about repair issues or housing condition issues, but also tenants calling about these kinds of illegal threats, everything from lockouts to conditions to, just kind of verbal harassment. And so a tenant MD contacted us. He had begun renting his unit a few months before the pandemic. He lost his job. He fell behind on rent. It's a very common story we're hearing now. And what happened to him next is the landlord turned off the heat and just refused to turn it back on and said, you're behind on your rent. And so this tenant then went to stay with some friends because it was the winter. His unit was uninhabitable. And when he came back, the locks were changed. All of his belongings were still in there. We actually referred him to the Office of the Attorney General, and we've helped tenants go to court on these kinds of issues. But I think it just illustrates why DCRA's job is so important right now. We thank you and members of the council for passing the Department of Buildings Establishment Act and for overriding the mayor's veto. We'll be asking in budget for that to be fully funded. And Ms. Zeisel did a great job of talking about what we're still seeing in terms of DCRA's data and things trending in the wrong direction. The number of inspections are down. There's still a gap in the numbers between how many units are inspected and cited for violations and then how many notices of infraction are issued. We also see in DCRA's own data that they report only about half of violations are actually concluded out as abated, and that the average abatement period is almost 6 months. So in terms of what we want the council to do at this point, beyond just Department of Buildings, Act 23607, which is the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act, we also want to see that funded. That includes provisions to require DCRA inspectors to be certified in mold assessment and issue violation notices. And then the two other things I'll mention beyond funding those bills, we would still like to see more inspectors. The current ratio is about 1 inspector for every 6,500 rental units. And we've testified before about trying to bring that closer to 1 inspector for every 2,000 units. And that also will help ensure that DCRA doesn't have to rely on private inspectors. And then secondly, the basic business license process, there's emergency and temporary legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your office's leadership on that. And so we support Bill 24-119 that's been introduced. Thank you again for that. That would make a permanent change in the law so that landlords have to have a basic business license before they can evict a tenant. We would also support strengthening that to say that a landlord shouldn't be able to increase the rent or even charge rent without a basic business license. I think that would make a huge incentive change towards voluntary compliance, especially if that was paired with the Department of Buildings really having a strong process behind the basic business license, taking them away or not granting them when there are code violations. I know I'm over. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. Next witness is Tori Coldhammer.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak. I am not going to read my written testimony, but I would like to highlight some of the most important points. My name is Tori Goldhammer. I am a Ward 6 resident, occupational therapist, and the clinical manager of the Safe at Home program, which is administered through Home Care Partners and funded through the Department of Aging and Community Living, or DACL. First and foremost, I'd really like to thank the Mayor's Office, the Council, and DACL for continued support of the program. It's really been an honor and a privilege to work for the program since its inception in 2016. To date, we've completed over 4,000 jobs with amazing outcomes, including a reduction in the number of falls reported by the older adults that we work with. So I'm here today to request that we go one step further in the district for our seniors, and we enlist DCRA to create and implement a new design code for housing that is designated for 55 plus, that goes above and beyond the federal ADA and Fair Housing Code Acts. The reason I'm asking this is because we have been in several buildings in the city that have been designated for senior housing, but they have serious design flaws that have actually contributed to a higher risk of falling. For example, there's a new building at 808 Bladensburg Road that received over $50 million in district funding, including money from the Housing Production Trust Fund and tax credits. And although it's been compliant with federal guidelines, it is not a senior-friendly building, despite being a 55+ building. The units do not have grab bars. They have low toilets. Again, this is supposed to be a senior building. Safe at Home had 2 clients in the building that had moved in December of 2020. And neither client was feeling safe to shower until we were able to come in and help them out. So they went for several months without showering in their new apartments that they had moved into. Fortunately, Safe at Home was able to enter those 2 apartments, but unfortunately, due to the construction of the building, our contractors were not able to actually install any grab bars. So all we were able to do was provide medical equipment in order to try to mitigate some of the risks of falling. Fortunately, that equipment worked. And our clients are able to shower right now, but still there are 179 units in that building, and we were only able to work with 2 of the seniors. So if there is a design code where this type of, where grab bars and a higher toilet and other types of design features are implemented at the building phase, rather than Safe at Home or somebody else having to come in after the fact, it will not only save the district money, but it will also make seniors and the adults with disabilities that are moving into any of these buildings feel much more comfortable up front without having to work with our program. I'm not going to take up much more time because I know you've had a long day, but thank you, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goldhammer. Commissioner Mark Eckenweiler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming through okay?
A little warbly, but I'm not sure you can do anything about that.
Okay, well, let's just go with it. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm here to present ANC 6C's official comments on DCRA's performance. And to cut to the chase, there remain chronic and substantial deficiencies in DCRA's transparency and their responsiveness. So I want to focus on 2 areas. First, our old friend, the ongoing inadequacy of DCRA's online information about construction permits. And second, what we see as an ongoing problem with enforcement, DCRA refusing to do some basic enforcement tasks. So to start with the first, as you are well aware, we've complained many times over the years about DCRA's failure to comply with its statutory obligations to make permit drawings and other application-related information available online. And while things did improve, at one point, a number of years ago, things were pretty bad because there was nothing online. Our experience is that the progress in recent years is very halting. It's sort of one step forward and maybe a half step back. So to take an example from Director Schrapa's own testimony, last year, DCRA rolled out a new public database called Scout, and at the same time discontinued 2 other databases, PIVS and OBPAT, which had some distinct but overlapping areas of coverage. Scout, as I'm sure Director Schrapa will say to you, it supposedly replaces both of those services and provides one-stop shopping for information on permits, inspections, C of Os, and everything else. The truth is, while Scout does pull together some information in one place, it has almost innumerable shortcomings. We've brought these to DCRA's attention. I'm not even going to go through because I know time is short here, but you can see on pages 2 through 4 of our testimony listing all the ways in which this is really not a great system. But really the most troubling thing is this very recent development. On March 3rd, DCRA summarily took down a competing database called Civic Insight, which was absolutely the best thing that they had ever done. It was user-friendly. You could get automated email updates for properties on your watch list, and now it's just dead. And their social media manager said, Scout replaces that. It absolutely does not. So this just makes no sense. This was a thing that was working perfectly well, that already existed, and DCRA has now taken it away. So there's your step backwards. And then the second point on failure to enforce some basic issues, I've listed a couple in our written testimony. Just to summarize briefly, we've got this one case where there's an operation of an unlawful short-term rental. I supplied the zoning administrator literally a promotional video doing a walkthrough explaining how this is a short-term rental and so on. There are multiple ways in which that's impermissible. And the answer that I've gotten repeatedly, including as recently as an hour ago in email from DCRA, is, well, we're waiting to do the implementing regulations on the STR legislation that the council passed. Well, the problem with that is this is not an owner-occupied property. So it cannot qualify. On top of, there are various other technical zoning issues with this. And this is still not resolved. So I raised this over a year ago with DCRA, and they continue to do this song and dance. I know I'm over my time. I'm not going to go into the other issue. I just want to conclude by saying it should not take so much effort on the part of an ANC commissioner to motivate DCRA to carry out these basic duties in clear-cut cases. It reaffirms our view that DCRA is so broken, so dysfunctional, that the agency should, in fact, be reorganized and divided up. We thank you for your leadership in passing the legislation and overriding the mayor's veto to bring about that needed change, and we hope you will promptly appropriate the funds that are necessary for implementation. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Samuel Bonar, Delicious Democracy.
Hi there, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and everyone else who's here. So I'm Sam Bonner. I'm the co-director of Delicious Democracy. We are DC's creative advocacy lab, exploring cultural solutions of political movement and civic mutual aid and the solidarity economy. So I'm here to talk about DCRA. I think there's a couple of things I want to talk about with my experience interacting with them. One thing that I find is, I'm excited that there's going to be a shakeup and a possible, breaking up of DCRA, restructuring. But like any kind of antitrust or anti-monopoly work, although this is a different thing, it really depends on how you do it. And I think the real problem that I see with DCRA is that things are completely operating within silos. I found when I've tried to start this organization that everything is sort of, you're getting tossed back and forth between these different organizations and these different people who don't have any sort of humanity or emotional intelligence when they're actually interacting with you. Or at least they don't treat you with humanity as if you are a human. And I think that there's something that is very frustrating with a organization that's supposed to be helping you kind of do business in the city that just kind of dumps you back and forth and doesn't actually provide you any kind of guidance for walking through the process, except for in an ad hoc basis. So I would encourage sort of organizing DCRA in terms of use cases and in terms of size of organization and in terms of, so maybe there would be an office that helps you start an organization and gives you guidance on how to start that organization. And then an office that would help you maintain that organization, et cetera. And I'd love for DCRA to incorporate social work and emotional intelligence trainings into the way that they deal with helping people to stay in compliance with the law. And finally, I'd like to sort of just offer a challenge of helping to have DCRA create specific opportunities for people and incentives for people to create cooperatives in the city. I really believe that cooperatives are the kind of an employee ownership, but also just starting a community that earns money together will help address some of these concerns that I've had about everything operating in silos. This is a problem in our society, in our city, and in just the way that business gets done. So I really would love for businesses to be, for businesses to be encouraged to become cooperatives, and for DCRA to find ways to encourage people to find their community in the business that they create. So I know I'm about out of time, so I'll leave it at that. But thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bonar. Jennifer Cooper, and am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's very close. It's Jennifer Kuiper.
Kuiper. That's not even close. My
You can't
apologies.
just ignore that you. It always throws everyone off. So thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Kuiper with District Bridges, which is part of the network of 26 DC Main Street programs and works on community-based economic development. In our support for small businesses, we look to DCRA as a key partner. According to the SBA, DC is home to over 75,000 small businesses, which make up 98% of all businesses in the district and employ nearly half of all DC employees. So ensuring that DCRA effectively serves small businesses is vital to the district's overall economic well-being. Even before the pandemic, DC's small businesses have been adversely impacted by permitting and licensing delays, unclear processes, and expensive fees. These burdens result in delayed openings, long-term vacancies, and barriers to expansion, creating a business environment that competes unfavorably with nearby Maryland and Virginia jurisdictions. Based on its 5-year strategic plan, DCRA will be addressing several of the significant pain points of small businesses. However, these much needed reforms are not scheduled until years 2 and 3. Given the current crisis, we hope that DCRA will reprioritize these urgently needed adjustments in support of DC's economic recovery. I'd like to quickly recommend 6 measures that would advance the policy goal of a thriving and inclusive local economy and are in line with DCRA's stated customer-centric philosophy. First, establishing a small business track, taking the form of a one-stop shop of specialized interagency team familiar with the needs and processes particular to small businesses with an ombudsman for troubleshooting delays. Second, streamlined processes that provide simplified roadmaps and checklists. Third, revision of small business fees. DC has a flat fee system, which we recommend shifting to a progressive fee structure, taking into account size factors such as the number of employees or revenues. Fourth, simplified business licenses. DCRA needs to continue its work to remove or combine underused and redundant licenses. At the same time, we need DCRA to create a class of flexible licenses to accommodate seasonal pop-ups and temporary businesses. Fifth, language access. DC is the home of a tremendously diverse community of small business owners without the resources of larger corporations for in-house language support. Therefore, we urgently need translation of key documents and prioritized hiring of multilingual staff. And finally, phone and video support. The pandemic has highlighted the tremendous technology gap with disproportionate deficits amongst socially disadvantaged business owners. Although we appreciate DCRA's efforts to move its services online, there is still a large need for offline low-tech support, including a hotline and short instructional videos. In conclusion, the challenges of the past year presented by the pandemic have exposed the vulnerabilities, but also the tremendous value of DC's small business community. Regardless of how DCRA will ultimately be structured, we hope that these recommendations are actionable strategies that can immediately address the small business needs and contribute to advancing the district as a jurisdiction that truly values its small businesses. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuiper. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I'll double check to make sure that we sent that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Elkins, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with something favorable here. I'm happy to report that based on my most recent experience as a member of one of DCRA's constituent work groups, DCRA did listen to constituents. Our group made 15 recommendations and DCRA adopted many of them. And I have to say that's the best performance of any agency in responding to suggestions that I've ever seen. And so I think Director Shrapa needs to be congratulated for that, because he played a major role in that. I want to now mention 3 DCRA programs that need this committee's attention. First, with regard to rental units, DCRA has improved its inspection program for finding health and safety violations in rental units, but now it needs to turn more attention to ensuring that the violation it finds are actually abated. In the last 3 fiscal years, DCRA has been able to ensure only 45% of the violations they found actually got repaired. In other words, for the 55% of the violations they found, the tenants are still living in unsafe housing for all we know. This is just not acceptable. Mr. Chairman, couldn't this committee ask DCRA to analyze why it is that so many of these violations go unrepaired? And then shouldn't they design new programs that will close this gap? For fiscal year 2022, I would hope they would be able to hit the 75% mark instead of 45% and do even better in later years. The second program needing this committee's attention is the business license program. Last year, the agency handled only 191 cases of businesses that were not licensed. Now, you and I know, and the DCRA staff has admitted, that they know that there are many more companies doing business in the district that are not licensed. For example, last year, I personally sent DCRA the names of 43 lawn maintenance companies doing business in the district that are not licensed. And that's just one of dozens of types of businesses in this city. Now, DCRA has taken a major step in the right direction by creating the database where consumers can look up DCRA's rating of a general contractor. This is an excellent program, and it should encourage more businesses to become licensed, but it does not go far enough in my view. I've recently given DCRA suggestions, which you will find in the attachment in my testimony, laying out additional steps that they could take to ensure more companies are licensed to do business in DC. This would be a good place for the council to invest more resources in DCRA. And finally, I want to turn to the Office of Administrative Hearings, which of course is not part of DCRA, but which is a major drag on DCRA programs because of OEH's slow performance and their lack of authority. An appeal to OEH of a rental code violation can take months. And even after OEH rules that a landlord must pay the fine, OEH has no authority to require the landlord to actually abate the violation. So the landlord is left living in unsafe housing. So those are the problems for OEH, both the timing of their work, maybe they need more resources, and secondly, I think they need more authority over the people who come before them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Commissioner. Amelia Talarico.
It's MLA Talarico. Good afternoon, council members, chairman. My name is MLA Talarico. I'm one of multiple co-directors for No Justice, No Pride. In the last 3 years, No Justice, No Pride has grown to be one of the largest providers of LGBT housing in the city. We have not, and during that period, we have not received 1 penny from the government, local or federal, despite being one of the only providers in the area who is providing dedicated housing support to Black and Brown adult and youth trans women. Between NJMP, Casa Ruby, and HIPS, we are largely the reason the city hasn't encountered more murders of Black trans women, despite the district having the highest per capita population of trans residents in the country. And yet, not only has the city hardly bothered to support this community, but the very agencies of which this council oversees has continued to harass, belittle, and disparage not only the leaders in our organization, but the residents we provide services to. In 2019, we were forced to leave our first property after conflicts grew between our landlord and the DCRA within Ward 5. The neighbors of this property already had issues with our landlord before we even moved in. So by the time we moved in, they didn't take well to us. Just to give an example of the hostility that we faced. On one instance in May 2019, the neighbors called the fire department when one resident attempted to have a cookout with just the other residents of that house. And so just paraphrasing from my statement, there was multiple instances where the DCRA was weaponized against us, which made it harder to provide our services. There's been multiple times where this has clearly been fueled by anti-Blackness and racism. At our first house, the DCRA plus the complaints from the neighbors became so much between the landlord and us that we had to terminate the lease and move out. This led to a period of housing instability for many of our members, who then endured violence on the street as a result. Within a month of moving out, we recovered and we were able to rent 2 more properties and start expanding our services. And we had the Decrim Now hearing happen. Y'all probably remember that in October 2019. Within 1 week of that, the same DCRA agent that was harassing us at the first house started inquiring about us operating a business out of a residential property. And he cited our address that was listed up on our website. And like, mind you, at this point, we're an activist collective. That address is in case people want to drop off canned goods for trans folks. And so, when I explained that, he seemed satisfied, but then he kept wanting to pry. Then he wanted to look into our organization status, which at the time was fiscally sponsored, but an activist collective. When he seemed satisfied with that, he then started questioning about my landlord's rental license. That landlord was great. We had no problems with him. He was very accommodating. However,
Stolarco, you're over your time, so I need you to wind up quickly.
Okay, well, my main point is if the city isn't going to bother providing support for these critical resources, then the DCRA shouldn't be going and making it harder for these service providers.
Right, and I have your written statement.
Yes.
My understanding is that Deandra Bryant and Sky Ivy, Estefania Torres Pais, and Nena Amuchi and Sogan Afkari are not here.
I just want to say that DeAndre is sick, but there's another NJMP person that is on the line that was willing to testify on his behalf. Their name is on Zoom is Miguel C.
Okay, well, we're going to keep moving. So the next witness is Alexa Wow Kosbarth, and I apologize for pronouncing your name.
Hi, my name is Alexa Walk-Quaisbarth. Thank you for hearing me today and considering my testimony. I come to you before you as a recent transplant from Ward 2 to Ward 1 and as an occupational therapist, an OT, working on home modifications with seniors of the district for Home Care Partners Safe at Home program funded by the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. I'll be echoing some of what Tori Goldhammer said before. The Safe at Home program provides safety adaptations in and around the homes of qualifying seniors and adults with disabilities in the district, enabling them to age more safely and independently in their homes. All of the OTs who work with the Safe at Home program have specialized training in accessibility. Thus, these OTs offer a unique perspective into the need of modifications for the homes of seniors and with people with disabilities. In addition to our training in accessibility, we have a full understanding of our clients' medical and health status and how that may impact them in their home. We have served over 4,000 district residents since our inception in 2016 and have a 90% satisfaction rate with our clients. I'm presenting this testimony to advocate for code for newly constructed senior living apartments that would promote safety for more seniors and their ability to successfully age in place in their home. Safe at Home provides these services to homeowners and renters alike, and many of our seniors live in apartment buildings deemed senior living. I'm grateful to that senior living exists in the city as an attempt to ensure that seniors can continue to reside in the district. However, many of the seniors that we work with have noted some issues in regards to living safely in their new apartments, including standard height toilets rather than 17-inch height comfort height toilets, a lack of grab bars and showers next to toilets, tubs rather than walk-in showers, cabinets and microwaves that are too high to be able to access safely, slippery flooring, and floor-to-ceiling windows that they are unable to manage. We have also observed many design attempts that have fallen short in execution, such as a wall-mounted bench in a shower that goes beyond the threshold of the shower, so the water spills all over the floor. Many of our clients have voiced that they are unable to safely use their bathrooms or kitchens as they exist. Our program attempts to address these shortcomings as best as we're able to within our means, but perhaps this would be better addressed when the apartments are being designed and constructed. These funds for our program could be directed to other seniors in the district if the buildings were outfitted properly from the outset. I believe the design team should be expanded to include experts in accessibility who work with seniors on a daily basis to better inform decisions that make such a huge impact, as well as hearing directly from seniors themselves. If properly designed, such buildings would allow district seniors to safely age in that unit rather than having to transition to a higher level of care because their homes do not provide adequate support and safety measures. Transitioning to a higher level of care could incur an additional expense not only for the senior, but also for the district. Senior living buildings that are newly constructed often have tax credits and direct funding from the city. With that funding, some basic standards could be met that would be more inclusive in the design for seniors. I believe that we could have some simple codes dictating what can be termed senior housing, and that could guide future development of senior housing buildings to be more universally designed and inclusive for residents to plan to age in place. I propose that working with accessibility consultants to develop more inclusive design code for new senior housing would benefit the district and its seniors in both the short and long term. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Quaisbarth. I hope I pronounced that better.
That was perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. John Guggenmoos, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony regarding my relationship with DCRA. My name is John Guggenmoos. I'm a 32-year resident of Ward 2, third term vice chair of ANC 2F, although I am representing SMD 2F02 tonight. The chair of the Logan Circle Business Recovery and the board of the DC Nightlife Council. And I've held dozens of liquor licenses and interacted with DCRA for over 31 years. In that time, I've seen the great, the okay, and the bad at the agency. So with that hindsight, I can clearly say that DCRA as an agency is operating better today than it has in the last 31 years and is on a better trajectory with the outstanding leadership of Director Chopra, who's an effective leader and his willingness to look and adapt. The well-being of the agency impacts the well-being of residents directly, and maintaining quality leadership is of the utmost. Even with the COVID-19 pandemic and all of its challenges the city faced, DCRA and its leadership and its staff continue to perform while other agencies in the city did not. The work of other agencies during the pandemic proves that the success of DCRA in that uncertain time was not a given, nor is it something to be taken for granted. So I hope the cloud of dividing up or the uncertainty of dividing up the agency, thinking that two agencies will suddenly be efficient, is permanently put to rest. Such a move would only duplicate costs, slow response, and require the city to undertake the task of replicating the team leadership that Director Chopra has put into place. The director has taken very many motivative moves, and to tackle inspections. And I hope that this program is expanded to include noise inspections, as noise and amplified noise from bands outside is currently an unresolved issue for the Logan Circle neighborhood. If you allow me, this issue started on October 24th, and in most sunny days starting at 2 well beyond sunset, rotating band members are playing on the corner 4 or 5 nights a week. I hear from dozens of residents who are forced to work at home and cannot. Teachers find it impossible to teach on Zoom. Parents with children, those with health conditions are just some of who I heard for. The neighborhood does support live music, tried to speak to the members to condense play times, move areas. When the request was made, they were told that for $2,000, they would move locations because the tips were just too good there. While there was a wide variety of residents that were affected, they all had one thing in common. They all blamed DCRA for not solving this issue when someone breaks the noise ordinance. However, this is not because of a lack of will on DCRA's part. It's because of unclear regulations and the insufficient division between the agency of serving NOIs. DCRA lacks the enforcement power to deal with this issue they're tasked with regulating and then get blamed for it. Although technically DCRA is responsible for enforcement, however, since there is no requirement to register to play music with DCRA, there is no way for DCRA to enforce the allowed decibel levels if musicians are to turn over their identification or if it's just different members of a rotating group. This is a legislative problem and an unfair criticism of DCRA, and a council fix is needed. This is not an isolated issue where DCRA is blamed for a legislative fix. And even if the council finds that fix, the council cannot legislate a well-run agency. If the council could, it would have been done years ago. Government depends on good people and good leadership. We all do. We all want well-run agencies. And under Director Chopra and his team, we have a forward-thinking team that's willing to self-examine and to continue to improve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I have just a couple of questions. A few of you didn't give us copies of your statements, so I would appreciate that. Ms. Kuiper, I'm sympathetic to the proposal that we ought to examine, consolidate, and reduce fees and licenses. But there's a cost to it, and that's a problem. I want to say here to the idea of reducing some of these fees, but then I've got to fill the revenue loss. Do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, there's actually part of the study that came out recently with the Institute for Justice took examples from other jurisdictions, and they looked specifically at that question that you're raising of reduced license fees. They actually found that when those fees were reduced, it created an environment where more business started. And so they did not in fact see a loss in revenues, they saw an increase in revenue because it became an environment in which small businesses were much more likely to thrive and were attracted. So that's something that would need, a study, and I'm sure the CFO's office would need to examine these kind of impacts. But that's one example of where you can achieve both goals.
Is there more than one answer? You said that's one example.
That's an example coming from another jurisdiction. So I don't know that there is necessarily a trade-off between reducing the fees and then if in fact you see an increase in the number of businesses, you wouldn't have that trade-off. Off the top of my head, I don't have another way of accommodating that, but what we are seeing a risk of because of delays, other aspects of the system not functioning properly, is you're seeing businesses not succeed and close and not expand and grow. And so if you could create a more welcoming and effective regulatory environment, then you could see more successful businesses and you'd have higher sales revenue, increased employment. So that's where you would see the benefits of implementing these kind of changes.
Thank you. Let me ask Kathy Zeisel or Beth Mellon, how much of the problem that each of you speak to is because we are so woefully understaffed with inspectors?
I think that's part of it, but it also seems to be, at this point, we do see inspectors come out for those first inspections at some point, but there seems to be, with the change of process, a significant delay in getting the notice of infraction issued, which is causing some significant problems that we've seen this year. And also just, there's not any culture of enforcement that we can see that has developed. So there's no then corresponding culture of landlords actually doing anything once they get a notice of infraction issued or that find out that there are violations. And I think without some significant changes, that's a problem. But I also think without more inspectors on the proactive side, that's where we really want to build up. Both Ms. Mellon and I and a number of district agencies, members of your office, participated in a 12-week long effort to try to rethink proactive inspections this summer. And we invited DCRA to participate with us, but they actually declined to participate. That was a multi-state effort led by Change Lab Solutions. And just, it really opened everybody's eyes to thinking about how proactive inspections would mean that tenants wouldn't bear the burden of waiting till their housing falls down around them to get DCRA involved, and ways we could do it better and differently. And that's where we could be putting in a lot more inspectors and getting ahead of the problem in DC. And we could be putting inspection resources there. But we could really approach that legislatively in this session also, in thinking about how to do that. And I'll turn it back to Beth to see if she has any additional thoughts as well.
I agree with that. I mean, this is a complicated problem. And so I think it's insufficient resources, culture problems. And Mr. Chairman, this is in my written testimony. We've talked about it before, just continuing to think about the idea of taking discretion away from even the new agency, having less discretion so that the enforcement process just moves. And so, you know, why are notices of infraction not issued for every single housing code violation? Part of it certainly could be staffing, but I think part of it is the discretion not to issue an infraction notice, and the culture not being behind it to issue it every single time. And so I think we continue to need to think about how can we get it to be more like a parking ticket or what have you, where it just happens, and then hopefully that enforcement leads to more of a culture of compliance, which I think Chuck Elkins, for example, was talking about.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it at that. We have another 16 witnesses. So I want to thank each of you for your time and your testimony. And this was supposed to be this afternoon. I'm losing my ability to claim it's still afternoon. So I'm especially thanking you for sticking around to testify now. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next 16 witnesses. Joanne Brignolo, Randy Speck, who's a commissioner with ANC 34G. I think he's the chairman. Monica Sanchez, Holly Muhammad, who's a commissioner with ANC 8A. Warner Session, who's a principal with the Session Law Firm. Lori Jackson, who is co-block captain of 29th Street Northwest. Tiffany Macon, Arthur Slade, who is vice president of ASME Local 2743. Brooke Fallon, who's with Institute for Justice. Bruce Case, Jean Putevian, who's with the Association of Realtors. Tom Cadida, Rita Campbell, who's with Save McMillan Action Coalition. Chris Otten, who's with DC for Reasonable Development, and Mamie Preston. So is Joanne Brignolo here? I don't think I'm seeing her. All right, so let's go to.
Hello?
Yes, speak quickly or you'll lose your spot.
Yes, hello? Hello, yes. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Joanne Brignolo, a DC resident since 1982. My objective, I'm sorry, I'm not very, I'm not skilled on this. I'm so sorry. Stop my video. Hello?
You're doing okay so far.
Okay. Thank you. My objective is twofold. One, to highlight DCRA's excellent high-value performance, thus deserving of an expanded regulatory compliance advisory role over residential entities. And two, to plead for the DC Condominium Act to be amended with stringent noise abatement requirements for any unit and/or common element renovations in buildings constructed before 2000. COVID-19 is not the only threat posing challenges for humans coexisting in ever more densifying cities. It is noise, unwanted invasive sounds from not only external, but also in my case, internal sources that constitute an oral nuisance, depriving one of the quiet use and enjoyment of your home. Intrusive sounds may be either airborne noise or impact noise, the former coming from hi-fi speakers, TVs, human voices, dogs barking, garbage disposals, as well as shower and macerator pumps, to name a few, and the latter transmitted directly by pounding footsteps, dropping items on floors, and even moving or dragging furniture on floors. Both in 2017 and 2018, and again in 2020 and 21. I have had to endure egregious noise assaults. In 2017, I tried my best, but was unsuccessful to find a responsive ear on the DC City Council. But in 2021, out of desperation, being under significant stress, so detrimental to my delicate health, I filed a complaint with DCRA and found a team that cared. I must commend the immediate leadership, or the leadership of DCRA Director Ernest Chopra. So immediately, with his direction to investigate, I received emails and phone calls from key DCRA subordinates, Mr. Marcello Paolo, Anthony Diallo, Inspector Duran Manning. I felt renewed hope that in time, corrective action would be forthcoming. For DCRA to mitigate noise disturbances and for the MPD to respond, the action most imperative is for the DC City Council via emergency legislation to amend the DC Condominium Act, not only prohibiting oral nuisances, but for construction at all hours, and also requiring residential complexes built pre-2000 to use certified sound transmission class rated soundproofing and acoustic materials. Equally important is for the council to grant DCRA oversight and approval authority for materials to be used, as done in Massachusetts and Florida, with samples submitted to DCRA prior to the start of the renovation project and the issuance of a DCRA permit. The long-standing excessive noise transmitted into my residence not only unreasonably interferes with my peace, comfort, and enjoyment, but also disturbs my ability to rest and recuperate as required for my ongoing medical treatments. In closing, please know I'm willing to meet with a City Council representative to elaborate and provide critical documentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brunello. Your concern is noise within a condominium unit, within a condominium between apartments?
Yes, sir. Because of the way that there was no license to renovate. There's no license to be renting. She's violating certain DCRA rules, and the contractors I talked with, they didn't put any kind of soundproofing in between the floor and the concrete. It's terrible. I'm suffering terribly, and I just feel there has to be there is some legislation in other states where before you can renovate, you must show the materials. And I mean, it makes more common sense. We are in some buildings very old and we're built shoddily. And unfortunately, I'm in an old condominium. It's poorly constructed. I have made these recommendations over and over. I tried to reach Miss Anita Bonds and Mr. Allen and his assistant, but I didn't succeed, and I had to finally leave my home. I couldn't live here anymore for a while, and I had to come back because I lost my partner, and I'm suffering again. And we're trying to do our best, but I just am begging for you guys to listen that the old buildings should be requiring soundproofing, much like the new buildings. I have talked to people at tenant advocacy, and they tell me there are horror stories. Many people are suffering, and noise is a terrible, terrible health threat. You know, I just thank you for listening. You're very busy right now. I'm available for anyone to talk with me after.
Sure. I'm sorry for your situation. Thank you, though. The next witness is Randy Speck.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I'm Randy Speck. I'm chair of ANC 34G, and I'm testifying on behalf of the commission today. We approved this testimony at our March 8th meeting. As we testified at last year's oversight hearing, for 2 years, DCRA has been unable to resolve concerns about a house that's been gutted and abandoned by its owner developer. This once desirable house at Military Road and 29th Street has become a blight and an eyesore. More importantly, at a time when the district needs more housing stock, it sits empty, deteriorating to the point that it may be unsalvageable. To the extent the DCRA lacks an effective statutory remedy, we ask the council to enact a legislative solution. To briefly recap the history, DCRA issued a permit for interior renovation only in February 2019, and the owner developer began demolishing the interior of the house, completely gutting it to the studs and removing all of the windows. After the initial spurt of activity, all work stopped in April 2019 and never resumed. The property has steadily deteriorated since then. In September 2019, DCRA's program manager for vacant building enforcement reported to the ANC that DCRA had classified the building as vacant, that it would conduct a follow-up investigation of the property, and that it was levying the maximum possible fines against the property owner. DCRA said that it would make the property weather tight, and multiple liens had been placed against the property. DCRA reported that it had issued all necessary permits, so that was not the reason for the delay. The vacant property tax is being assessed as a possible incentive to restore the house. On January 7th, 2020, DCRA advised the commission that although the property owner cannot be compelled to develop, continued citations can be levied. Those citations, however, have been totally ineffective. The vacant house also poses a safety hazard to the neighbors who live on the adjacent 29th Street and Jennifer Streets. Despite repeated pleas, the owner developers failed to trim the bushes in the front yard, and as a result, it's been difficult for residents to turn onto Military Road. Fines and vacant property taxes have not provided an effective incentive for development, or may even pose an impediment since they pile up costs that could further jeopardize construction financing. Current law may provide a theoretical remedy for acquiring and redeveloping the property, but DCRA contends that it has done everything that it can within the parameters of the DC code. If there's any latitude under the law, DCRA should be required to initiate acquisition proceedings. If existing law is inadequate, we ask that the council adopt new legislation that would allow the district to acquire and sell the property to a reputable buyer who will complete its restoration for occupancy by a family, preferably one who can benefit from affordable housing. This is an urgent issue, not only because it affects surrounding neighborhoods with ongoing blight and poses safety hazards, but also because allowing this practice thwarts the district's ability to address its housing shortage. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Monica Sanchez.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Monica Sanchez, and I'm here to provide testimony and seek resolution about an infraction that was issued by DCRA in October 2020 about vegetation in my front yard. I was urged to speak today by Kelly Sislow, Constituent Services Director in the office of Councilmember McDuffie, Ward 5. I reached out to Ms. Sislow in January 2020 after never hearing back from DCRA after I submitted my appeal to the infraction. I have been working with her since to resolve this issue. I will now provide a chronology of my efforts to resolve this. On November 5th, 2020, I received an infraction notice from DCRA in the mail citing overgrown vegetation in my yard. The date of the infraction was listed as October 15, 2020, and the date of service as October 23rd, 2020. That same day, on November 5th, I called DCRA to explain my concern that the infraction notice was received after the date listed for appeal 15 days after. They assured me, the person that I spoke with on the phone, assured me that it was not a problem that the infraction was received after the 15-day appeal time, and that as soon as I submitted the appeal with photos, that it would be resolved quickly. On November 6th, the very next day, I formally submitted an appeal with 5 photos of my yard to oah.filing@dc.gov as directed by the representative that I spoke with via phone on November 5th and as instructed on the infraction I received in the mail. I followed the proper channels for submitting an appeal and I never received a response. On November 12th, 2020, I followed up with an email to OHA filing@dc.gov on the status of the appeal, and I never received a response. I followed up via email again on January 5th, 2021. On January 21st, 2021, I contacted Kelly Sislow with the DC City Council for assistance in resolving this issue. I have talked with Ms. Sislow several times via phone and email since bringing this issue to her attention, and she has looped in several other people within the DC government in our conversations, but I still do not have an answer or a resolution. I am very concerned about this matter and that it is still lingering, especially considering that the fine is so large, more than $1,500, more than I could ever afford. I am further concerned that such a process took place during a pandemic that is straining everyone financially for months, and that I've still not received any communication from DCRA about my appeal after following the procedures. My apologies.
It's fine. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, one moment. I love DC. It's been my home for nearly a decade. I take pride in my yard and my house in Eckington. And my hope is that this issue can be resolved quickly. I'm grateful for your time today and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Before I go to the next witness, I looked at your testimony last night, and my suggestion to you, unless you've already done this, is for you to pick up the phone and call the Office of Administrative Hearings.
What was that? I'm sorry.
My suggestion is that you pick up the phone and call the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Okay.
And you could start at the top, ask to speak to the Chief Judge. You probably won't speak to the Chief Judge, but you'll get their assistant and say you've not heard, and that you thought that you had timely filed, that you filed additional evidence, and you've not heard, and you want to know the status.
All right, I will do that.
Yeah. If they are unreasonable and uncooperative, then contact Blaine Stum in my office. His last name is STUM. And our emails are all the same, first initial, last name at dccouncil.us. But I think if you call, because your testimony is that you followed up with emails and never heard a response, which is not appropriate on their part. But to pick up a phone and ask them.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Yes. It's more hassle than you should have to go through, particularly when you've really been doing your best as a homeowner. So thank you for your testimony. Let me turn to the next witness. Commissioner Mohammed, are you here? Then Warner Session, I think I saw him.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairman Mendelson, I've been with you since noon today.
It's a wonderful, I'm with myself every day.
Obviously, I'm testifying in a different capacity this evening. I am Warner Session, principal of the Session Law Firm. I appear before you this evening to offer my perspective of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs as a practitioner before the agency. So I bring a little different perspective, and I want to join with those few who've been complimentary of DCRA. In the course of my law practice over the last 20 years, I've frequently engaged the services of DCRA on behalf of my clients. Specifically, my professional experience with DCRA have included matters related to third-party inspections, incorporating my clients' businesses, obtaining real property classifications and certification certificates of occupancy, and licensing and permitting. Because of the breadth and depth of its responsibilities, DCRA is really the hub and nerve center for business commerce in the district. In short, for business owners, all roads lead to DCRA. Therefore, I can objectively and confidently say that DCRA has come a long way over the past 10 years, and in particular over the past 3 years. I think the positive change for DCRA can be attributed in part to a change in culture and attitude within the agency. In my experience, firsthand line staff have become more customer focused and have displayed a heightened awareness that time is in fact money for business owners, as well as a willingness among line staff and senior management to be resourceful in achieving solutions for challenging situations. For example, I've worked on matters related to real property blight, abatement, and building infractions that when I made inquiries, DCRA staff were accessible, informative, and consistently helpful. Allow me to publicly acknowledge some of these individuals. Marcia Smith, Donald Sullivan, Teresa Hollins, and Maxine Hyman, just to name a few. And I want to lift up these names because too often line staff gets compliments quicker than they get criticism quicker than they get compliments. And I can say those individuals I've named are top of the line and best in class. So I just wanted to acknowledge them. Besides customer service, other areas where I've witnessed improvements are as follows: permit issuance, transparencies. Some folks testified earlier today, albeit on the other side, but my experience with the dashboard has been more favorable. And then finally, alternative resolution team. DCRA has revised its approach to enforcement, whereby the focus is on discretion, executive discretion, rather than punishment. Cases can be called back from OHH, for example, for quicker resolution. I just had a case that was resolved in that manner. Further upgrades in DCRA's technology have enabled district residents and professionals like me to accomplish more online. Finally, and I'll skip to the end, leadership matters. While District Director Ernest Chopra is fairly new to DCRA, he is not new to district government. As you know, he's worked with, directed the Office of Hire Vehicles. It was a Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, or Information Officer for the Child and Family Services.
If you could wind it up quickly.
That is the end of my testimony, and I would just simply say that what gets measured gets done, and so I believe in the three areas of people, process, and products. DCRA can be measured for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Session. Lori Jackson.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson.
Good
Can you hear
evening.
me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, and Council Member Louis George and other council members and staff for the Committee of the Whole. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lori Jackson, and I am the co-block captain of the 5300 block of 29th Street Northwest. I appear before you today on behalf of the 80 undersigned residents of the block. My block, the 2800 block of Military Road Northwest, the 5300 block of 28th Street, the 27 to 2800 block of Jennifer, the 5100 to 5300 block of 27th Street Northwest. All streets adjacent to or in close proximity to the deteriorating property at 2900 Military Road Northwest. We submit our statement in support of ANC 34G Chairman Randy Speck's testimony on the urgent need to take action to restore to rehabitable condition the vacant house at 2900 Military Road Northwest. We support Chairman Speck's testimony because the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs has, despite many efforts, been unable to satisfactorily address the problem. As a result, this abandoned and deteriorating house has become both a blight and a danger in a neighborhood of well-managed single-family homes. It has now been 2 years, well before the pandemic hit, since work on the property stopped due to the owner-developer's reported financial issues. Fines and penalties have failed to incentivize the owner-developer to resume work and restore the property to a habitable state. The house has frequently posed a safety hazard to our residents and visitors because the owner-developer's failure to maintain the trimming of the front yard bushes, and this has endangered drivers attempting to go safely across Military from 29th Street, as drivers cannot see eastbound cars on a heavily trafficked Military Road without pulling far into the intersection. To mitigate this hazard, DCRA and several neighbors, including myself and Chairman Speck, have often been compelled to trim these poison ivy infested bushes ourselves. Lastly, given Mayor Bowser's priority to increase the housing stock in the district, it is unconscionable to allow this once attractive, charming house to deteriorate until it becomes unsalvageable. Along with Chairman Speck, we urge the council to ensure that DCRA initiates acquisition proceedings or enact legislation that would allow the district to acquire and sell the property to a suitable buyer who will complete its restoration. We want 2900 Military Road Northwest to become a house that a family wants to live in. It's no longer a blight on the neighborhood and does not pose a danger to drivers accessing Military Road from 29th Street. Respectfully submitted by the 5 block captains of the neighboring area, myself, Lionel Brown, Lauren Howard, George Anhang, Mary Carpenter, along with the 80 undersigned neighbors who presented their names and addresses submitted to you. And lastly, I'll say I believe that additionally neighbors have provided some supporting testimony. And so hopefully you've been able to see that as well, underscoring how strongly the people in the neighborhood feel about this issue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. This house is between Connecticut and Reno Road, or it's between, gosh, I'm trying to get my boundary.
It's near St. John's College High School.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's close to the park.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you.
Tiffany Macon. Tiffany Macon. There you are.
Hi, good
Please
evening.
proceed.
My name is Dr. Tiffany Macon. I'm a former Shepherd Park resident and a soon-to-be Colonial Village resident. I'm a Howard graduate, a licensed pharmacist working in all wards of the city. Today, I am compelled to speak about my experience with DCRA and what appears to be a lack of accountability, and for us, bias in a favor of neighbors during the construction process of our single-family home. To be clear, I promote and support transparency with regards to permitting, construction, and safety of any sites. Our home construction has been delayed more than a year as a result of an overzealous, disgruntled neighbor. This is a private home being built by right on land that my family purchased in 2019. This is not a developer building a multifamily unit or an apartment building for profit. It is my home being built from my sweat and tears, my American dream. I know she thinks I do not belong there, and her entitlement would not allow her to see beyond whatever bias she has. Every day she presents unsubstantiated accusations against the builder, resulting in disruption of work. Her accusations are taken at face value by DCRA, while the homeowner, me, is burdened with the task of defending said accusations. There has to be a balance. As each concern is addressed, another is concocted with the only intention of delaying work, and DCRA is allowing this. Claims of safety concerns or concerns for trees on my property are now, again, unsubstantiated, as all of those concerns have been addressed several times with the mediation of several people in DCRA. Yet her actions continue. The actions and harassment of this neighbor have caused undue stress onto me, my husband, and my children. The lack of regulation of this neighbor's efforts to halt construction by DCRA has affected my children's schooling. It has caused us to be displaced and have to find emergency housing, amongst many other detrimental consequences, especially during COVID. Due to coronavirus, I've not been able to work full-time as a pharmacist, and therefore our income has been reduced significantly. Regardless, we have had to hire private arborists, real estate attorneys, and others to defend the construction of a home that we have every right to build as we intended. Neighbors should not have the right to interrupt construction simply because they do not want the home there or they do not like the owner. Her actions have attacked the credibility of DCRA, implying that the agency does not have the competency to properly oversee this project. One unqualified layperson should not have this much control over a government agency. My husband, Tom Cadito, will expand on specifics. However, DCRA must at the very least be unbiased and just in their decision-making. Clearly, her concerns were null, as in each instance of DCRA intervention, when the inspectors come out, there are no citations and no fines, and they do give citations and fines if they are warranted, unlike some of the other things I've heard. It is clear that the attack on my property by the neighbor is personal in nature, and I do believe that limitations must be enforced regarding the involvement of neighbors regarding the enforcement of DCRA regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macon. Arthur Slade.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President of ASME Local 2743, and today I'm here to testify on behalf of the members housed within DCRA. DCRA has continued to institute fluid standard operating procedures without consultation with the union, AFSCME Local 2743, which is a part of the collective bargaining agreement. Several union members housed within DCRA have expressed frustration with the additional duties placed in their position descriptions for which they were neither hired nor trained. These new work rules have increased the workload and stress placed on Local 2743's membership without additional compensation during COVID. It is my understanding over the last several fiscal years, DCRA received funding for the hiring of additional personnel to adequately staff the agency to ensure both consumer and regulatory protection for the residents of the District of Columbia, which begs the question, what happened to the funding allocated within DCRA's budget to hire additional union personnel? I'm here to advocate on behalf of DCRA's union members that their position descriptions be reclassified to exhibit their additional duties. The CMPA was enacted as one of the founding tenets of the District of Columbia by establishing that collective bargaining was in the best interest of its workforce. However, the union is faced with challenges presented by DCRA's clandestine hiring practices of independent contractors, which appears to circumvent the covenants of the CMPA. Members within Local 2743 have expressed concerns that management will continue the practice of hiring independent contractors who are not fully knowledgeable with the intricacies of property inspections. This is based on union members from another DCRA local regarding their diminished job functions orchestrated by Director Chopra to have work assignments redirected to hired independent contractors. However, it is my understanding that the work assignments completed by the independent contractors is ultimately reviewed and corrected by union staff members housed within DCRA. In addition, union members within our local of 2743 are concerned that similar procedures will be instituted by Director Chopra, which will diminish their job functions and/or duties. Thank you for allowing my testimony on behalf of DCRA's union membership. I'm available for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Brooke Fallon.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brooke Fallon, and I work at the Institute for Justice. We're a nonprofit that works in DC and across the country to lower regulatory barriers to entrepreneurship and to empower small business owners. We believe that it should be cheaper, faster, and simpler to start a business in DC. And we believe that the events of last year have made the need for cutting red tape even more urgent for our small business community. There are many things going on in the world that we don't have a lot of control over right now, but one thing DC leaders can control is how easy it is for business owners to deal with DC government. And DCRA and DC Council should continue to work together to address this issue. It's been a rough year for all of us, but there's hope. And I feel like I've seen that firsthand, not just walking around my ward and marveling at the ingenuity of local businesses that have moved all of their operations outside. I know I definitely never would have thought that my partner and I would celebrate our January anniversary with an outdoor dinner. So that's pretty impressive. And this is also something I've seen through my work. My organization set up a website called shopandplacedc.com that lists DC area businesses with that are continuing to operate during the pandemic. And we have nearly 400 businesses listed on that website, with everything from local bookstores that have moved to curbside pickups, to restaurants that are offering creative cocktail kits, to gyms that are offering Zoom boot camp workouts. And it's been really great to see how for so many business owners, their home has really become their headquarters. Many of the innovations that local businesses have made over the last year would not have been possible without action by DC officials. DC government streamlined and expanded the outdoor dining permitting process, passed emergency legislation to provide support for local business, and offer grace periods for certain fees. And in the months and years to come, this increased flexibility and these regulatory rollbacks are going to continue to be a really critical part of our recovery. And we need to make sure that existing businesses can grow and recover, and that new business owners can get started without unnecessary burdens. So we are pleased that DCRA has been actively pursuing changes that would help achieve this goal. This summer, we participated in a working group with DCRA, and our goal was really to provide practical reform recommendations based on the feedback we've received from DC business owners, our research of code and the regs, and best practices we've seen in other cities. And we really tried to focus where possible on reforms that are revenue neutral, because we understand that's an important issue right now as the city has had to pour so much revenue into emergency health issues. And we were very happy that 8 of our 10 reform recommendations made it into the group's final report. I've included the details of all of those 8 in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those. But just to quickly mention, they include everything from lowering fees to creating more flexible licensing terms to improving online resources to combining duplicative steps in the business startup process. And DCRA has already made progress on a number of these recommendations. For example, they are working on a proposed rulemaking that would lower some fees and create more flexible licensing terms for business owners. We really look forward to seeing that proposal, and we hope that DC Council will continue to work with DCRA to ensure that these and other key reforms are enacted as quickly as possible. We commend DCRA on the progress that they've already made, and we look forward to continuing this work as we all work towards paving the path to recovery. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fallon. Bruce Case.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Bruce Case, and I'm the president and CEO of Case Architects and Remodelers. Over the last 3 years, Case and its affiliates have had 52 permitted and inspected renovation projects in the District of Columbia. We respect that DCRA is critical to maintaining the welfare and safety of the District of Columbia residents. How DCRA approaches this mission is critical to keeping DC homes repaired, updated, and improved. And it's critical to keeping our business, our team members, and our over 100 suppliers and trade specialists gainfully employed and practicing their craft that they love. I offer this testimony from my individual perspective. Case has worked in DC since our founding in 1961 and have witnessed tremendous changes in the district and in its permitting and inspection processes. Over the last couple of years in particular, there have been vast improvements that have effectively balanced the need for DCRA to maintain the welfare and safety of DC residents while also allowing us to update and improve DC homes, practice our craft, and to keep hundreds of team members gainfully employed. I'd like to highlight 2 specific areas of improvement that we have seen. First, permitting processes specific to single-family residences, and second, communication and transparency. With respect to DCRA developing distinct permitting processes for single-family residences, it's common for permitting offices to have the same requirements whether the project is single-family or multifamily larger developments. This creates significant challenges because the codes governing the two are vastly different. Mr. Schrappa and his team have made significant strides in creating processes focused on DC single-family residences. For an example, the Permit Wizard was just launched a couple of weeks ago, focused on residential permit submittals, with questions that are more specific to single-family residential work. In addition, near the start of COVID a year ago, we saw the Homeowner Center evolve into the residential desk, which allows for a streamlined, yet still holistic and thoughtful process for simpler residential renovations. We are hopeful that the team continues distinguishing single-family from multifamily larger developments, including emphasizing this distinction and difference with third-party reviewers and evaluating ways to streamline wall checks for single-family residences. The second area I'd like to highlight is communication and transparency. We all know how important that is, especially since over the last year with work remote and COVID. Mr. Schrappa and his team have done an amazing job on this front. Contact us buttons and chat windows are not only available and prominently, but most importantly, responses come back very timely. This is a huge help so that we and our DC resident clients can be informed throughout the process. The contractor rating system was launched just last week, showing DCRA ratings on each contractor. A very innovative approach to offering these insights to DC residents and to using an incentive with contractors like us to submit complete permit submissions to have work ready for inspections. We're excited about these efforts and look forward to continued communication and transparency, including on more refinement of the contractor rating system. In closing, we have all been through a year like no other. COVID, confronting systemic racism, the riot at the Capitol, just to name a few. Through all of this, each of us has had a choice to make. To step up and to continue pushing forward in ways that were innovative and safe, or to take a more passive approach. Mr. Schrappa and his team clearly chose the former, to step up and to continue pushing forward in ways both innovative and safe. This has truly helped us, DC residents, and our business partners. We look forward to what the future holds together. I'd like to thank you and also thank you for the stamina you've shown in today's hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Jean Potevian.
Yes, I'm here. Hold on 1 minute, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. We're into the evening now. Council members and everyone working with the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jean Poitvien with BBL Processors, and I'm a resident of Ward 8. I've been living and working in DC for the past 16 years. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the DC Association of Realtors, also known as DCAR. I know you've heard quite a bit from us today, but our members truly care about the district and want to see the best aspects thrive. There's one local agency that our Realtor members interface with the most and serves a crucial function to our day-to-day activities is DCRA. Our association is appreciative that DCRA has taken steps to improve its functions and services. DCAR would like to highlight what we have viewed as commendable actions. First, the pandemic has forced us all to make dramatic changes in how we conduct business. DCRA has done a terrific job in accommodating customers' needs during this time. Virtual inspections provide a safe way inside homes to limit in-person contact. Typically, when there's an outstanding issue, DCRA staff will actively contact us to help resolve it, and we've seen the escalations are solved in a more timely manner. To help alleviate some headaches with permitting, the past month, as Mr. Case has said, DCRA announced the launch of the Permit Wizard. Its modern approach to permitting received a lot of fanfare from our members, claiming that this is a promising user-friendly tool, signaling a step in the right direction. DCAR hopes that this new tool is successful, and we will be glad to provide more feedback from our members. As I've mentioned, we believe DCRA is taking meaningful steps to improve its processes. Now, I'd also like to take a moment to discuss a few items that we hope will receive more attention. DCAR was disappointed to learn of the $90 reinspection fee that was not substantially communicated to the public. DCAR members who regularly interact with DCRA, including myself, were unaware of the fee, which leads us to believe that the average customer may not have been aware either. We were also disappointed to learn that the assessed fee was retroactively applied to 2020. DCAR believes that more can be done to increase the public awareness so customers are not surprised with unexpected fees. Finally, our members expressed discontent with the implementation of the $1,047 no access fines. Throughout the pandemic, tenants concerned with COVID are not providing access into the properties, and tenants do not feel it's their responsibility to conduct the virtual inspection. As always, DCAR is more than happy to offer itself as a resource when seeking to improve the necessary functions of DCRA. In fact, we have formed a task force of veteran DCRA customers to help provide recommendations on how systems and processes can be improved within the agency. DCAR would like to thank the council for performing such an important review of the district's regulatory functions, which have significant impact on DC residents and business. We're confident that DCRA will take appropriate steps to improve the services to the district customers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for allowing me this time to share.
Thank you, Mr. Poitvien. Tom Cadita? And you're muted.
Thank you, Chairman and council members, for giving us the platform to be able to speak our mind. This is a great platform for the citizens of DC to share what they have in their mind and their experience with firsthand with DCRA. I'm Tom Cadita, principal of Cadita Development Group, a minority-owned real estate development firm and a local small disadvantaged business enterprise in the District of Columbia. I've been a resident of Shepherd Park, Ward 4, for quite some time, and now a future resident of Colonial Village. And I want to give you my firsthand account with my experience with DCRA and the personnel handling the issues arising from the development of the family home which is being developed by Kadita Development, which is my firm. The permit was originally issued to the previous owner on January 9, 2019. Me and my wife, who spoke earlier, Dr. Tiffany Macon, purchased the land on January 18, 2009. Today is the 18th, and we're still dealing with trying to develop, or at least build our personal home. I happen to be a developer, but this is where we're trying to make our home and raise our kid in the beautiful Colonial Village neighborhood. The construction and the tree removal of the lot of 7751 17th Street Northwest commenced November of 2020, which is nearly about 2 years since the permit was originally issued to the previous owner. The development of the property has been on most difficult project myself and my firm have undertaken to date, not because as a developer, unable to meet the DC laws of permit and license certification or requirement, nor because of the lack of developers' expertise and staying on track on the construction timetable, or the lack of understanding of the professionalism in the field that we're in. But in the inability of DCRA to professionally and thoroughly perform and render service in timely and a moral manner. The main issue derives from a soon-to-be our neighbor. Preferably, the name there is Miss Karen Taylor. Nevertheless, the assumption of the issues that are being reported by the individual to DCRA and DCRA unethically and disproportionately based on assessment and other lack, therefore, has caused the project to be delayed at least a year from the time we actually conducted this review by DCRA. The said individual, the neighbor, who is at best has nothing to really do with her time, at worst to me, pre-racist, has made this her business to report to DCRA unsubstantial construction, permitting, zoning violation, as well as a breach of property line, which has been received by DCRA and welcomed and enabling her to be able to make acquisition that's not true. And also she was given this platform 2019 to voice on all falsely information about myself personally attacking me and my character and my firm. The fact that DCRA, without requesting proof of illegal activities or finding any violation on this project, has made me both the owner of the property and the developer an automatically guilty defendant, which is utterly unacceptable and incredibly unprofessional. So much that this unsubstantiated reporting of violation acquisition has halted construction month and causing myself and my firm to incur unplanned and unwarranted expense. While I have personally tried to speak with the said individual,
Kadita,
yes.
you're over your time.
Okay, just one thing that I wanted to say, Chairman. I just wanted to let everybody know that DCRA is my partner. I work with them every day. They're not my enemy. They just have to differentiate between a neighbor that is looking to gain personally versus really concerned about the community and the safety and health of the neighborhood. I'm all ears, and I've been doing this for a long time and worked with in the district for a long time. And if I'm doing anything wrong, I'm here to learn. But there are neighbors out here that are trying to gain personally on the expense. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next witness is Rita Campbell.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As a holistic health consultant, I am specifically concerned about negative health impacts of the Vision McMillan redevelopment plan, and I support community efforts to stop privatization and super urbanization. I urge the City Council to support Save McMillan Park. Save our desperately needed open green swaths planned for us by visionaries to benefit all Washingtonians and visitors and our environment. The planned McMillan Town Center's high-density 50 buildings will emit pollution and asphalt paving, 3,000 parking spaces destroying our parkland and losing a critical opportunity to reestablish balance for the residents of that ward. I am a resident, by the way, of Ward 5, near Michigan and South Dakota Avenue. Our healthy alternative is to preserve this recreational treasure, restore the elegant Olmsted landscape, restore urban biodiversity, our wildlife, pollinators, its commensal microbiome that make our food supply possible. No side note, if we were to adhere to the mayor's green initiative to reduce the city's carbon footprint, then active decarbonization enables restoration of our dying bee and bird populations whose extinctions we are witnessing as part of the 6th extinction due to global warming, an ecological catastrophe that threatens all life on Earth. Shouldn't that be the priority? Even needed retail service can be increased with planning and coordination by WHC and AFRH developments in a manner sensitized to the values of environmental scientists, LEED standards, holistic practitioners, next generation sustainable energy production solutions in material science, and related appropriate but profit-generating technologies, creating a win-win solution that saves McMillan Park. We can't breathe as another knee suffocates our demands to reduce our current food desert. With one supermarket, maybe a gardening space that inspires food independence. For instance, McMillan's 25-acre as an example, a 25-acre geothermally energy-efficient green roof over its otherworldly catacombs for the arts can fix carbon, clean air, sequester stormwater runoff to revise its current status as a flood zone while diminishing the city's urban heat island. Is the town city center really smart growth? Not even near any mass transit that will require 600 buses daily to ferry its projected 24,000 mass transit users. 17 seconds I have. Okay.
No, you're actually.
I'm over.
You're over your time.
Okay. All right. Well, I have submitted a written testimony, and there's some really critical points that are shared there. I thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Chris Otten?
Hello, Councilmember Mendelson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can get this video to work. Can you hear me now?
Yes. I can see.
Okay, I want to piggyback off of what Ms. Rita Campbell was just going into, but before I do that, I need to clarify the record because I've been on the call for almost 7 hours now. Earlier, you gave David Schwartzman a heck of a time about what he was saying regarding McMillan Park and what you and Jack Evans did and the council did regarding DC Law 21-126 in 2016, exempting what the auditor had pointed out to you was a non-competitive bid for McMillan Park. So you were directly related to that in 2016, just to put that on the record. Furthermore, I want to put out there that Director Trueblood of the Office of Planning did under oath, I presume, a bold-faced lie in response to Christina Henderson about what the future land use map actually means and does in this city. Throwing it off, making it seem like it has no role, that it will not change the underlying zoning or have any effect in the underlying zoning. Absolute straight up lie. I want to put that on the record. Now to the future land use map. I wonder if the Office of Planning got in touch with DCRA to say that that 15% additional capacity and development that Trueblood mentioned today represents 200 million habitable square feet. That's 100 McMillan projects across the city. Okay, is DCRA ready to handle that? I think, I don't think they are. As it is right now with the development schedule in place right now, this change to the future land use map of 200 million additional developable square feet of land and air rights is going to be major projects around the entire city without any environmental impact study, without any community small area planning in place. It is an outrage. So DCRA, and this gets me to the last point and what I wanted to be here for, why I waited all day to meet with Mendo. There was a question about DCRA's lack of analysis of the asbestos testing at McMillan Park. McMillan Park was built in 1905. We put on the record before the OAH an expert that said, and he's a cement expert from the Army Corps of Engineers, that it is likely due to the time and the age of that construction of McMillan Park and the sand filtration plant. Asbestos fibers woven into that cement, 1.3 million cubic feet of cement that DCRA gave a demolition permit to. And despite FOIA, despite an OAH hearing, we cannot get that testing information. We cannot get what was tested, what were the results. In fact, we believe asbestos is in there. It's going to threaten our drinking water supply, and Ms. Campbell and all the residents who live around that park. We can't get help from Kenny McDuffie. We're asking for you, as you said at the meet up with Mendo event, that you would ask DCRA about this. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. That connection was actually pretty bad, but I appreciate your effort. I will note that the legislation you're referring to was adopted in 2016 and concerns the Procurement Practices Act. The issue with regard to McMillan Reservoir has to do with procurements that were done in 2010 or 2011 or 2012, which is a number of years preceding the legislation that I moved. I believe the next witness is Mamie Preston.
Good evening, and thank you.
Good evening. You're very quiet. Maybe you could speak louder.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for giving me once again this opportunity to testify. My name is Mommy Preston. I'm a resident of Ward 1. Almost 4 years ago, a Virginia developer in the process of converting a row house into a condominium project caused destruction to my property and those of my neighbors. I'm fortunate enough to remain in my house while others aren't. Since 2017, DCRA has determined that the involved developer used fraudulent documents to acquire permit that allowed him to perform the demolition. The damage to my foundation was caused when the contractor illegally attempted to underpin. To date, the property in question has changed ownership, and I'm still in litigation, and the structures remain and continue to deteriorate. In recent months, DCRA has made small and slow strides in getting the developer to comply with the regulatory requirements. It took DCRA 3 years to seriously look into this matter. While the process of litigation is painfully slow, especially at this time, I'm asking the council for legislations that support DCRA regulation to monitor developers for creating LLCs that vanish overnight, to avoid accountability and legal consequences, and restrict bad actors that repeatedly violate the constituent right in the district. With that said, I would like to thank Mr. Danish Patel, and in the last month, Director Chopra, for taking the lead on my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. And it would help to have a copy of your statement.
I will send it over.
Amanda Townsend.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Townsend, and I am an associate with May Lightfoot PLLC. Our firm is a personal injury firm in DC, and for ethical purposes, please note that I am barred in Maryland and not yet barred in DC. I come before this committee today to discuss a major blunder by the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. On September 19, 2018, a large fire broke out at the Arthur Capper Senior Homes, located at 900 5th Street Southeast. Arthur Capper Senior Homes supplied housing to one of our most vulnerable populations, our senior citizens. We represent a senior citizen who was trapped for 5 days after the fire was extinguished. On the day of the fire, multiple witnesses stated that the fire alarms failed to sound. They were not aware of the fire until they saw or smelled the smoke. According to a report prepared by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, it was indicated that the fire alarm system panel had been disabled. In fact, the report discusses a history and even a routine practice of the maintenance staff manually silencing the alarm if it went off. The report further states that members of the maintenance staff did not know how to operate the fire alarm panel beyond how to silence it. According to DCMR Title 16, Section 3306.4.1G, the failure to maintain an operative fire alarm system at all times is considered to be a Class 1 infraction. DCRA is tasked with issuing such infractions. However, DCRA issued no such infraction to those responsible for maintaining the fire alarm system. Frankly, this lack of response from DCRA is both extremely shocking and extremely disappointing. Over 2 years have passed since the fire, and those responsible for keeping our elders safe have yet to be held accountable. I call on DCRA and this committee to hold them accountable and to launch an investigation into this matter. Through actions of deterrence, we need to show that the DC government will do everything they can to protect our elders and DC residents as a whole. Thank you for your time, and I will happily answer any questions you may have to the best of my abilities.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. I do not have any questions for any of you. I kind of interrupted during the course of the testimony with a few things. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, if you have any questions.
Yes, I would like to go to the AFSCME representative, Arthur Slade.
Yes.
Arthur, can you speak to what type of additional work are your workers having to do in their roles that you believe that we need to change how their roles are defined?
Well, as I mentioned in the early testimony, and the president of AFSCME, Felicia Dantzler's testimony, spoke of several issues regarding the safety of the union membership during the initial phases of COVID, where PPEs weren't necessarily issued, how inspectors were being tasked with going and reporting to a Black Lives Matter protest without proper PPEs and without proper equipment. And quite frankly, that's outside the role of their job descriptions. So they're going down to a very aggressive parade or protest without proper protection or not having any type of operating procedures on how to handle incidents with the public. And in addition to that, she also spoke to the usage of a consulting firm to try to assess the intelligence of, if you will, or lack thereof, of union membership to determine whether or not they were suitably fit to serve in their capacities in DCRA. So with that said, you have some inspectors going out doing housing inspections that have training to do or discern the District of Columbia building codes. They don't have the training to discern whether or not there's what the difference is going to be between the 240 amp box versus the appropriate electrical wiring needed, which resulted in the fire on 708 Kennedy Street, which was a devastating event, which resulted in the loss of 2 lives. That could have been prevented, but however, some of the union staff members aren't necessarily trained to know the difference between, what's the difference between an architectural roof versus a 240 comp roof? So you're dealing with situations where they're being tasked to do these additional duties, but don't necessarily have the training and or equipped with the personal equipment that they need to facilitate effectively the residents of the District of Columbia.
Absolutely. What do you know the reasoning given as to why they even had to go down to protest?
We haven't necessarily gotten any type of clear response from the director on, what the position was of the agency for sending staff or union memberships down to that type of space.
Okay. And you have any sense of just sort of numbers, how many your members contracted COVID over this time? And
no, I'm not sure, but I do know that one member from, and this was revealed in the testimony from President Dantzler, that we did find out that a member was positive for COVID in the initial phases last year when COVID initially hit, and the director wasn't forthcoming with that particular exposure to the other union members.
Wow. Okay. And just throughout this process, but I think you said before any of these decisions were made, sending workers down there, PPE, how was the union consulted and involved in any of these decisions prior to them happening?
No, that's the problematic part, because the CBA speaks directly to work rules and consultation with the union. Mm-hmm. And still, the CBA is still in force. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just going to say to Tiffany Macon, and I believe you said your spouse was on here. I would love for you all to reach out to our office, and so I'll message you on the side. I believe you said it was a Ward 4 property involved, so I wanted to reach out to you regarding that space, and then also to those members who testified regarding the 2900 block of.
What did she say?
And then in the 2900 block of Military Road, I will be asking DCRA questions on that particular property. And so thank you all for your testimony regarding that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. The fact that I didn't ask questions doesn't mean that I'm not going to follow up when the director testified.
Chairman, can I ask Council Member?
I think he's frozen. Uh-oh. I think the chairman is frozen, or I'm frozen. One or the other.
Am I back? Sorry about that. The fact that I don't have questions doesn't mean that I won't have questions for the director about some of the issues you've brought up. Ms. Fallon and Ms. Kuiper testified similarly about business fees. I want to repeat that if I could get Ms. Kuiper's statement, that would be very helpful, because I am interested in that issue. With that, I'm going to excuse everybody. Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for being willing to stick around until 8 o'clock in the evening. We will now turn to the Director of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, Ernest Charapa. Mr. Charapa, are you there?
Good evening, Chairman.
Good evening. When you're ready, why don't you begin?
All right. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. I am Ernest Sherper, the Director of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, DCRA. I'm here this evening to share the many accomplishments and ongoing activities of the agency in fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21 to date. Despite a global pandemic, I am proud to report that in fiscal year 20 and thus far in fiscal year 21, DCRA met or exceeded all our key performance indicators, which are essentially measurements of how successfully we deliver our core services. According to the Office of Budget and Performance Management's fiscal year 20 accountability reports, when compared to 23 other district agencies of similar size, DCRA is one of the top 3 performing agencies in terms of meeting its KPIs and strategic initiatives. Take the area of business licensing, for example. During the last fiscal year, our goal was to review license applications and process them within 1 day of submission at least 80% of the time. In actuality, we met this goal 95% of the time, ensuring that entrepreneurs could get their business up and running as fast as possible. Across the Bowser administration, district government agencies are working hard to support Mayor Bowser's vision of providing every resident with a fair shot. At DCRA, we work with thousands of business owners and residents each month, but the people who reach out to us for help are not just cases to us. We know that going the extra mile has a big impact on the people and businesses we serve. Among the people DCRA helped last year was a Ward 2 family who paid a contractor to install solar roofs on their roof. The family spent $19,000 to make their house more energy efficient, only to have the contractor disappear and refuse to complete the job or give the family a refund. With limited options, they turned to DCRA for help. An investigator from our Consumer Protection Unit was assigned to the case, and in less than 20 days, our investigator was able to recover $17,000 for the family. Ensuring safe housing for district renters is also part of DCRA's mission. In fiscal year 20, DCRA housing inspectors performed 17,557 inspections and issued a total of 3,720 housing violation notices of infraction, both of which are higher than the previous fiscal year, despite the pandemic. Given the dangers of COVID-19, to protect the health of our employees and tenants, last spring, we began offering the option of virtual inspections so that tenants could show inspectors potential violations via video on their smartphones or tablets without the risk of exposure. I am also pleased to share that when you compare the end of February 2021 with the same point in the 2020 fiscal year, confirmed housing abatements are up 47%. In my testimony today, I will focus on 4 general areas: improved customer service, digital transformation progress, adaptation to the challenges of the pandemic, and updates to our Call to Change initiative. Starting with improved customer service. In fiscal year 20, DCRA fully implemented our new customer service model. Now, whatever method someone uses to contact the agency, whether by email, phone, social media, or via our website, the system automatically logs the communication before it is assigned to the appropriate member of our staff. The system also includes a time tracker, ensuring that customers get a response from the agency within 3 business days or less, and that no communications fall through the cracks. In addition to providing timely service, our new system focuses on quality service with surveys sent to every customer. To date, we have received more than 25,000 completed customer feedback surveys. As a result of our new system, a series of customer services trainings and the ongoing hard work of our staff, I'm pleased to share that DCRA is now receiving weekly customer service satisfaction rates of 90% or higher. There is no small feat, and this, in fact, is also no small feat for an organization, let alone a government agency with a historic reputation for not meeting customer expectations. The satisfaction score is based on surveys completed by our customers at the conclusion of their interaction with the agency. Customers are asked to rate their interaction as either poor, satisfactory, or excellent, and they are given the opportunity to expand on their rating. Since the start of the fiscal year, more than 14,000 people have completed surveys, nearly 13,000 of whom rated their interaction with the agency as either satisfactory or excellent. For the 10% or so of our customers who rate their experience as poor, the agency reaches out to the customer to see if there's anything we can do to better serve their needs. Our managers also closely monitor the ratings of their teams to ensure that additional training or coaching is provided or appropriate disciplinary action is taken. To further enhance the experience of our customers, over the last year, DCRA created a team of account managers. Each ward in the city is assigned an account manager who is responsible for troubleshooting particularly complex issues within their assigned ward and liaising with the contacts at our sister agencies, along with ANCs and council constituent services staff. We understand that when an issue is complex with overlapping jurisdictions, it can be frustrating for residents. Our goal was to give them a single contact who can assist them instead of bouncing them around between different divisions and agencies. As you know, when I became director, one of my priorities was to improve the performance of the agency through a digital transformation strategy with a goal of making things easier and more convenient for our customers. This effort was formalized in the agency's Vision 2020 strategic plan, which we successfully completed at the close of the year 2020. Over the next few minutes, I would like to highlight several of our key achievements over the last year. DCRA provided greater access to information with digital tools and resources to ensure that all DC residents can find solutions quickly and effortlessly. In the past, residents, businesses, and government agencies had to use 4 different data systems to access information about properties and businesses in the district, which often created confusion. To make things easier, in fiscal year 2020, DCRA launched Scout, an online application that streamlines property and business data from the Property Information Verification System, Permit Application Queue Tracker, Business License Verification, and Building Permit Application into one. And in fiscal year 20, DCRA also launched Access DC, which allows external and internal users to access the agency's online resources with a single sign-on, instead of having to remember multiple usernames and passwords. The new system also enhances security by verifying the email addresses of all users, conforming to the federal government's stringent FedRAMP security standards. In fiscal year 20, we also enhanced our public dashboard with multi-search functionality, making it easier to look up enforcement actions by name, address, case type, volume, and outcome. DCRA improved inspection capabilities through the Resident Inspector Program. Now in its second year, DCRA's innovative Resident Inspector Program has proven to be a game changer. As you recall, the program applies successful elements of the on-demand gig economy to 3 of the most requested inspections performed by DCRA. DCRA trains district residents to perform housing, illegal construction, and vacant building inspections. And then once the inspectors pass relevant certification tests, we pay the trained inspectors whenever they successfully complete an inspection. Perhaps the truest measure of the program's success is the number of inspections that have taken place. Over the last year, February 2nd, 2020 through February 4, 2021, resident inspectors have completed 2,016 property maintenance and housing inspections, 1,329 illegal construction inspections, and 2,042 vacant property inspections. While the resident inspector program is not a replacement for the agency's full-time inspectors, it does allow the agency to meet the city's growing demand and divert its full-time inspectors to more complex cases. DCRA improved transparency with the creation of the landlord violations tool. Building upon our already comprehensive agency dashboard that is available to the public on our website, this past fall, DCRA launched a new tool that helps district renters make more informed decisions about where to live. Using the tool, prospective tenants can check if a landlord has any outstanding unaddressed housing violations. Our goal was to arm renters with information about landlords before they sign a lease, helping them avoid problematic landlords with a history of unaddressed housing violations. Within the first week of the application's launch, there were 8,000 views. DCRA protected consumers with the launch of the contractor rating system to help district residents and businesses hire contractors and building professionals with more confidence. Earlier this month, we launched the DCRA contractor rating system. Building on our express policy of transparency, the DCRA contractor rating system uses objective data to assign a rating of between 1 and 5 stars to licensed building professionals doing business in the district. Armed with this information, consumers can hire experienced licensed professionals with proven track records, thus preventing the pain and hassle of dealing with a bad contractor. Unlike other rating platforms that are based on subjective customer reviews, these ratings are based solely on objective data, like the submission of complete permit applications, the accuracy of plans submitted for review, and safety inspections. I am proud to say that this is the only known customer-facing contractor rating system in the country, operated by a local government, and serves as another example of how DCRA is using technology to enhance the customer experience and protect homeowners. DCRA improved the permit applicant process with the launch of Permit Wizard. Recognizing that most homeowners are not building experts, DCRA set out to find a way to make applying for residential building permits easier and more intuitive. After a lot of work, I am pleased to share that earlier this month, DCRA launched a new Permit Wizard that guides customers through a series of questions. Based on customers' answers, the system advises what permits are needed, what the estimated total cost will be, what plan reviews and inspections will likely be required by DCRA and sister agencies. These are just some of the many digital enhancements DCRA has made over the last year, all aimed at better serving our customers and making their interactions with the agency as smooth as possible. While nobody could have predicted the pandemic, DCRA's digital transformation positioned us well when the pandemic hit. While similar agencies across the country were scrambling to retool, DCRA remained open and adapted in just a couple of days without missing a beat. The investments we made under the leadership of Mayor Bowser to move all our services online has helped us build operational resilience and improve responsiveness to our customers. Throughout the pandemic, our customers have continued to be able to apply for and receive business licenses, submit plans, and apply for permits, gain certificates of occupancy, something previously unavailable online, report illegal behavior, and schedule all types of inspections, including housing and vacant building inspections. Some of our service areas have even grown. Prior to the pandemic, our Small Business Resource Center was assisting approximately 400 customers per quarter. Now, with an array of virtual trainings and one-on-one sessions, our team is assisting nearly 1,000 customers per quarter. In addition to providing our core services, DCRA was called upon to assist in ensuring our city remains safe. Since last March, DCRA has conducted more than 500 proactive site visits to businesses such as salons, gyms, and retail establishments to ensure that social distancing and other safety protocols are being followed. These visits are in addition to the nearly 200 complaint-based visits that our Consumer Protection Unit and resident inspectors have completed, and the regular weekend compliance checks done at farmers markets and fish markets. And leading up to the presidential inauguration, our team conducted 119 proactive hotel visits to ensure compliance. DCRA also acted urgently to draft and promulgate regulations to implement emergency legislation passed by the council and signed by the mayor. This included regulations to keep food delivery platforms from overcharging restaurants and consumers, regulations establishing COVID-19 cleaning requirements in common areas of housing accommodations, and working with the Office of the Attorney General to establish a funeral bill of rights to protect consumers dealing with the passing of their loved one during the pandemic. To help district entrepreneurs, many of whom are hurting right now, DCRA will soon be issuing a rulemaking to create a new 6-month business license so that seasonal small businesses no longer have to pay for a full 2-year license when they only operate a few months each year. And 2, significantly cut the fees for people starting home-based businesses as a way to cut down on startup costs. The rulemaking stems from recommendations made by DCRA's working group, which is comprised of approximately community leaders, advocates, and key external stakeholders who the agency convened throughout last summer to help us be more responsive. Along with the pandemic, last summer's protests presented additional responsibilities for the agency. While the vast majority of protesters were peaceful, there were some who caused property damage to district businesses. DCRA assisted many of these businesses by helping to assess damage and by providing free materials to board up storefronts. And to help beautify our city, last summer, DCRA teamed up with the Anacostia Business Improvement District to put up a new mural on an unsightly empty lot. Driving over the bridge on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, just before you reach the traffic light at the intersection of Good Hope Road, you can't miss the bright blue 200-foot mural that now wraps around the corner. Transformed by public art, residents and visitors are now welcomed into the Ward 8 neighborhood with a visual timeline marking the proud past and the present of the Anacostia Historic District. The last area I want to highlight is the continued investment we are making to improve DCRA's culture. As I shared at our performance oversight hearing last year, in September 2019, we engaged an experienced firm to work with our employees and improve our culture. The firm started with a comprehensive survey and dozens of focus groups to better understand the needs of our workforce. As part of their work, the firm has provided our staff with individual career coaching sessions and has developed and led training on topics ranging from customer service to leadership. This past fall, every member of our staff was offered the opportunity to take, and many did, including me, a digital quotient assessment designed to give us a better understanding of where our employees are in terms of digital proficiency. Once a benchmark was established, we were able to pinpoint opportunities for growth and further develop training to build our collective skill sets in these areas. It has been a challenging year for our city, and I cannot express enough how proud I am of our team at DCRA. Our employees have stepped up and delivered, whether that has meant working from home while balancing the needs of children or being out in the field, continuing to conduct inspections. As members of the council, I suspect you mostly hear about our agency when something doesn't go right, and not enough from the 90% whom were satisfied with their interaction with DCRA. While there's always room for improvement, please let me assure you that the men and women of DCRA are committed public servants who should be commended for their hard work over the last year, despite a range of obstacles. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As I conclude my testimony, I want to touch on the future of DCRA. While the ultimate configuration of the agency is up in the air, our job at DCRA is to keep our heads down and continue providing the best possible service to district residents and businesses we serve. And to that end, I would encourage you to review our recently released 5-year strategic plan. The plan was informed by a diverse range of stakeholders, including community leaders and advocates, industry experts, and our workforce. With this valuable input, we built the plan around 3 core values: safety, perpetual improvement, and transparency. To view the full plan, including all the goals we have committed to, and our timeline for completing them, I invite you to visit DCRAfutureready.com. With that, I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Trappa. So I do have some questions. So we'll have 10-minute rounds because there's another council member present. There may even be 2 council members present. And I'm going to note it's 8:25 in the evening. I appreciate everyone's stamina. I'm going to begin with this. I have some questions for you. Mr. Trappa, Director Trappa, I think you've made improvements to the agency. I think that some of what you highlighted in your testimony speaks well of some changes to try to be more customer friendly to the public. But there still are a lot of complaints, as we've heard from 26 witnesses, concerning illegal construction, vacant property, some other aspects of the permitting process. And that's what I'm going to focus on here. So I'm going to begin by asking you about 2900 Military Road. First, are you familiar with it?
I'm vaguely familiar with the property, sir.
Okay. According to the ANC, for 2 years, DCRA has been unable to resolve concerns about a house that has been gutted and abandoned by its owner developer. It has become a blight and an eyesore. Now, it seems to me there's several tools at your disposal, besides the fact that you can go out and you can do nuisance abatement and lien the property. You also have the ability to change the tax classification to put some pressure on the property owner. And I think there are probably a couple other tools that you have at your disposal to try to get that property renovated or back into use. The owner's an LLC. According to the tax records, in 2019, it was taxed as vacant. In 2020, it was taxed as vacant. This year, when the property is in worse condition, it's not taxed as vacant. It's taxed as occupied or residential. And for next year, it's proposed to be residential, that is not vacant. And according to the testimony, it should be blighted, which is not class 3, but class 4. Now, this isn't the first time I brought to the attention of your agency vacant properties that are not being taxed as vacant. So just as a threshold question, what's going on here?
I'll share, Mr. Chairman, what I do recall of this property. And before I get into it, I also
don't eat up all my time. So what's going on here? You know about the property. And as far as I can tell, DCRA has done nothing for 2 years and allowed the tax classification to go from vacant to occupied.
Chairman, the assertion that DCRA has done nothing is simply not true. DCRA has made at least 3 abatements for grass trash. Numerous inspections have been done. The property classification has changed. Now, what residents really want is for somebody to develop that. The witnesses asked specifically for that property to be rehabilitated. It is not DCRA's duty to rehabilitate properties. You know that, Chairman. So what I would like to do is to figure out the current status of the property and circle back with you. But I defend DCRA's action here because we've done multiple inspections. We've changed the property's classification. We've done abatements, and these are direct activities from the agency.
What do you mean you've changed the classification? I just told you the classification has changed from vacant to non-vacant.
It was never the status you are describing now. At one point, the property
I just looked at the tax records, Mr. Charapa. I just looked at, you remember when I couldn't get back on? I was disconnected. I was looking at the tax records for this property. It is right now being taxed as, quote, residential. Last year it was taxed at, quote, vacant. Next year it's proposed to be taxed as residential. It is, yes, the classification has changed. It's changed from vacant to non-vacant. It should be changed to blighted, and it's not. All the testimony is that it's blighted. And coming out and doing abatement, which is cutting the grass, there's testimony that the neighbors are out cutting the hedge because cars can't make the turn at the corner. Let me go to a different property, 3644 13th Street. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
I visited that property a year ago. As I recall, the house was gutted. There was work done that undermined the neighbors. That's Miss Preston's house. She has suffered water damage. There's been no work done on the property. Last year, it was taxed as non-vacant. That's class 1. I believe this year it is vacant. It should be blighted. It's not taxed as blighted. This property, as you know, has been a problem for the neighbors for about 4 years, maybe 5. In an email you sent to Ms. Preston, the property is recommended for condemnation to the Board of Condemnation of Insanitary Properties. That says to me it's blighted. It's not classified as blighted. How long will it take to demolish the building? And why isn't it being taxed as blighted? And why aren't you telling OCFO to change the classification for this year as well as next year?
Chairman, there are a number of steps that are taken to change a property's classification, and you know it. Moving from vacant to blighted requires an inspection. When it is receiving a construction exemption, the construction exemption has to be revoked before it can be progressively classified as blighted. As we speak, the property's appeal, the vacant building exemption appeal, was denied. So that's real-time information I'm sharing with you.
Well, you can do the inspection tomorrow.
It's not necessary.
There's no reason to, any permit on that thing cannot possibly be valid at this point. I went out and looked at a different property that had a permit posted on the door, issued in January a year ago. No work had been done. It was so clear no work had been done. That should not be in the way. Why don't you force the developer, it's an LLC, I believe, to take you to court over whether it's blighted or not, because it's so clearly blighted. It's flooding Miss Preston's house.
It doesn't work that way, Chairman. There is an appeal process. When we make a determination, the property owner has a right to appeal. They appealed, it went through the process, and it got denied today. Maybe Preston's own testimony today showed that there's been progress from DCRA's end in putting pressure on the developer. Putting pressure requires us to think creatively about how to solve the problem. We are not going to go rebuild that structure. That is not our function. What we can do.
In this case, I didn't ask you to rebuild it. You finally, after 4 years, have decided to take it to the Board of Condemnation and Review for demolition. But you have not decided to go to OCFO, which you could do in the course of your normal reporting, which I believe is monthly, and say it's blighted, that the property is blighted. Let me move to a different property.
I think it's moot because the appeal was denied today. So what you are asking for is already in progress.
I'm sorry, which appeal was denied today?
The vacant building exemption was denied today.
Okay, I'm not sure what to do with that. It should be classified as
that means it's blighted.
Okay, I will tell Ms. Preston that after 4 years, it finally got blighted.
Yes, and that should be acknowledged.
What do you think of this property?
That looks like the property next to maybe Preston that we're talking about.
I just, so anybody wants to know, I have no idea if my cursor is showing up on the screen. It probably isn't. As the viewer looks, on the left is an occupied row house, on the right is an occupied row house, and in the middle is an unoccupied row house. This is actually the one that got a permit a year ago, and you can see nothing's happened. It is owned by an LLC. And let me see. I'm having some difficulty looking at my notes here. I believe this one was finally reclassified as vacant after I wrote to you in February. It was, I believe, blighted in 2018. Vacant in more recently. It was corrected this year. There was a corrected billing by OCFO to class 1. Can you explain that? Do your vacant property folks follow up on these properties to make sure that when somebody says there's construction, it's actually happening? Because clearly that didn't happen here. And do your folks follow up with the CFO to make sure that when you tell them that a property is vacant or blighted, that it needs to be taxed as vacant or blighted? I mean, it took me 5 minutes to find out about a property, the Military Road, that it's being taxed as non-vacant. Or maybe I should move on to the next property. Give me just a moment here. Let's try this one. This is 29. I know I'm going over my time. This one's 2920 Ontario Road. This one should be of concern because it's an apartment building and in a city that desperately needs affordable housing. This apartment building, according to your records, has been vacant for 7 years. I suspect that your database only goes back 7 years. When I photographed this building, I ran into a neighbor whom I know who says, oh yeah, 2920 Ontario, that's been vacant for 40 years. 40 years. Now, maybe they're wrong. Maybe it's only a couple decades. Now, what you see there, you see some broken windows. Let me see if I can pull up a different picture. This is the side. You see the boarded up windows along the bottom. There's some broken windows too. I like this one here because it's a little hard to tell, but along the very top is the roof. It's missing. And then if you go down between the two buildings to the end, you can't see it clearly here. I'll be happy to send you these pictures. That's part of the roof where the brick has fallen off. If I remember correctly, when I wrote you February 1st, it was in the tax rolls as occupied. It's since been changed to class 3. It's owned by an LLC, and clearly it's blighted. It has broken windows, boarded up windows, part of the roof is missing. And there were some permits, they were expired on the front door. Clearly no work has been done. Clearly they're just using the permits to avoid the vacant property classification. I'm pretty sure you sent some folks out in February after I wrote you. I don't understand why this is persisting. What are your vacant property people doing? Mr. Charapa? Mr. Charapa?
I'm not sure whether you're asking about each property or something else.
What are your vacant property people doing?
They do surveys of properties.
Maybe
They
I could
document their
recharacterize it.
funding. If there's a need for changing status, they send that over to Office of OTR for OTR to effectuate the change in the taxes, and OTR sends the property billings. Now, if an owner chooses not to rehabilitate their property and pay the penalties and taxes, that's their prerogative.
Well, as I pointed out, it was because of neighbors that it came to my attention that I then wrote you that it came to your attention, that however you had classified it, no, that you might have thought it was vacant, but in fact it was not being classified as vacant. So clearly that process isn't working. But I don't understand why your folks haven't said that building is blighted. And I don't understand why your people have allowed it to get exemptions from time to time over the past decade for being under construction. So maybe I should recharacterize what my thinking is here. And then I'll turn to colleagues. I think part of the problem here is that DCRA is understaffed. You have 3 people doing vacant and blighted property in the city with 1 supervisor, and you've got a whole lot of cheating going on by property owners. But you won't admit that there aren't enough people handling vacant property. And I would point out that if Ontario Road, that apartment building was taxed as blighted, that's, I'm trying to remember, that's probably another $100,000 in tax revenue. Not that this is about tax revenue, but it would more than pay, the government would more than pay for your additional inspectors. But neither you nor the mayor will admit that there are not enough inspectors. Or let's try in the housing inspection, which I have a few questions about. We have 25 inspectors. I think there was somebody who testified, might have been the Legal Aid Society. You've got like 1 inspector per 60,000 units. And even if I don't remember that correctly, and it's only 40,000 units, they clearly can't do it. But when your budget is here next month, which is going to fund 25 housing inspectors, 6 illegal construction inspectors, 3 vacant and blighted property inspectors, and I'm going to ask you if your budget is sufficient, you're going to say yes. And if you're going to say yes, it's sufficient, then I'm going to hammer you for this lousy process. You're not doing the vacant work. You're not doing the vacant work. You're not doing the housing inspections. You're not doing the illegal construction. And either admit that it's not being done or admit that you don't have enough personnel. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have some questions?
Well, Chairman, I think you just covered the premise of all of them and got to the point here on them. And so I feel like I'm going to ask the same question about properties and probably end up at the same point about, the properties that we're seeing. I know you heard testimony today about the abandoned property at the 2900 block of Military Road. And we heard testimony today regarding that. And Chairman, I don't know, did you cover 2900 Military Road?
Yes.
Okay. The other property is 5832 5th Street. Northeast continuously is coming up in our constituent services. as a property that is abandoned and or should be classified as blighted. Director, do you have any information on where you are with the inspections of 5832 5th Street Northeast?
Hello, Councilmember Janice Lewis. Thank you for the opportunity to share some information. As far as the property that you mentioned, I don't have any details on it. It doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so a few things. A few properties in Ward 4 are vacant and being used by, just our trash dumps. So I'm just going to ask you for about a few other properties, and I guess you'll have to get back to me. There are a few properties on Kennedy Street owned by the same developer, Colombo River Properties. A number of those properties have been vacant for a number of time. A number of those properties have also on Kennedy Street block, and this ranges from First and Kennedy all the way up to 7th and Kennedy. These properties have been vacant. And we've had ANC commissioners reach out to DCRA on a number of occasions regarding Colombo River properties in Ward 4. What type of violations have been given to Colombo River? Why are they allowed to continue to have vacant properties? What is your process for when we have so many vacant and blighted properties in a community, and we continue to give space for those developer companies to continue to use space? And also a lot of them are grounds for trash and dumping, and we've sent pictures to DCRA.
Great. Let me use this opportunity to just describe the process in general, because I think there's a fundamental disconnect about the process that leads to a lot of confusion.
Mm-hmm.
DCRA conducts inspection of vacant properties based off complaints. That is how it is set up in the law. There's nothing in the law that says DCRA should go scouring the city for vacant properties. So we start with complaints. Once the complaint comes in, we schedule the inspection. Our service level commitment is to conduct vacant building inspections in 38 business days. We are doing that routinely in just a couple of days. Last year, we did 7,961 vacant building inspections. Once a property meets the threshold for a vacant building, we send a notice to the property owner about the change that is about to occur to the property for classification and taxation purposes, and they get an opportunity to appeal. Once a final decision is made, we communicate the classification to OTR, and OTR implements the additional tax category. We also follow up on properties that receive exemption, for example, a construction exemption, to be sure that they're not trying to game the system and there's active work being done. That is the general framework that we use for responding to vacant building property complaints. And then we deal with the classification and work with our sister agency OTR to handle the taxation. Any property that is classified as vacant is published on our dashboard. It is part of our effort to be transparent and also communicate the service level so that the community can understand. Instances where a property needs trash to be picked up, we also notify the property owner so that they can clean up the property.
How many times can a developer get violations over a number of years before there's any other actions taken against them maintaining so many properties and receiving complaints? It's not that I understand that there's a complaint process. I'm telling you that ANC commissioners are going through the complaint process, community members are going through the complaint process, and nothing is still happening. And that brings me to just sort of what we saw in your fiscal year report. On fiscal year 20, notice of infractions, it looks like only 756 resulted in repairs within the same year the violations were issued, meaning repairs are happening slowly. There were a total of 1,800 repairs reported in that same fiscal year, and DCRA was able to confirm about 1,044 repairs that extended beyond the fiscal year, an incredibly long time for tenants to wait for their unit to meet housing code. But the issue is, though, although most of the repairs cited in fiscal year were apparently not made, DCRA only collected 72,000 of over 10 million in fines issues on notice of infraction. Why is that the case, that you've only collected 72,000 of 10 millions in fines?
That's easy. And I'm glad you bring it up, because people misinterpret the data set and draw conclusions. When somebody is fined, there's due process. And that requires the citation to be adjudicated by the Office of Administrative Hearings, OAH. If the fine is not been adjudicated, we have no legal authority. Nobody has any legal authority to go collect on that fine. And when it's time to collect on that fine, that is not DCRA. Collections is handled by the Chief Financial Officer's office. So when people look at the number and they say, yes, there's 10 million in fines, guess what? That number has not been adjudicated. It doesn't mean we can go collect that. So I hope that clears the air as far as the fine amount and what is collected, who is responsible for the collection, and DCRA's efforts.
Okay, so I mean, I'm going to go to the hearing board, but I don't understand. So because if it's an adjudication issue, then we're losing out on money, and somehow in the adjudication process, people are just being allowed to continue. That may be the problem. There's no checks on any of the property owners, and they're not having to give up money. We're missing $10 million in fines that are owed to our city. So that might be the issue. I want to talk about the inspectors and the number of inspectors you have. I know Chairman already kind of spoke on sort of some of the issues. I just want to understand what type of training you give to your housing inspectors. And I also want to understand why we're using civilians to inspect properties through that process instead of hiring more inspectors, bona fide inspectors, and then giving them the proper training.
Thank you again, Councilmember, for that question. I'd like to explain a little bit about how inspectors are trained, the baseline qualifications. Inspectors are assigned to disciplines based off their training and certification. So for somebody to become a housing inspector, they must pass background check, they must have property maintenance certification, and these certifications are international standards. Granted, there are some elements that are adapted to our local environment here in DC. There is not a single housing inspector who doesn't have a certification. Certification is part of the quality assurance that is built in. As professionals, they are expected to do certain things, know their code, know how to interact with customers. Our full-time housing inspectors possess the same certification as our resident inspectors. DC residents are playing a role in helping us keep up with the pace for inspections. So I would like to address this assertion that inspectors are not trained or resident inspectors don't have the same level of training. That is simply not true.
Well, I mean, the union representative testified, so and they represent workers, so within the agency. So if workers are saying they're not being trained adequately, and they're the ones doing it, I'm not sure how that's not true.
Yeah, they don't know what they are talking about. The reality is that to maintain your job, you got to have a certification. And on the job, you receive training that is specific to DCRA, and there's also general training. So it is interesting when people come on these platforms and make claims that are not substantiated. But the reality is that workers, specifically housing inspectors, they are trained, they have their certification. That's just the fact of the matter. Anybody interested in getting
if workers feel like they're not trained adequately or enough, I think it's incumbent upon the agency to do more to train them. If the response can't be, oh no, our training is enough for you, the response has to be, well, what can we do to train you more and better for you to effectively do your job? That has to be the answer for that to happen. There were a number, the union workers also talked about individuals were sent down to a protest, and there was really unclear as to why they were sent down to a protest. Could you speak to why DCRA made that decision?
I'm not even exactly sure what they are describing. What I do know is that when the city went into lockdown mode, DCRA was called upon to step up to help our residents and our businesses. Our job is to conduct inspections, ensure COVID compliance, and we've been trained to handle that. So we have inspectors who went to the fish market. We have inspectors who go to Black Lives Matter Plaza. We have inspectors that go to hotels, salons, spas to ensure that people are following the social distance guidelines and the requirements of the public health emergency. We gave our inspectors PPEs consistent with the nature of their job. They were also provided additional training on how to ensure that if, for example, you are going inside a home, there's a protocol to follow where you do some self-screening. And we also ask the tenant prior to scheduling the inspection, a list of questions.
Okay,
So,
I want to cut you off, but I'm over my time. I know the chairman's not here, but my colleague is here waiting to ask questions. So I'm actually going to turn it over to my colleague, Christine. Thank you.
Well done. Councilmember Hendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Good evening, Director. I want to pick up a little bit on sort of the conversation, but kind of take it in a different direction. How many resident inspectors do you have in that program?
we have about 166 resident inspectors.
Okay. So those 166 are in supplementing the full-time FTEs that you have?
That's correct, council member.
Okay, and so the inspectors that you have, they are FTEs, they're not contractors? Like the 25 housing, the 3 vacant, blighted.
That's correct.
So they are FTEs, full-fledged.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to, you talked about sort of the training piece for inspectors, et cetera, and I want to bring up an issue that hasn't been brought up yet, which is around mold. I sit on the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, and I've had this similar conversation with Director Wells over at the Department of Energy and Environment. In your response in the pre-hearing questions, you indicate that the Indoor Mold Remediation Enforcement Act of 2019 is an unfunded mandate for the agency. We don't need to go into the details because I read the committee report, so I know that there is a fiscal cost to that. My question is, though, your current inspectors who are there for housing and construction, if they are at a property and they see mold, what happens?
If there's any indication of mold or suspected mold, what we currently do is we work with our sister agency, DOE, and we make a referral. That's the current process.
So you make a referral to DOE?
Yes.
Okay, so the Department of Energy and Environment currently does not have a fee schedule, nor do they believe they have the full legal authority to enforce on mold. So does the agency then follow up to figure out what was the resolution in terms of whether or not the mold was remediated or not?
There is a loop that we have with our DOE where the referral goes through their process, and then at the end, we are looped in on the outcome. What we do from our standpoint, when there is a mold, we cite for water intrusion, not the mold itself, because the water causes the mold. And that's one direct way we try to effectuate an outcome that most people are hoping for when they complain about the mold, so that it can be remediated.
Mm-hmm. Right, but what I'm trying to get at is, if you're passing it off to DOE, is there a possibility that your inspectors from the DCRA side could give a clean passing inspection to a property that might have mold because DOEE is unable to fine or enforce for it. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I'm not sure about how that actually.
Right now, I will just say, Director, I don't know who is responsible in this government for ensuring that our residents don't have to live with mold. You say you pass it off to DOEE. DOEE tells me they don't have fines for enforcement, nor are they able to do the part to require eradication. And yet you tell me there's a loop, but at some point, your inspectors are saying the house is good. Are we going back to make sure that it's been remediated?
Our focus starts from area where we are certified. As far as remediation, today what we do is track violations. And until the violation is abated, we don't sort of like cross it off.
Okay. Okay, so let me ask you this, and you probably don't have the data in front of you. How many properties has DCRA issued violations that involve mold?
I don't have that number in front of me. What I do know is that across the city, there are over 23,000 housing code violations that we publish on our website.
Okay.
But specific to mold, no, I don't have that information right this second.
Okay. Can you follow up with the committee with that information? Because I think that this is important in terms of the public health and safety of our residents. And frankly, I understand that there was some disagreement on the executive side about, whether or not this legislation should move forward in terms of you all taking the responsibility for DOEE. But in the meantime, no one in our government seems to be responsible for doing this critical function. And I think that is a problem. And I could ask you, and it is on my questions, to say whether or not we believe, whether or not your agency, or whether or not we should expect your agency to include a request for mold inspectors in this year's budget. But I'm going to see that, I guess, in a month. And we're going to come back and have this conversation again. Because hopefully in a month, you've gotten together with your agency partners and y'all have figured it out of who is responsible for mold, because I just think that this is ridiculous. Nation's capital and nobody's responsible. And we keep pointing fingers at one another. And is it possible for your existing inspectors to be trained on mold issues? Or do you need separate people for this?
Nothing is impossible. That's the way I like my view of the world. Nothing is impossible. When City Council wants DCRA to do something, they have to resource it appropriately. When City Council wants us to take on new initiatives, they have to consider their impact on current initiatives. So that is something that we can look into during the budget formulation process and then go from there. But at this time—
No, but I'm just asking you whether or not your existing housing inspectors, are they trained on mold?
They are not certified on mold.
But they can code for violations? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's because the property maintenance code, they cite for the water intrusion.
Only for water damage and not for the outcome.
Not for mold. They are not trained. They are not mold experts. It is out of their bailiwick. It has nothing to do with DCRA housing inspectors. People try to put that burden on DCRA housing inspectors, and they are not trained for it. They don't have the expertise, and that is not the place for it.
Okay, let's talk about lead, paint, other things. When DCRA is conducting housing inspections and enforcing housing code standards, are you checking for lead paint?
When it comes to lead, the approach on lead is based off the age of the building. That's sort of like one component. And what we do is we have flags on certain properties as it relates to potential lead. So,
okay, so is it standard procedure to check for lead paint in all pre-1978 buildings whenever you're conducting an inspection?
Lead, checking for lead is DOE, not DCRA.
But you just don't. I don't know if I'm getting confused here, but you just told me that you have a standard around lead for all buildings of a certain age.
Yes, and that is a flag in our system. When somebody's applying for permits, because of the age, there's a notice that they have to include some plan for lead abatement or dealing with the lead. That is part of the demolition permit that we issue. So DCRA takes steps proactively to identify potential buildings where there could be a lead exposure. But when it comes to leading the sort of like lead effort, that is not DCRA again. It's one of those things people confuse between the two agencies. We are not the lead agency when it comes to lead, just the same as it is for mold. So lead and mold, not DCRA.
Okay, so if somebody submitted a complaint to DCRA around they thought that they might be lead in their building, what happens to that complaint?
We will notify the property management firm that this is the complaint. They have X amount of days to respond to it. Ultimately, it will go to DOE as a referral.
Forward it to DOE?
Yes.
Do you inform the person who submitted the complaint that it has been forwarded to DOE?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you on both lead and mold, you are basically telling me that DCRA has no responsibility for those types of safety issues. So you guys only deal with electrical, I think, building structure, perhaps, those types of things, right?
Yes.
And all environmental stuff is now handled by DOE.
That's correct.
But a building doesn't need a certification from DOE in order to continue with their construction or open, or do they?
There is an interplay of agencies. So and I think the best way to help encapsulate that is look at it from like a permitting standpoint. When somebody applies for a permit, there are a number of agencies that have to approve different elements. So when there's like stormwater, that's DOE. When there are lead-related issues, that's DOE. If it involves public space, that's DDOT. If it involves so sort of like DC water, that's WASA as well. They're part of the approval process. So when plans are submitted, it is routed to them. And once they check it off, then DCRA issues a permit. That is the nature of the collaborative process that we have in dealing with sister agencies to address some of the issues that you have from a permitting standpoint before the construction permits are issued.
Okay. And this is the same type of collaborative relationship that works when there are complaints that are issued?
To a large degree, yes.
Okay. I think I know my time is up. I will just say this, Director. I know you say that between the 166 resident folks and the folks that you have on, that you guys are able to keep up, but it doesn't seem that way. And a lot of it also has to do with the communication, frankly, because we will have constituents who email us and say, I've submitted a complaint to DCRA. And what we're having this conversation about, you're saying we're not the agency in charge. When in fact, based on the mission of your organization as it stands, people think that you are the person that I go to. If I'm having issues with my property management company about lead or about mold and I can't get it resolved, you're the ones, but you're passing it off to DOE. And so I think that everybody needs to just be clear on the outset of like, this is what we handle. And here are the other agencies you could go to to handle something else. And I think that will improve the process. But for right now, there's just like this lack of confidence in terms of who's doing what. And I fear that we have residents, particularly small children, who are getting caught in the fray of the bureaucracy of this government. And speaking of small children, I need to go on. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before I continue with questions, Mr. Charapa, I have 3 that I'd like you to get back to me on. So I hope there's somebody who's taking notes for you. The first is, why are 2900 Military Road, 3644 13th Street, 2910 18th Street, and 2920 Ontario Road, all northwest, not classified as blighted? If you could have your folks prepare an answer and get that back to me. My second question is, why are those 4 buildings, 4 properties, not all, being taxed as Class 3 or Class 4? My third question is asking you to provide a revised answer to the pre-hearing question number 45. That was the question where we asked you to list the 50 properties that have been classified as vacant or exempt for the longest period of time. I'll revise it to include vacant and blighted, so it's not just vacant. Give the earliest date, if you could revise the answer to give the earliest date the property was designated vacant, and also how long it has been exempt. And then rank the properties in order, in either ascending or descending order, in terms of how long they have been designated vacant. And if necessary, because some of them may have all been 7 years, which seems to be a magical number, then how long they've been exempt. And do I need to repeat any of that?
I think we got it. If we need further clarification, we'll get back in touch with your office, Chairman.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Woodbury Village in Ward 8?
We exchanged emails about that property.
Okay. The tenants expected the entire complex would be inspected this week. On Tuesday, 1/3 of the apartments were inspected. 6 buildings were inspected. Of the 6 buildings, 3 of them, that's half of the ones that were inspected, did not have heat. Now, I wrote to you about this on February 2nd, that there were buildings without heat. So on March 16th, there were 3 of 6 buildings inspected that were without heat. Heat I'm told, has been a problem at Woodbury Village since October. The February inspection was followed up on February 10th. That's 8 days later. As far as I know, there was not another inspection until March 16th. And although the tenants expected the entire complex to be inspected this week, they were informed after 1/3 of the buildings were inspected that the inspectors would come back on March 30th. So the follow-up inspection apparently will be March 30th for the 3 buildings without heat. And the other 2/3 of the buildings we don't know about. In addition, what the tenants told me was that DCRA inspector told them that DCRA inspectors have no right of entry. Now, it may be that an inspector cannot on his or her own force their way into an apartment, but a landlord has a right of entry. And I don't understand why an inspector can't say to the landlord, the building complex manager, let me in. So only 20 units were inspected. I think that's roughly 1/5 of the units in the 6 buildings. So I'd like you to explain to me why the follow-up inspections. The issue here is heat. There are other issues as well. One of the apartments had mold. There's a question about the smoke detectors, which is actually, I think, a Class 1 issue. There's some issue about rodents. There are a lot of issues. But the one I'm focused on is heat because that's critical. And so if you could explain to me why the inspections and re-inspections have not been more timely or prompt. If you could explain to me why all of the buildings aren't being inspected, given that there's a heat problem at the complex. And if you could explain to me why the inspectors think they can't get into apartments unless the tenant lets them in.
The complaints of no heat at Woodbury is something that we are very concerned about. DCRA has responded aggressively to the complaints at Woodbury Village Apartment and has issued the landlord more than $50,000 in fines. Upon receipt of the recent complaints, we immediately conducted same-day inspections that resulted in further fines for the landlord that would ultimately be adjudicated at the Office of Administrative Hearings. We've also worked with the landlord and Office of Tenant Advocate to get the residents temporary heating, and some were moved to hotels and some have subsequently returned back. We've also done building-wide inspections, as you noted, 63 units inspected in 6 buildings, 37 with violations, 22 with no access, and 4 with no violations. 126 violations have been cited, totaling $136,000, 115 in fine amounts. Re-inspections is scheduled on April 2nd. When it comes to access, our inspectors just cannot barge into a tenant's unit. The tenant will have to agree to it. Landlords, yes, through the lease, have access to the apartment, but landlords have to provide notice to the tenant before they can also go in.
All right, let's take those in turn. So you noted that there were a number of violations and you noted a number of units were inspected, but that overlooks the point I made. Only 1/3 of the buildings were inspected this week. Do you disagree?
I'm not taking a position on the number of units that were inspected, because when we schedule building-wide inspections, there has to be access. When there's no access, the inspections cannot be completed. The inspections that could not be completed because of no access have been rescheduled. And that is our standard operating procedure to ensure that eventually all inspections are done. And if violations are observed, they are cited and further enforcement actions follow up.
I'll just say I don't consider this very aggressive when the issue is no heat. So 1/3 of the complex was inspected, meaning 1/3 of the buildings and not the entire buildings. 1/3. There's been allegations of no heat since October. Your inspectors went out February 2nd and confirmed that there was no heat. I should be clear, that doesn't mean there was no heat in any of the units, but there were buildings that had no heat. Your inspectors confirmed that on February 2nd. They came back out on February 10th, that's 8 days later with regard to heat.
There's a gap in the timeline, Chairman. You started from October and you said we responded in February. No.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if I did, I'll correct. This is what I know. The allegations are that there's been no heat since October. This is what I know. On February 2nd, DCRA sent inspectors out there. Councilmember Trayon White's office, Councilmember Robert White's office, each were busily corresponding with DCRA. There was no heat there. You sent inspectors out, as far as I can tell, the same day. I don't know what happened between October and February 2nd. I'm not alleging. But we do know there were allegations of no heat for months. And we do know you went out on February 2nd and you confirmed there was no heat. But it was 8 days later before inspectors returned.
No. No, not at all. Chairman, with all due respect, not at all. In November 2020, the landlord had amassed $50,000 in fines as a result of inspections we've done and enforcement actions. When we got additional complaints in February, we did same-day inspections. So something is missing in the information that is being communicated to you.
No, you're not, something's missing in how I'm asking the question. This is no heat. And even though the weather's been kind of nice the last week, it was kind of cold in February and definitely cold in January. So we're talking about no heat. And my question is why only 1/3 of the buildings were inspected and why there are weeks in between these re-inspections, given that the issue is heat. Clearly the landlord's having a problem providing heat. And I don't think you dispute that heat is fundamental to habitability in the winter. Clearly the landlord's having a problem with heat. And these re-inspections, I think waiting till February 10th after February 2nd is too long. But I for sure think that waiting until April 2nd after March 16th is too long. I don't see what's aggressive there. Let me change the subject. You said there've been $50,000 in fines. How much has been collected? How much has been paid?
I'll have to check on that. But as you know, when we find a landlord, it has to go through the adjudication process. Today's hearing, there's been a lot of talk about fines being collected, but the fact that a fine has been issued doesn't mean it's an automatically check in the government's coffers. The fine.
I'm sorry, forgive me for interrupting. I've not been very nice tonight. To me, it's not an issue that the fine's been, that the government hasn't gotten money in its coffer. Let me be clear about this. If you're going to say $50,000 in fines were issued, they have to have been paid or they're of no effect. So what? The landlord gets a ticket and he doesn't pay it. So what? And
if he doesn't pay the fine that has been adjudicated, guess what, Chairman? They don't get to renew their business license because we've put mechanisms in place that people who owe the city, who don't have clean hands, cannot renew their license.
If it's adjudicated and if it's adjudicated successfully. As of today, March 18th, as far as I can tell, the landlord has not paid a penny in fines, and we don't know if he ever will.
If it's not been adjudicated, we can go collect.
Let me move.
Why that is missing from this part of the conversation.
Let me go to another property. The last one had to do with tenants and heat, which is pretty fundamental. And I regret that I only have one apartment building property on my list here. So let's go to 508 58th Street. You were kind enough to get back to me with some information. I was shocked when I found out that the developer or owner is a man named Oladell. Shocked because I knew him to be a bad actor 10, 15 years ago. This is before you got to DCRA, but he went up and down Ward 7, building shoddy buildings without a permit or in violation of his permits. I don't know why he wasn't shut down or put in jail or something. So it turns out he built a building at 508 58th Street. I have no idea how the construction proceeded to the point where the building is built when there was no permit. There's no permit. Let me see. A permit was never issued to construct the duplex. There's no record of a certificate of occupancy application or issuance. There's no record of construction inspection for the duplex. Stop work orders were issued in 2017. So I'm wrong, something did happen. An apartment building in the R2 zone would require BZA approval. The Oladell or his entity Foot Forward LLC has been revoked status due to non-filing of 2020 biennial report. And the building is occupied by squatters. How did this happen? Or is it because you only have 6 illegal construction inspectors? And what are you going to do about it?
Beyond issuing a staff work order, help me understand, what would you like us to do? Because it seems like there's an outcome you're looking for that is not clear to me. When somebody is undertaking construction without a permit, an enforcement tool we have is the staff work order.
No, there are other things. It seems to me you could go out, I'm not positive of this, but you could go out and lock the building, evict the squatters and lock the building. You could go to the Attorney General and ask the Attorney General to go to court for permission to raise the building. It's illegal. My guess is it isn't even built to code. You could put the owner, Mr. Oladell, a known backed actor, on defensive. You could come to the aid of the community. You could go to the Attorney General and say, we want some legal action to get the building torn down. Should I move to a different property? Councilmember Lewis George, should I?
No, Chairman, actually, you are covering all the issues. I was just going to say, I think my only request is going to be, we may need them. I'm going to send you an email with properties that I would like to add to the list that they follow up on to your office, and hope that can be included. I feel like we're going to need an update hearing because the answers today have been so unsatisfactory. But I'm going to leave on that.
Let's go to 207 3rd Street, southeast. I only checked my recent emails. And this one came to me. It is, as far as I can tell, a row house on Capitol Hill, a couple blocks from the Capitol. It's a row house in a single family neighborhood. It's a row house that has been occupied as a single family dwelling. According to Mr. Wise, who wrote me, he wrote you in February. It's been a single family dwelling for at least a decade, if not longer. But a developer came along and got a permit to change it, convert it to 6 units, arguing that it was vested as a non-conforming use. And according to your folks, it was a certificate of occupancy in 1970. Your folks did agree that expanding the cellar to the rear yard was a violation of the zoning regulations, if not the building code. So here we have an aggrieved property owner. I don't understand how this could happen, and I'd like to know what DCRA is going to do about it.
Sure, we'll make note of the address and look into it and get back to you. As you know, at any given point in time in the city, there are thousands of construction projects or renovation projects ongoing. It's virtually impossible for me to be remembering all the addresses, but I appreciate an opportunity to look into this specific address and answer any specific questions you may have, Chairman, if that works for you.
Well, are 6 illegal construction inspectors enough?
We've defined service levels based on the resources we have. The mayor has given us the resources we need to meet the challenges that we have. If there's an appetite for increasing our service levels, yes, we'll have to resource appropriately. Last year, as an example, we did over 5,000 illegal construction inspections. And we've also done 17,557 property maintenance inspections. Inspections are tied directly to the service level commitments that we have. For illegal construction, as you know, Chairman, we've done 25% same-day responses for illegal construction complaints. Given the increase between fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20 in terms of the volume of illegal construction inspections that we've done and our ability to respond to same-day complaints about a quarter of the time, that is progress. Now, if you want us to respond to every single illegal construction complaint on the same day, we can have a deeper conversation about the number of inspectors that's going to be needed. But inspectors is not the magical solution. We also have to have discussions about supervisors related to the inspections. We also have to have a conversation about things that residents want, as we've seen today, for example, mold and lead that is not in DCRA's purview. That is the sort of partnership that will put us in a position to better deliver services to the residents and businesses in the District of Columbia.
I'll repeat what I said before, which is I'll put it this way. The mayor or you have got to acknowledge that there are not enough inspectors and that more inspectors need to be funded. The mayor and the department have refused to do that. When your budget was before us last year, is the budget sufficient? Yes, it is. Do you have enough inspectors? Yes, you do. Well, if you have enough inspectors, these problems shouldn't be occurring. And let me just be clear. These problems are not one-off. These problems are just examples of a very broad pattern of illegal construction in vacant buildings, and basically a Wild West for those who want to circumvent the vacant property law. Well, they say they have a permit. I'll move aside so you can see. Actually, I won't move aside. They say they have a permit, so you exempt them from vacant property. And you yourself said when you saw this, you thought this was next to Miss Preston's house, which is blighted. But it hasn't been classified that way. They know they can play the system. And what the government says, I'm being polite here, what the government says is, well, we have enough inspectors. 3 vacant and blighted inspectors are enough with 1 supervisor. And so there's no aggressive follow-up. There's no double checking whether the permit is actually being used or it was just an excuse. My request for the list of 50 properties is to try to get at how long these properties have been vacant, and they're playing this game of some exemption. I don't know, probate for 7 years? That's not possible. Or construction for 7 years when there's absolutely nothing that's happened on the property. I feel like I'm lecturing, and I apologize for that, but Mr. Weiss shouldn't have to write to me because a developer, a non-resident speculator, has taken the house next to him and is converting it to 6 units in violation of the zoning regulations, which DCRA has approved on the basis of a C of O from 50 years ago. And as you know, a non-conforming use is no longer permitted after 3 years of non-use. So these problems come to my lap. But really, this is a problem on residents, law-abiding residents, who should be protected by DCRA. So let me ask you about short-term rentals. Commissioner Eckenweiler testified. I believe this was as an ANC or ANC commissioner. We reported to the zoning administrator an illegal short-term rental unit at 337 H Street. There was and is no applicable C of O. The unit does not qualify as legal STR, short-term rental, because it is not owner occupied. But what DCRA said was they're not going to take any enforcement action because they're awaiting DCRA's implementing regulations. But the implementing regulations aren't going to legitimize or delegitimize this property because the law already said that short-term rental needs to be owner occupied. The property needs to be owner occupied. Can you explain that one, or will you look into it?
I'd like to look into it. I mean, you give me specific addresses and coming to this discussion, what it will make sense for me to do is to take the address, have staff look into it and address the issue. Yes, the short-term rental regulations law have been passed, but until the rulemaking is effectuated, there's no fine to be given. Now, if it's a property that has some zoning issues, that's a separate matter that can be dealt with. So yes, there are mechanisms in place to deal with any complaint, and anybody that comes to you directly for a complaint, as long as you refer it back to the agency, we'll follow our standard operating procedures to address it.
Well, let me be clear here. What Commissioner Eckenweiler said was the program manager, DCRA, refused, quote, to take any action, unquote. But we know that the unit, the short-term rental, is illegal because it is not in an owner-occupied property. And the regulations are going to have no effect on whether it's legal or not. Might affect the fine, but there might be some other action that you could take. 337 H Street. Just see, I have another property here. I will just mention this. It's at 1235 E Street Southeast. The property owner was damaged by construction of an apartment building at 1220 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. I'm not sure it's the most egregious example of a budding property owner damaged by sloppy or careless construction, but it is the issue of to what extent does DCRA protect budding property owners? Let me move on. One of the pre-hearing questions we sent you had to do with grievances filed by the union. And you listed roughly a dozen grievances. I think the union said there were more than that that had been filed. Can you speak to that?
I'm not aware of any outstanding grievance. Any grievance that have been brought to our attention has been dealt with. As of preparing for the hearing, all grievances and PERB complaints have been successfully resolved through PERB and the mediation process and hearing. So if there's something in particular, I would like to look into it and circle back with you.
Well, this is Ms. Dantzler's testimony. Since the last hearing, you met with them. And since that meeting, labor has filed 10 grievances / complaints. And they're not 10 on the list in your answer. So on the list that you gave, some of them say resolved. What does resolved mean? Does that mean that the grievance was upheld, was sustained?
No, it means whatever the underlying issue is has been addressed. Sometimes they throw them out. Sometimes there's a settlement. So if there's a specific one, I can look into it and circle back with you.
Well, no. The table that I'm looking at, if it was thrown out, it says grievance denied. And this table says grievance denied. One of them, it says grievance, a couple of them, it says grievance withdrawn. But several of them, it says resolved.
Yeah, so do you want to know the specifics of how it was resolved?
I want to know, does that mean that actually it was sustained, but you don't want to say sustained, so you said resolved? Because denied and withdrawn aren't answers, aren't explanations. Let me restate that. This table lists something like 15 grievances. Under status, it says explicitly for several of them, grievance denied. For a couple of them, it says explicitly grievance withdrawn. And for several of them, it says, quote, resolved. I'm asking what resolved means.
I'll look into it and circle back with you.
Why is labor? There were 2 witnesses from 2743 who testified. They're unhappy with you. And they reminded me in their testimony that last year this came up. What's going on there?
They would have to explain what their issues are. Change is difficult for everyone. We are building a culture of accountability, transparency, putting safety first, perpetual improvement, and delivering better services to the residents of the District of Columbia and businesses. Having served hundreds and thousands of customers and having surveyed the customers for their satisfaction, we are now consistently being rated 90% or above since the beginning of our year. That is real progress. And if there are elements of folks who are resisting change, we'll continue working with them. But the improvement in the agency's culture is a direct signal that we are not going to tolerate poor service being given to our customers. What we've done by formulating our strategic plan over the next 5 years is identify the goals, the objectives, the strategies to ensure that we can sustain the performance that we've put in place. That is paramount. And I welcome the labor leaders to engage with us, to be part of the conversation. They participated in the strategic plan development. They've attended and hailed the employee recognition awards that we've put in place. So the other issues you're talking about, I'll definitely look into it, but DCRA is on the rise. Our employees are doing better. That is the message we're talking about.
So I hesitate to say this, but it's my words, not your words. It sounds like AFSCME is just being grumpy. They don't like change, and so they're just being grumpy. Let me ask you this. And I don't know if that's true, but I'm a little disturbed that it's 2 years in a row that they've come to testify. I want to ask you about the effectiveness of the resident inspectors. Now, those are non-union, they're not employees of the department. How many NOIs, notice of infraction, with fines have been upheld and paid? That's NOIs issued by resident inspectors, NOIs with fines. How many NOIs with fines have been upheld and paid?
Chairman, I don't have from, I've not stuck in my memory the number of fines that have been issued by inspectors and those that have been paid.
Well, if you don't know how much, if you don't know what's been paid, upheld and paid, then how do you know whether they're effective?
When it comes to our enforcement regime, I can look at a couple of areas as a measure of effectiveness. Abatements are up. That is a sign that fines are getting people's attention. We can always improve. If you look, abatements so far versus previous years, our numbers are higher. Inspections have also gone up. That tells me something is working.
Well, it doesn't tell me that. You know, I'm thinking this is a kind of a poor analogy because it's bringing up an example that has a very different societal concern around it. But it reminds me when I chaired our Judiciary Committee, the number of arrests by a police officer is really not a good measure of police effectiveness. And I think by analogy, the number of NOIs that a resident inspector issues is not the best measure of their effectiveness. If, I'll just make this up. If one of your 25 housing inspectors issues 100 NOIs in a year and every one of them is sustained and the fines are paid, and one of your resident inspectors issues 200 NOIs in a year and none of the fines are upheld and paid, who's more effective? It was a rhetorical question, but you said in your testimony, I believe, how many NOIs they'd been issuing. And that prompted me to ask this question. So how many have been upheld and paid?
I can look into it and get back to you, Chairman, but there are some mistakes here that I have to point out. When it comes to measuring effectiveness and efficiency, there are a couple of measurements to address that. And as an agency, we are measured by an annual performance plan that has key performance indicators. We met or exceeded every single key performance indicator. Let's take the example of infractions that you just brought up. We are required to issue infractions within a certain period of time. We met that objective. We are required to conduct housing inspections in 15 days. We exceeded that objective. We have prioritized abatements this fiscal year. And if you look at a public dashboard, right on our website, it shows the volume of abatements is up in an environment where the volume of inspections has also gone up. That is a measure of effectiveness. Further, take a place like our consumer protection effort. Between FY19 and FY20, the number of cases we handle went from 573 to 1,514. In spite of this increase, we met the target for investigating and closing cases. We've even retrieved monies for consumers who file complaints. As I mentioned in my testimony, like the homeowner who paid a contractor for solar installation and the homeowner got ripped off. We got money back. Last year, over $150,000 was collected on behalf of our residents. That's a measure of effectiveness.
Well, we're just disagreeing, Mr. Trapa, and I think the public is not agreeing with you. The examples I gave you, every one of them is from within the last month. every one of them. It's not hard to find examples. So either DCRA, I said at the beginning that I think that you've made some improvements to DCRA, but neither you nor the mayor will admit that there are not enough inspectors. You maintain that there are enough inspectors. And so we see these problems with vacant properties. And I would venture that there are hundreds. It's not hard to find them. And we see this problem with housing inspections. Councilmembers Henderson and Louis George brought up examples. It's not hard to find them. Or illegal construction, it's not hard to find them. So which story is the right story? And I think that your folks think that these are just one-off examples I'm bringing up. They're not one-off, it's a pattern, it's a continuing pattern. So let me ask you, this gets a little bit more technical. In response to our pre-hearing questions, you list IT systems modernization as ongoing with a balance of 223, my notes here say $1 million remaining. All right, I thought that was with a balance of $223,000 remaining. This is $2.2 million less than the remaining balance last year. What projects has DCRA spent the money on and what is their approximate cost?
There are a number of projects that we've addressed to our modernization program, but I must start off by mentioning that FY22 capital dollars was reduced by the council by almost $2 million. Projects that we've been able to complete today are some of the things that customers are raving about. When we talk about improving the permit applicant experience by creating a series of questions that a customer will answer and that will guide them to the appropriate permit, that is a result of some of the investments we've made. When we talk about reducing the friction or making information more accessible to the public by allowing them to sign on to one system and have access to all the resources available to our online portal, that is a direct result of the investment we've made with the modernization. When we talk about creating a tool that allows residents to do background check on their landlord, changing the game, that is a direct result of the capital improvement project. So in the pre-hearing questions, yes, we listed the projects that we've been able to complete as a result of the capital funding, but I can indulge some more if you want to.
No, but let me ask you this on short-term rental. When what's the time frame for DCRA to get that licensing system up?
The contract was recently awarded and we are busy with implementation.
Do you know what the deadline is? What deadline have you given the contractor?
I'll have to look at a specific contract. It has milestones. So yeah, off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact dates. But the plan is once the regulations are in place, we would have some technology systems in place to support the program and continue to build upon what we have at that time.
Well, the regulations are going through final rulemaking right now. In fact, I think the deadline is passed for the regulations. Am I right?
No, it's currently under second round of public comment, and the deadline is March 22nd. And if there are not substantive comments, then we can move forward with the final rulemaking.
Okay, so can you give me a deadline for the final rulemaking and for the software licensing system implementation?
Not at this time, Chairman.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Not at this time, Chairman.
Give me just a moment. was testimony earlier about Scout, which is your new public database. And I'd like you to, I think I'll read each of the bullets and then ask you to respond. Unlike its predecessors, Scout requires users to register and create an account. It is unclear why registration is necessary or what benefits it confers. I think Director Charapa, you spoke to that, although that doesn't mean it was convincing. It is clear, however, that this additional step creates additional friction, likely to deter casual users, such as a neighbor wishing to look up the permit status on a nearby property. Second bullet, Scout lacks previously available information. For example, OBAT, a previous system, typically provided a telephone number for the applicant and or his/her agent. This information often proved to be crucial when members of the ANC needed to contact a non-resident owner about an urgent or ongoing problem with the property. Nowhere does Scout meet that need. Third, Scout records are often materially incomplete. Permit record entries often omit crucial information, such as the application and approval dates. Next bullet, Scout's sort by field function is hopelessly broken. Attempts to sort Scout records by individual fields, such as permit filing date, often produce jumbled, non-sorted data. Next bullet, Scout's user interface is deeply user unfriendly. If a user types or pastes in a valid permit number with a trailing space, Scout returns no records instead of ignoring the superfluous space. Likewise, if a user visits the permit page for a given property and then clicks on a specific permit number to see more detail, Scout makes it impossible to go back easily to the previous page. The point being that it's user unfriendly. And then the final point on Scout is poor integration with external sources of dynamic data. Scout provides information obtained from OTR, such as owner name, but in our experience, that information is not always synced or updated in a timely fashion. Do you want me to go through each of those in turn, or can you respond?
I'm here to answer your questions, Chairman.
Well, it's unclear why registration is necessary. It is clear, however, that this additional step creates additional friction likely to deter casual users. Director?
I'm trying to figure out what the question is.
Can you respond? It's a criticism of Scout. It is unclear why registration is necessary or what benefits it confers. It is clear, however, that this additional step creates additional friction, likely to deter casual users.
Scout was launched.
You do believe in user-friendly.
Scout was launched in April 2020. Today, there is close to 140,000 users. Let's start there. Scout consolidated 4 disparate data systems into one, where you can log in with a credential that gives you access to not only property and owner information, certificates of occupancy, vacant building information, compliance and enforcement information, all at your fingertips. You don't have to be an insider that knows the regulations to be able to just type an address and boom, you get the results you need. We've committed to continuous improvement. And you go to the system, there's a button that says contact us or give us feedback, give us your wish list so that we'll add to our product development calendar. That is how we've been iterating, improving, and continuing to delight our customers. When it comes to the functionality, our approach to developing products is to ask our customers what additional elements they would like to see so that we prioritize and address that accordingly. Prior to Scout, you could not get this regulatory information from a mobile device. You had to be by a computer. The improvement that people have in the user experience, the information that is available, and the links to pertinent information is simply better than ever before. Now, that doesn't mean we are not going to entertain additional requests to improve the product. In fact, we have plans to introduce new functionality, including giving people beneficial owner information about LLCs and companies that they find through Scout. That is part of our broader strategy to enhance transparency, which we've expressly adopted as a core value. That is progress.
So which is your answer? That Scout is so wonderfully better that it doesn't matter that there's a complaint about the registration requirement, and that it doesn't matter that that might create friction. Is that your answer? Or is your answer that you're looking continuously to improve and that you'll take this under advisement?
As I stated, continuous improvement is part of our strategy. So we always listen to what people want. To your specific question about sign-in, it is a security step. If you go to some websites, there's something called CAPTCHA, which you probably noticed, where you have to type in some information to be sure that you are not a robot and it's a human interacting with a system. To secure our IT systems, we require people to sign in using a credential that allows them to get into multiple systems. That is a way of reducing friction. So if anybody else out there has some suggestions for improvement, just send them our way.
What about this? Scout lacks previously available information. For example, OBPAT typically provided a telephone number. Nowhere does Scout meet that need.
Telephone numbers for what?
I did read this earlier. Scout lacks previously available information. For example, OBPAT typically provided a telephone number for the applicant or his/her agent. This information often proved to be crucial when members of the ANC needed to contact a non-resident owner about an urgent or ongoing problem with a property. Nowhere does Scout meet that need.
Well, if there's demand for that, we'll put that on our product development roadmap and address it. Is that easy?
Well, it would be nice if these issues were resolved before our next hearing. So the next bullet was Scout records are often materially incomplete. Permit record entries often omit crucial information, such as the application and approval dates.
Permit information is available in Scout. If you have, which it looks like you do, a litany of enhancements that you would like to see, again, we will add them to the product development roadmap, prioritize, and provide some solutions.
Well, I'm looking at a screenshot, and building permit 2012732 doesn't give a date. 2103863 doesn't give a date.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you are seeing, but that doesn't even matter. Any request for improvement is welcome. If you go to the system, there is a function that says contact us or provide feedback. I'm not aware of that feedback until now.
Well, let's try this. Why don't you have your legislative liaison get a copy of Commissioner Mark Eckenweiler's testimony, because he lists, I read these to you already, 6 bullets maybe about areas where he thinks that the Scout could be improved. So rather than my spending time going through the rest of the bullets, you could just look at them. He went on to say, on March 3rd, DCRA summarily and with no warning disabled its best, most user-friendly database on permit information, Civic Insight. That system offered detailed information available nowhere else, such as an individual reviewer comments on permit applications under review. Civic Insight also allowed but did not require users to create accounts. Doing so offered substantial advantages, such as the ability to create a watch list of properties and to receive automatic email updates on permit activity. Civic Insight worked extraordinarily well, and its best features are not replicated by Scout. Can you respond?
I want to review the comments and respond. That's the best use of our time, Chairman.
Okay, there was testimony from a couple of witnesses urging a new building or construction code for senior living apartments. It would promote safety for more seniors and their ability to successfully age in place in their home. What is your reaction to that?
No reaction. I'll need to review the comment and understand what exactly they're asking for.
Well, there's not much more to it. They gave some examples for development of senior housing to work with accessibility consultants to develop a more inclusive design code for new senior housing, such as requiring grab bars, toilet height, as I recall, low barrier showers. These are all things that are architecturally known for seniors. The question is, I'm not asking you to change the code. The question is whether you are interested in looking at that. Well, actually, what your reaction is, that this is BS or something to look at, to talk to the building code committee, BOCA committee?
Chairman, as you know, there's a construction code coordination board. Throughout the year or throughout the code development cycle, we get suggestions from all angles, and we ask the public to participate in that process. So the comments that lady is sharing, yes, I mean, I'm sure we'll have copies of these testimonies and they can participate in the code development process. There's a public engagement component that they can submit comments when these things are published. So that's pretty much the procedure in place.
So your answer then, when I said, what is your reaction, is that you will get copies of this testimony and take them to the Construction Code Advisory Committee?
Certainly.
There was also testimony from a couple that lives at 7551 17th Street. My question here is, I'm asking if you would look into this. They complained that there was a neighbor who is basically harassing them and delaying their construction unreasonably. And the DCRA has been an unwitting accomplice. They probably weren't that gracious in their thinking. And my question is, would you please look into it?
Yes, and Chairman, I think you know about this property. This current tailor's issue. So definitely, we'll look into it. In fact, I think I'm meeting with Councilmember White on this.
Okay. There were two witnesses, Thomas Kadida and the doctor. Tiffany Macon. So perhaps you could have your staff get copies of that. One of the priority, and I appreciate you looking into that. One of the priorities you list in question 39 is the launch of a quote pilot program unquote for permit reviews. What will this pilot program look like in practice?
Which number, Chairman? You said 39?
Yeah, now I'm looking at my questions, not at your answers. One of the priorities you list in question 39 is the launch of a pilot program for permit reviews. What will this pilot program look like in practice?
Oh, when it comes to the plan review process, there are sequential steps and there are markups on documents. So to enhance the collaboration around this process, the pilot we are looking at will be designed so that when a reviewer picks up a set of plans and he is looking into it, when he makes comments, the applicant will be notified of the comments in near real time. And the applicant will also be able to see the markup. So think of it like when you have a Word document and you can track changes and see the edits that somebody has done. We believe this process will reduce the back and forth that happens in the permit review cycle and ensure that we can move projects through the approval cycle more efficiently so that builders can build more safely.
And what does it mean pilot? That it's going to be, pilot says to me that it's not, there's still the current system in place. So then who will be part of the pilot?
Builders, plan reviewers, customers, so that we can identify what works, what doesn't work. And once we develop a comfort level, then we can get out of pilot stage into implementation. It is a product development strategy so that you learn in real time and you don't overcommit your resources. So pilot means it's an experiment. We will learn what works, what doesn't work, and what works, we'll incorporate it into our mainstream processes.
When do you think you'll be doing this?
We committed to getting this thing done this fiscal year, and it's part of our 8 strategic initiatives.
I'm sorry, it's part of the what?
It is part of our approximately 8 strategic initiatives for fiscal year 21.
Okay, I'm going to move to another question. The data you provide in response to question 42 suggests that DCRA has only abated 40% of FY19 and 30% of FY20 housing code violations. Is that accurate? And what explains the low percentage?
What do you see as a low percentage? It has to be relative to a certain target. So I want to make sure I'm addressing your concern. You said a low percentage.
The data you provide in response to question 42 suggests that DCRA has only abated 40% of FY19 and 30% of FY20 housing code violations. Is that accurate? And what explains the low percentage?
There is a process for documenting abatement. Abatements are done principally by the property owner. When a violation is contested, it takes time. Abatements usually occur over a period of time, and they don't occur in the same fiscal year because of the process that is being mandated by law as it relates to adjudication. So what you are seeing as it relates to fiscal year 21 in particular is that we are only, 6 months into the year, and we still have 6 months to go, compared to previous year where you are looking at like a 12-month period. So combining the different time periods with the fact that code violations don't always get abated the same fiscal year that they were recorded is the explanation for the variance in the percentage.
Give me
More
just a second.
importantly, more
What's that?
important, I said more importantly, we prioritize life safety instead of routine property maintenance issues. So the nature of the accident itself matters. And it's not just about volume, it's the type of issue as well.
Does life safety include heat?
When you don't have heat, yes, that is a concern.
Give me just a second. Thank you, Director. There were 3 questions I'd mentioned earlier that you're going to get back to me in writing, and I think there was some stuff that Councilmember Henderson requested. I don't remember for sure. Anyway, if you will follow up, do I need to repeat those questions from earlier?
You asked about a property on 2900 MLK.
Not
sorry,
MLK.
And then you have questions about like a property on 13th Street. My staff took some notes, so we'll certainly look into it.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. It's after 10 p.m., so I appreciate your stamina. If I was hoping to get home a couple hours ago, you were probably hoping to get home about 4 hours ago.
Nah, I've been waiting for you.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that. So this concludes the hearing. Thank you, Director Trappa. This has been a performance oversight hearing by the Committee of the Whole on a number of agencies. The time is now 10:16 p.m.